question, what is the name of a female fox? Via Zoom, we are going to Hard Hat Matthew, who's joining us this morning. Hey, Matthew, how you doing, man?
How you doing, Preston?
Good, buddy. All right, so do you know the name of for a female fox, please?
There would be a vixen.
A vixen is absolutely correct, sir. Hang on, buddy, because we got tickets. We got a 4-pack. It's MMR Rocks Monster Energy Supercross, Saturday, April 12th at Lincoln Financial Field. Tickets are on sale now. You can visit supercrosslive.com for all the details. And Matthew, yes, is getting ready to go to work. He is wearing a hard hat. Where does that hard hat take you, Matthew, to work?
I'm downtown 17th and Market.
17th Market. All right, stay safe, brother. Thanks for coming on this morning.
Thank you, sir.
All right, we'll see you. All right, so some at the box office. We'll start with that. Jason Statham's Working Man took the top spot, and it debuted at number 1 with a haul of $15.2 million. Snow White came in second place. The Chosen Last Supper Part 1 debuted in third, and then you have The Woman in the Yard debuting in fourth place. It's a horror film. And then Death of a Unicorn with Paul Rudd and Jenna Ortega debuted in fifth place at $5.8 million.
I've heard Woman in the Yard is basically that for the movie.
That's it?
The woman is sitting in the yard, and as the movie progresses, she gets closer to the house. So I don't know if you remember an old Night Gallery episode, Preston, with a painting that kept changing, where there's like the cemetery and then there's suddenly a whole dog and then suddenly there's a coffin coming up.
No.
It has that same progression, but I've heard more than one horror critic I trust say it's the worst goddamn movie they've ever
No
seen.
kidding. Just too slow?
Just too slow.
Wow. Okay. All right. Well, as the rumors continue about things going south for Sydney Sweeney and partner Jonathan Davino, the clues are piling up and the rumors may be true. The couple who have been together for 7 years was supposed to get married this spring, but they have reportedly postponed their upcoming nuptials, and Sweeney has also been spending a lot of time without him on her arm, including a recent extended solo stay at the Beverly Hills Hotel. And now a new set of pictures of her beachside has her once again looking stylish, but without her engagement ring.
What about our huge freaking hooters, huh?
Those are there. While she often goes out ringless, with the headlines being what they are, it's rumored that this may be a pointed message to those that are watching at home.
I know this sounds stupid, but for some reason I would really like her to be with Glenn Powell. I think they have a good energy, a good pairing.
That would make you happy?
That would make me happy.
To see that beautiful couple?
Yeah, two physically perfect specimens get together. It makes me smile.
Okay, well, maybe we can hold out hope for that.
Yeah.
So flying can be stressful for a lot of people, even Dwayne Johnson. The actor was traveling from Hawaii to Houston recently to attend the United Football League's 2025 season opener, but his plane had to turn around due to mechanical issues. About 35 minutes into the flight, one of the pilots let the actor know that it was not safe for them to keep flying over the ocean. Apparently, the aircraft was dealing with a hydraulics issue with overheating. Never want to hear that.
No, especially over an ocean.
Yeah, The Rock, who is a co-owner of the United Football League, shared in a video online that he was supposed to be there and help hype up the crowd, but that was, he's not able to attend. And on the plus side, he was able to return safely after the mechanical issue was discovered.
He had considered jumping out and swimming, but, he's The Rock.
Wouldn't that be it?
Yeah.
Wouldn't that just be... I'll just swim the rest. So this was sad to see, but what a life. Legendary television actor Richard Chamberlain passed away, and today would have been his birthday.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
Or what's his age? Did you say that he passed away at?
It says he was 90.
Okay.
So I guess he would have been 91 had he lived to see his birthday today. He played one of the original great TV doctors in Dr. Kildare, as well as starring in Touchstone miniseries from the 70s, 80s, and 90s like Shogun and The Thornbirds.
Shogun, so the new series is getting a ton of accolades, and rightfully so. But when that original Shogun appeared on television, we hadn't seen anything like it.
Yeah.
I loved it. He was fantastic. And I was pointing out, we were talking about him last night, Preston. He was the judge in Chuck and Larry.
Yeah.
And he was excellent.
Oh.
Yeah, he was great in that. What was The Thornbirds about? It was a family drama, right?
Yeah, forbidden love and I think a minister. It took place in the outback, as I recall. It was Rachel Ward
Okay.
and Brian Brown.
I just remember those things, Shogun and the Thornbirds, being like what you say, Steve, was appointment television.
Yeah.
Like, you had to watch them. It was required viewing.
There were two legendary doctor shows at that time. So there was Kildare and there was Ben Casey, and so he was the more buttoned up doctor.
While he had frequent forays on the big screen, he was most well known for being one of the television's greatest and most popular actors for decades. He died Saturday in Hawaii of complications following a stroke, according to his publicist. But 90 years old. But full life, definitely lived that. All right, we have a couple of altercations that took place over the weekend. Kim Delaney, who won an Emmy Award in 1997 for her portrayal of Detective Diane Russell on the series NYPD Blue, is finding out what life is like on the other side of those bars. Saturday, police were called to her Los Angeles home for a domestic disturbance involving her and her partner, James Morgan. The couple reportedly got into an argument, and it turned physical. After EMTs checked them for injuries, both parties were arrested.
Yeah.
And Kim was charged.
Yeah, she was wailing on him as well.
Kim was charged with felony assault, likely to cause great bodily injury. Morgan was charged with misdemeanor domestic violence. So be interesting to see exactly what went down there.
She's had a couple issues over the years.
She has.
Yeah.
It pops up every 10 years.
It's like
Some
the
kind of Kim
cicadas.
Delaney thing happens.
Yeah.
It's
They
like
return.
cicadas. And then comedian actor Paul Rodriguez is facing some legal trouble. He's 70 years old. He was arrested on charges of possession of narcotics in California on Friday. Officers conducted a traffic stop of a car for vehicle code violations that Rodriguez was a passenger in. And according to the police, during the investigation, narcotics were located. They alleged that Rodriguez was arrested and booked to the Burbank Police Jail for possession of narcotics. He was later released with a citation to appear in court on April 25th. Speaking with TMZ after his arrest, Rodriguez said that the car was his, but he was asleep in the passenger seat when he and his friend were pulled over. He alleged that a Caucasian officer was on a, quote, power trip and slapped him awake. Rodriguez added to the outlet that he told police the drugs allegedly belonged to his friend who was driving. His car was impounded, and the police told TMZ the star's friend is being held for outstanding warrants. Rodriguez has appeared in over 40 films in his career, and he has been performing comedy for nearly 30 years.
So with the relaxed, rules concerning or laws concerning pot, what are the arrestable amounts of cocaine and is there any sort of?
I'm sure that stuff hasn't changed.
Yeah.
The other regulated stuff. So,
Like if you're driving along just casually and you have 5 keys of coke in your backseat, can they arrest you for that?
I don't know. Maybe you can talk your way out of it.
I was in Car Wash. I was in the movie Car Wash.
Well, it is weird for the passenger unless the narcotics were
On
his
them.
person.
Yeah.
The rest of it, like if you find narcotics in the car, that belongs to the driver, right?
Yeah, but didn't your parents ever teach you if you're with those people and they have it, you're in trouble too?
But here's the deal. It was his car and his friend was driving it. So maybe there's since he's the owner.
I'll pay you in narcotics if you drive my car.
I don't know. But both of these parties, the last two stories, could use lawyers, and Kim Kardashian has taken an important step into her journey to become a lawyer. She took the
I bought a gavel.
She took the multi-state professional responsibility examination, which is a key ethics exam for bar admission. Source told TMZ that Kim took the exam in California with her bodyguard posted up outside the building. And this is just one of many steps that she's taken to become a full-fledged lawyer. She previously passed the first-year law student's examination, also known as the baby bar, back in 2021 after she failed that 3 times. While she's not a lawyer yet, she hasn't stopped working on criminal justice reform. She successfully supported many incarcerated people over the years, including getting the sentence for Alice Marie Johnson, a nonviolent drug offender who was given the life sentence without parole in 1996, commuted in 2018.
So when you pass the baby bar, are Fisher-Price courts the only ones you can practice law in with the little fake judge and everything? I think that's the only way to go about that.
Maybe. All right, let me see some lighter stuff here. How about this? Dancing with the Stars. And So You Think You Can Dance veteran Lacey Schwimmer has announced that she and singer Frankie Marino are getting married.
Oh.
I was going to ask if she had any relationship to David Schwimmer, but I guess not.
On Instagram, the couple posted a carousel of pictures accompanied by the caption, 13 years in the making to being Mr. and Mrs. No, I don't know who these people are.
Somebody's getting married.
It's magical, especially when you don't know them.
They're getting married.
The best marriages and the best weddings are the ones you have no chance of being invited to.
Oh, my God, yes.
Yeah.
This is true.
So wonderful.
Sony Pictures has announced that its big screen adaptation of The Legend of Zelda will be hitting theaters in March of 2027.
God, I hope they do this right.
I hope so. It's tough. That's a tough one to take on, man. I don't see how you can really capture it. But
Which story would you pick to be the fulcrum?
I mean, you and I, our favorite is Twilight Princess.
So, anybody come to mind for Link?
No, I haven't considered this at all.
Yeah.
No, I'll just wait and see what happens. I mean, to be honest, I think a CGI would probably be the way to go, a CGI animation.
Am I out of line suggesting Bill Belichick?
Yeah, probably.
But live action, I don't know. But hey, I'm on board.
Yeah.
I'm willing to check it out.
I don't know what kind of acting chops Bill Belichick has.
He's acting like he's able to be a boyfriend
keep up with a
20-year-old.
I will tell you
That's
this,
acting.
though. Kathy and I watched Landman, and there is a scene in Landman that Jerry Jones is in, the owner of the Dallas Cowboys.
Yeah.
Nick, he's freaking awesome.
Really?
Dude.
Is he playing himself?
He plays himself.
All right.
So the monologue that he delivers, it to me seems, for all intents and purposes, true to his actual life. But the way he delivers it, I was like, oh my God, I hate you a lot less right now.
Do you think
a
there's
lot less because of the way you acted in this?
Do you think there's some when they get down like they all have that kind of thing that it makes the acting seem a little
More real?
I'm a better actor.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Steve, I want you to watch this scene. It's probably 5
I want to watch the series.
5 to 10 minutes long.
Yeah, but that's what I was going to say. You got to know what leads up to that to know.
Yeah.
You know why that's impactful.
Something. That woman don't love Bill Belichick.
What show is this?
It's Landman with Billy Bob Thornton.
Oh, okay.
It was the one where Kathy was saying there was the torture scene
That I couldn't
towards the
watch.
end of the first season that she couldn't watch.
And you have to watch it. You have to watch it for the, I forget her name. She's also in 1923.
She's a knockout.
The daughter, Billy Bob Thornton's daughter.
Oh, God.
What's her name?
I don't know what her name is, but in the show, she's 17.
I know,
I'm like,
hate
can
that-
you please just
yeah,
make her 18 in
18.
this show? Because in real life, she's probably over 18.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
already checked out the clips of Ali Larder that you told me
Oh,
to
my
take a
God.
look at her
Oh, yeah.
walking around.
She's
in
a young
bathing suit.
Ali Lauder, essentially.
So
Her
she-
name's Michelle Randolph.
Yeah, Michelle Randolph is Ali Lauder's daughter in the series, and
Okay.
they,
You know,
both of them are just
The
incredible.
series as well is really good. Kathy is Comfior.
Dude, everybody in this,
Yeah, this is a great cast.
really, really great.
By the way, Casey, no offense, it's still creepy at 18.
I know,
I know, but
I'm not-
17.
but it's not illegal.
You're right.
All right? Creepy I can live with.
All right.
Because it's not like I went there for that. I went there for Billy Bob Thornton,
I
and then
got
they
you.
gave me Michelle Randolph.
You had no
right?
you have no idea that Michelle Randolph is what she's going to be in the series, and there was no need for them to make her 17.
Okay.
Wow.
Kathy.
All right, so we were talking about Legend of Zelda.
Yeah.
That's all right. So the release date was unveiled Friday on Nintendo's new app, Nintendo Today, nearly 18 months after it was first announced. And Wes Ball, the director of Maze Runner's trilogy,
Okay.
and last year's Kingdom of the Planet of the Apes, will direct as well as produce. No other details available as of yet.
I like all that. Let's see what happens.
Ryan Coogler is aiming high when casting his upcoming third Black Panther movie. His big name choice to appear in the film would be Denzel Washington. He said, I'm dying to work with Denzel, and I'm hoping that we can make that happen. I've got every intention of working with him in that movie, and as long as he's interested, it's going to happen.
I wonder what would they do with him? I mean,
I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, make him a patriarch, obviously.
Wouldn't it be great if he was just some throwaway secondary character?
Anybody want coffee? All right. Anybody want coffee?
Coogler
I'll go get a rope.
told Shannon Sharp and Chad Ochocinco Johnson on their Nightcap podcast that it sounds like the interest is mutual. While promoting Gladiator 2 last November, Washington let slip that Coogler was writing an unspecified role for him in the next Black Panther sequel. So, more good news on the film. When asked how long fans would have to wait for the third film in the franchise, Coogler said not long.
I always thought they missed the mark a little bit by not finding a way to and they could have. They had a legend that would allow them to reanimate Killmonger and make him the next Panther, you know?
Fans of the Good Burger movies, get set. A third serving is on the way. Kel Mitchell, who along with Kenan Thompson have starred in the first two comedies, and they told fans at 90s Con in Hartford, Connecticut on Friday that the third film is coming sooner rather than later.
Now, the word this one is going very dark and will be a lot like Nosferatu.
No.
Yeah.
So let's see. He said, who was the one who said this? I hate when they put the quote first and then who said it afterwards. So I'll just read you the quote. So here's the thing: we teased it at the end of the movie. I said we're going to go to this. We're going to go to space. We're going to go to Fast and Furious. This thing, and he assured them that it wasn't a joke. He said me and Kenan actually sat down and talked about the script for part 3. All right, so it's going to go down. We got to make sure that it's right, just like how Good Burger 2 was, he said, adding that we're not going to make you guys wait over 15 years.
That original Good Burger is a seminal movie for a lot of adults, who just love that whole series and the movie.
School may be getting back in session at good old Hillman College. Netflix is filming a pilot for A Different World, a sequel to the late 80s sitcom of the same name, which will chronicle Dwayne and Whitley's daughters' time at HBCU. Initially pitched as Hillman, but may move to another HBCU by the time the pilot is filmed.
They should literally put it on A Different World.
The project had been in development at the streamer since last year, but is now moving forward. And the original series starred Kadeem Hardison and Jasmine Guy as Dwayne and Whitley. No word on whether they'll be returning, as casting is currently underway, with filming expected to begin this summer.
That's one series that took a turn into it once popular characters were established, and I think it turned for the better.
Yeah.
You know?
So we haven't seen much of John Lovitz lately, and if this actually happens, we still won't, but we will hear him. The SNL vet and comic actor is pitching hard for a revival of his 90s animated series, The Critic. On social media this weekend, he wrote, "Critic fans, you keep telling me that you want it back, and I've been trying for years. Well, now creator Al Jean is on board. If you want it back, we need your help," he said. "Please like this post and spread the word so we can show the studio how many people want it." The show ran for 23 episodes across ABC, which ran for 13 episodes before canceling it, and Fox, which picked it up for a second season.
I enjoyed the show. Al Jean is associated with The Simpsons as well, is he not?
Don't know.
Yeah, he's one of the creators and writers of The Simpsons.
Okay. All right, and then one more thing. Busy Phillips revealed that she, Katie Holmes, and Michelle Williams are working on a Dawson's Creek reunion.
Dawson.
And they're doing it to support James Vanderbeek following his colorectal cancer diagnosis.
Oh, that's awesome.
Phillips,
not the diagnosis, but that they're helping out.
Phillips said, "We're really trying to figure something out." And she told Us Weekly that the scheduling conflicts have made it challenging. She shared that she is optimistic, however, adding, "I'm very hopeful that at some point we will." Vanderbeek, who announced his diagnosis in November, shared that he's feeling good and is receiving support from his family. Phillips, meanwhile, confirmed that the cast has been sending him every ounce of good wishes and prayers.
If you want to see something wholly moving and inspirational, he recently did a video where he talked about his perspective on things, about dealing with the cancer and what's really important. And it just, I think it would connect anyone who watched it because it was really a profound message.
Despite hopes for a reunion, creator Kevin Williamson previously cautioned a full reboot is unlikely, saying, "We keep talking about it, but as of now, it's not even in the pipeline." But they're trying to get something going. All right, some clips to play for you this morning. Tom Hardy returns to the screen as a gangster, this time in a new show called Mobland. And in this clip, Tom talks about the roles that he enjoys most.
I love playing Venom. I love playing the world of superheroes, very much so. So I also enjoy, I enjoy a bit of everything, to be fair. And this one's gangstering, so I'm enjoying that too. And being back in England and doing something that's London-based. So I love everything, really.
What the
Mobland premiered last night on Paramount Plus. Here's our next clip. 20 years ago, Carrie Underwood left the American Idol stage a winner. And this season, she returns as a judge. And here the country star shares her firsthand experience.
I know what they're going through, and I know what it's like to be standing up there thinking, like, what song am I supposed to be singing? I don't know. And, having judges say, that just wasn't the right song for you. And you're like, I don't know what that means, So you are trying to discover so much about yourself in the process.
Shut the up!
New episode of American Idol airs today, and you will find that on ABC. And that is our entertainment report for this Monday morning. Thank you. Please
sit down.
We have joining us on the program this morning, if you watch the show Bosch Legacy, we'll have the star Titus Welliver on the program, as well as writer Michael Connolly on to talk about the episodes. They have 2 episodes every Thursday until the final bout coming up on April 17th. So we'll chat with those guys around 9 o'clock this morning. We'll take a quick break. We'll come back in a second, and we will continue forward. It's a Monday, so we're just getting started, gang. We'll be back in a sec. Stay with us, please.
Preston and Steve.
Kathy had a story about sending a text, I think, that you wanted to share with us, right?
Yeah. So it was, somebody sent me a text, and it was, somebody that I am friendly with, like not like one of you guys where, if we, the type of text messages that we send each other. But I needed to drop something off to this person. And I, basically was saying, I apologize. I had COVID, was stuck in the house. I'm going to, get this stuff to you. And so he says, well, how are you feeling? What I wanted to text him was that I got, and I've said this to you guys, COVID kicked my ass. I got my ass kicked, What I sent him was that I got my ass licked.
I got my ass licked.
And
how you feeling? Well, I got my ass
pretty good. I got my ass licked.
Oh, and it's all worth it.
I mean, it was kind of bad at the beginning, but once the ass licking started, it turned for the better.
I mean, I've heard of rim jobs before.
Wow.
I mean, fully changed the, I guess it auto-corrected to licked, and I didn't realize, sent it, and then, I didn't, hear back, so, and I went back and pulled up my text and looked, and I was like, oh, my God. Oh, God, what do I do? And then I just put kicked and sent that and just didn't say anything else.
And no response back, or
no, he didn't really address it.
Kathy,
He
there's
just said,
someone on the phone for you.
no, he just said, no worries, whenever you feel better.
Was that an invitation? Because I would like to follow through on that.
So this is just more of just an acquaintance, right?
Listen,
professional?
Yes, yeah.
Professional ass licker?
No, I mean, you know them more on a professional level as opposed to a personal level?
Yeah, they own a business, and I go to the business and purchase.
Why would she mention she had her ass licked?
Oh, my God.
I don't understand.
Santa's coming over right now.
My mouth is pretty moist. I could do that.
Oh, God, ew. Oh, God.
There are some things that are absolutely astonishing as when you listen, that you wrote kicked. I'm sure you.
I did.
Right. So why is that not perceived as an actual word? I've had it happen.
I think they were just trying to pull a fast one on you.
Yeah.
I think technology was like a
ass licked. Yeah, it's built into the algorithm.
The autocorrect feature is bizarre though. I don't know. My mom sent me a text right before Christmas, and she wrote, I bought Ben some ski dicks from Buckman's and a U.S. National Parks wall map and push pins. And then her follow-up text was, good God, that is ski socks. Ski socks.
Do you ever put your feet in a nice pair of dicks?
But I'm sure my mom felt the same way as you, Kath. It was just and at least it was to me, not to
right,
a minister
exactly.
or whatever.
Yeah, I don't think
think that was. Though, it's just why? Why is it changing?
Well,
that?
my question is, if it is a legitimate word, legitimate in the context of the sentence, what makes it change it? I've had it.
Yeah.
I think she probably accidentally misspelled it, and you didn't notice. And it went to licked instead
K
of
and L are right next to each other, and Nick, as far as ski dicks are concerned,
yes.
D and S are right next to each other, as is the O and the I. So I think there's a most likely on your end of things, Nick, that was a misspelling and not an autocorrect. Because why would they autocorrect from socks to dicks?
Thanks for checking in. Would you like to lick my ass?
It licked my ass.
Oh my God.
That's great.
Great to hear from you.
You would. I thought you were going to go somewhere else with this story because last Thursday I got a message from a friend of mine who works at Headstrong Foundation, and he was letting me know that a friend of mine is going to receive some financial
Ski dicks.
No, some financial assistance for his daughter who is suffering from cancer.
Mm-hmm.
And I thought I was responding to somebody else when I wrote LOL to this guy when he's telling me about.
No.
Oh, jeez.
Yes. So I go, he's like, he's going to get
That's
this.
hilarious.
Yeah.
Cancer.
Laugh out loud.
That is funny.
And I was like, oh my God, how do I? And I was like, no, I mean, it was totally meant for somebody else. And I can't find out who I was trying to say LOL to, but I can't believe I responded.
I mean, at this point, I think everyone, even the best person with the greatest amount of accuracy has experienced that mistake. That whether you're misspelling and it turns to lick or whatever, or the an emoji that's an incorrect emoji that you didn't want to hit, but it is you. When
the
it
laughing
happens,
emoji.
you're like, oh my God, and you almost mentally try to reach out and pull it back, but you can't.
Hey, what does this mean? Somebody texted in and said swipe keyboard or regular tapping keyboard?
Oh, so with the swipe keyboard, you can just basically keep your finger on the keyboard the entire time and not lift up.
Oh, and it sort of helps you spell out words, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, and then tap is just like the regular.
Do you have that option on an iPhone?
Yes, you do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh.
Where you can just keep your finger and move from letter to letter.
And if you pause long enough, it will.
I don't
generate
use it.
or.
Yeah, I've attempted it. I've tried it, but I'm so used to the other way that I just keep doing it the other way.
It's the number one preference for salad tossers, Preston.
I really need to use. I need to use voice to text more often.
Me too.
I don't trust it.
That makes mistakes
Yeah,
too.
that's-
I know it makes mistakes,
Yeah.
but if I do have to write a fairly voluminous amount, a longer one, I'd rather dictate it and then go back and maybe fix the mistakes.
I'm very good at that, and I make sure that I include all the appropriate punctuation.
Yeah,
which
you gotta do
drives
that.
me
Right.
crazy.
Sure.
You know what annoys me about that though is if you stop in the middle of a sentence just to gather your thoughts and then you start again, it starts with a capital letter. So then there'll be a capital letter in the middle of the sentence and I can't send that.
Well, do you know
It
what
annoys
works,
me.
Kathy? If you can, first write it longhand, then type it, then print it.
Pierre loves voice to text, and he likes to voice to text while he's driving. And Pierre has a tendency to sometimes be a bit long-winded.
No.
And so his texts are also long-winded.
And so the year is 1983.
Oh, is that what that is?
Yeah, I
Okay.
wrote him a nice text on Friday. I thought he had a great show, and I was just like, "Hey man, it was really cool to listen. I was in the car a lot. I got to listen to a lot of your show. It was awesome." And he didn't respond, which is also fine with Pierre. And then he wrote back yesterday, and it was like 6 paragraphs long. And I'm like, okay, yeah, it was nice of him to respond. It's just.
Will we ever forget the tragedy of the Donner Party?
What? The problem with me and voice to text is I can't think of what I want to say as I'm saying it.
I mess it up too.
I'm like,
That's what I mean. And then
so
you want to
here
pause.
is the thing. I would like to say to you these words, and I'm like,
Well, so it gives you the option to review it.
I know,
Right?
I know.
Yeah.
But just when I'm typing it out, I know exactly what I want to say. But when I'm
My
saying
friend
it,
sends the voice
Would you
messages.
be interested in licking my butt?
It licked my butt.
Damn it! It's set.
So my friend sends those voice where it's just like you can just talk and then it.
Todd Glass did that for Casey last week, and he did it for a reason. I forget what it was, but your voicemail was full or something like that. So he sent you voice text.
yeah, I guess my voice. I don't have my voice.
Do you get that
my
from
voicemail.
anybody?
I have
with any of your-
just a handful, but not any regularity.
But
I
I'm
don't know
not good
anybody
at at sending back then. Like when I send it back, I'm talking like I'm doing voice to text,
Right.
but it's just like a regular message.
Hi, this is Kathy. I was busy. I couldn't get your call. I was inviting a stranger to lick my ass.
Kath, who were you texting this, by the way? I forget.
What
She didn't
that
say.
I got my ass?
Licked. Yeah.
Yeah, it was somebody. I have some things I need to drop off at this business, and it was the business owner.
It's so funny though, and it's Kathy, the abject terror you experience when that happens. It's like, and there's nothing. Everyone has made the mistake. It doesn't matter when you've done it, especially on that level. How many times it happens constantly. I forget who I told I loved dearly and used the nickname I use, Spoogie or something that I use on my wife. And the question mark came back, and I'm like, oh no.
Son of a bitch.
Because my big mistake is that I don't look. All right, so I texted, and then I got one or two texts from the time that text occurred, so that Claire is no longer the top person on my text chain, and so I'm responding now to whoever was last in, and I always make that mistake.
What sucks is when you are you get a word wrong, and then you type what you think is the correct word, fixing it, and you have typed an incorrect word again.
Yes.
And if you do that 2 or 3 times, it's like, what the hell
Right, and then that
is
becomes,
happening?
That becomes the default sometimes. If you type it enough,
yes.
the bad spelling, the incorrect spelling becomes the default for what they think.
And it does, and then you got to break that nightmare. I would think a lot of times, and then it'll give you, and then you have to, X out of the word that's popping up. I'm like, no!
I hate that. Especially if you're using curse words. And I understand why curse words are going to come up as incorrect, because you don't want to accidentally send that to someone who doesn't need to be seeing that.
By the way,
or
though,
you don't intend to see that.
They should put that. They should put curses in, or allow you to put curses in.
Well, I mean, listen, you can if you wanted to. When you do like the abbreviated keyboard or whatever.
Yeah.
So
you can change ducking.
You can change ducking, or like if you just wanted to, like, okay, if I type the letters FFF, it's just going to turn into
Forget you, Dad.
Forget you, Dad.
It's going to turn into what?
Whatever you want it to be. So, like, for instance.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
So
you're setting up a code. Okay.
I send my wife a text every single morning, and it's the same thing. And when she's mad at me, she goes, "Oh, thanks a lot for doing the quick text." But if I just type in the letters I, that comes up, and it just says, "Good morning, I love you so much."
Okay.
You know what I mean? So you can do that, like if you typed, but it's
Lick my butt.
You can do a shortcut where, if you want to say F you, if you just type in the letters FF or FFF or whatever.
Where do you go to set that up?
You got to go to settings, keyboard, shortcuts.
Eat a bag of sticks.
But I do that for like my address, right? Rather than typing my address out every single time when I need to do that, I just type in the letters of my house or the numbers of my house, and my address comes right up.
That's cool.
By the way, here's a text that says, I use voice to text so often that sometimes I accidentally dictate punctuation when I'm leaving a voicemail. So they're like, hi, John, comma. And they'll actually say that leaving a voicemail.
I haven't gotten that bad, but I've done fairly lengthy texts with the speech app, and it works well.
Yeah.
But I mean, it does. You do have to be on your game. You can't slip up once, because if you go through a 3 or 4 sentence thing and you screw up, then you got to start from the beginning. You can't jump in again and fix the part that's wrong.
By the way, here's a text that says, hi, I wanted to RSVP for the ass licking party.
Polite.
Kathy, is there room left?
Stop it.
How did you beat COVID? Well, I used an unconventional treatment.
It's very unconventional.
The trick is finding a doctor willing to do it.
Casey, I think you saw the guy that's the president of that club down the shore this past summer. He had a big white truck, and is that on the back?
Yeah, I eat A.
Oh, that's right.
Oh, yeah.
33 WMMR.
Thanks, Kathy. Nick, question about our text board here.
Yes.
The person who posted the text, is their name above?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. All right.
I'm still learning it too.
So I got this text, and I believe this is from Steve Hibbs, and he says, Kathy, please let the listeners know about Brownsville Road being closed in Lower Southampton Township between Bristol Road and Old Lincoln Highway in Middletown Township. It's closed for the next 18 months. Oh, my God.
Wow.
I hope that is not
sounds fun.
a major part of your commute. We have an area by me that's been closed because of a bridge for 15 years now, probably.
Oh my
Okay,
gosh.
let me
They
ask.
just never did anything about it.
Because Gradyville Road by me was closed for a number of years because of a bridge, and it was a tiny little bridge, but there was a turtle that they were protecting.
Okay.
Oh my
and
gosh.
and that's why they weren't able to
Leave me alone.
Oh my
One
God.
turtle.
I don't want cars coming over here. Noisy.
It was basically a pipe that went underneath this little thing. It wasn't even like a bridge, really. But there was a protected species that they couldn't touch.
And that was its home.
Wow.
So may I bring up something? I was finishing the Morris Animal Refuge event on Friday night, which is wonderful, at the Simeone Automotive Museum. I'm leaving. I'm told there might be some issues. And so I go, okay, other people are reporting as they're leaving. Our friend Steve McLean was leaving as well. He gave us some information. So I said, best to switch to Waze right now, right? That's always up to the minute. And I'm hearing some reports because Waze says 76 is open and good.
Mm-hmm.
I got on 76. It was shut the F down. I mean, it was bumper to bumper and had been apparently for a while.
Well,
and I'm
they-
like,
they have-
how did Waze miss that?
It shouldn't have.
And that yet it was reporting correctly that there was a car off to the side disabled.
Well, where were you?
So over by where that Subaru dealership is off 76, the one that is right up that we talked about during the show, right at that area. Go back a little bit.
Was it like University, South Street
That
area?
whole area?
Yeah,
Go
Yeah,
in
it was.
that area.
It was shut down over the weekend.
Right, but I'm like,
But it's
there was nothing on Waze that was indicating that.
Waze. I said Waze did me dirty a couple of times. The same thing, and I don't know if there's like some sort of update I need to do or whatever. But I use the map now on my phone because Waze did that to me a couple of times.
Wow. I've yet to have it steer me wrong. Like I am faithful 100%.
Is there like an
Waze.
update or anything?
No, you know what? It only steers me wrong when there's like minor road construction on side roads.
Or turtles.
I'm a Google Maps guy, and I think they're related somehow. And maybe Google bought Waze or something at some point. I always forget. But Kathy, I'm the same boat as you. Like Waze is. I took it off my phone. I don't even use it anymore.
Wow. Yeah. When we were in Florida, I was asking you if you were using Waze or not, and you're like, no. I'm like, are you out of your mind?
Yeah. But the thing about Google Maps is they do a really good job of similar stuff that Waze did, and I'll get the little alerts that say, is there still a police car here? Is there still activity? Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because I'm a Waze reporter. Like
Yeah,
if I
you
see,
love Waze, I know.
If I see stuff on
You're
the road,
active.
I'm active. I make sure I contribute. We're all in on this together.
Have you downloaded Frampton's app, which is the I Want You to Show Me the Ways?
No, I have not yet. I'll have to.
It's really not good.
All right. Well, anyway, heads up on that. I missed a couple of shout outs last week. Apologies. I've been doing pretty good lately.
You've been phenomenal.
I'm gonna parse some of these out through the show. So this one says, "Hey Preston, my name is Matt Warren, and I'm hoping to get a shout out from my incredible mom, Denise Patagna." She retired March 28th and took a huge leap by starting her own ice cream truck company.
Wow.
Called Ice Cream Emergency. And I couldn't be more proud of her. I can never thank her enough for being the best mom in the world to me and my brother, Billy. And she's always been our biggest supporter. And now it's our turn to cheer her on in this exciting new adventure. We've been listening to you guys for years. You've been helping us get through some tough times and just wanted to send some love and appreciation your way. Thanks so much. And that's from Matt Warren. So here's the shout out to Mom. Good luck to you. Ice Cream Emergency.
It's a ballsy move.
Totally. Here's another one that says, hey guys, how is everyone? I have a birthday shout out request to one of my longtime besties, Nick DeCastro, Friday the 28th. If it is possible, I'd appreciate it. On a side note, a bunch of us are going to see Hidden in Plain View Friday night, and Grandeur Band is opening for them. Any of you going to that show? No, I don't think we did. Kind regards, Trina Hirschberger. So here's the shout out. And then I'll do one more, and then I'll get to my other late ones later. It says, good morning, my husband and I listen to you every day. This Friday, March 28th, is our 10-year anniversary.
10 years.
And we are just shy of celebrating our daughter, Parker's first birthday.
10 years, man! 10!
Her name is Kate, and she says, Kyle and I have always bonded over your show, and it's our go-to for our yearly road trips. And we greatly appreciate a decade-long shout-out in celebration of our milestone. Thanks and stay cool. And that is from Kate G. So here's the shout-out, and congratulations, guys. That's awesome. I saw this little story over the weekend, and I was a little bummed out about this because I love this guy. Bob the Hound Kelly had a farewell over the weekend at the Flyers game, 74 years old, and he is passing along his time for his role as a Flyers ambassador has now wrapped up. He's done with that.
Yeah, always love seeing him.
Oh, man.
Out and about.
And I love the ambassador role that they have for these older former players, and you see it in a variety of sports now. I think it is just, that would be the greatest. If you spent your time in a city and you
are revered.
Are revered as a player, you didn't even have to really be a star. Some of these guys weren't full-on stars that have gone on to be ambassadors, but they're good people. They hang around. You're delighted if you're at the game and you have a moment with them. It makes it, it moves things up a notch.
Couldn't agree more.
You know,
Bob scored the game-winning goal, the Stanley Cup winning goal in the 1975 Stanley Cup Finals against the Buffalo Sabres. And I don't know if I shared this with you guys before. I'm actually related to Bob Kelly.
What? No.
Yeah,
what?
My mom's maiden name is Kelly, and so my mom's great-great-grandfather was brothers with Bob's great-great-grandmother. So, it's several trees up or whatever, but we're distant cousins.
Nick, who had the issue with the cassette player?
That was on the other side of the family. That was my dad's mom. So I don't know if Bob's okay with cassette players or not.
We'll have to find out.
So they honored him over the weekend. I didn't see the details because the article that I was reading was leading up to the event, but they played Buffalo on Saturday. And of course, the role as ambassador was not only at the game, but that would take him to schools and clinics. And if Flyers, if they had an event, he was probably there and shaking hands and smiling and telling old stories.
Are they all still with us?
Of the 74, 75 teams?
Yeah.
No, they had an alumni game last year, and a few of those guys have passed away over the years.
Okay.
A lot of them are, though.
Yeah.
And it's cool to see them show up. They honored the 74 team at the alumni game last year. I like sharing this because it's painful. I was born in July of 1975. Casey was also born in July of 1975. Since Casey and I were both born, the Flyers have yet to win a Stanley Cup. So it's probably our fault.
Probably.
That was it.
By the way, just a little peek into his life and post-hockey, professional hockey. He owned a liquor store and a construction company and a sporting goods store.
Really? Nice.
And then he said, then Mr. Snyder called me. Snyder was joined that morning by former Sixer World Be Free and Dave Koski, who ran the marketing for the Flyers and Sixers. And the Hound said, well, what is this? And Snyder wanted Kelly to be the World Be Free of the Flyers. And Free had established himself at that time as the basketball team ambassador, regularly appearing at events throughout the area. And Bob was like, yeah, sounds like fun. I'll do it.
I'll do it.
Yeah. So Kelly said, you don't say no to Mr. Snyder. He said, I was happy that he saw enough in me that he felt comfortable in hiring me. And that's how it all started. And he ended up being a smiling face for the Flyers organization.
Yeah, absolutely. And I agree, Preston, going back to your previous statements about the how this is so cool, how it's so wonderful for the fans. And more sports should embrace it more vigorously.
Yeah.
Because, who, as you said, we're looking at him smiling and, during the event and all that stuff. Yeah. This means a lot. It means a lot to everyone. It's a win-win.
So he would go to clinics and help teach kids. I've saw him at tons of golf outings. Like that's a regular thing too.
He was a guest surgeon over at Penn a couple months ago.
No
yeah,
kidding.
Yeah.
Good for him. And that lucky person who won that on
just
the
took
table.
Your appendix out. Bob Kelly. The Hound?
He honored military members at the games and spread the gospel of hockey just like the Bullies did. And he said it's been a fun run. He said it's just nice to be a part of the Flyers. When you walk around, you're a part of the fabric of the city. And in this article I read, I love how it's wrapped up because this is what he says. He says, quote, I have stories. And that's what life is all about. And I'm like, you know what?
great, yeah.
That's pretty spot on.
So do you see years from now at some radio station, like, we have Preston and Steve, and
They'll wheel us in. Yeah.
Hey, where's the pudding?
Yeah. But we have stories.
We do.
We've got stories.
Yes.
And I was kind of reflecting on that over the weekend. I'm like, yeah, okay.
Stories.
Stories are, to some extent, a proof that you've lived a life that's worth talking about.
Well,
and,
Kathy
and sharing.
We were talking at spring training, Kathy, about the athletes. A lot of times, and more specifically, baseball players. Their currency is their stories.
Yeah.
The collection of stories.
Oh yeah,
and that's everything.
When we went to dinner with Brazier, the whole night was stories.
Yeah.
That's all it was. Everybody took turn with their stories, and that's what the night consisted of.
Yeah.
It sucked to sit there and go, I have no stories.
Yes, I have nothing.
I have no stories.
Tell.
Well, it's also hard to get your stories in when you're with someone like that who has so many stories.
Oh, John?
Yeah.
Oh, God.
And that are
yes.
tremendous stories.
Yeah, most definitely. So, Bob Kelly, man, I'm sure we'll still see him from time to time, but he has officially wrapped up that role as ambassador of the Flyers. But the great thing is they will, they'll do it. They'll continue to do it.
Who are they going to bring in
program.
next? I mean, I assume there are people. I mean, I don't know if you want to have 1,500 ambassadors at one time, but I mean, I assume they have a list of people that they want.
Like Joe Watson has been an ambassador.
Bernie does it.
Bernie does it.
Brad Marsh does it.
Oh my God, Bernie at the last Camp Out for Hunger. I was thinking about that yesterday. He shows up dressed as Santa Claus and just saying whatever he wanted to. Like we were ask him direct questions, and he would say, "Oh, I say to you, mister, that I don't want nothing to do." I mean, like he would just ramble on and just did not care.
So what are you doing for the holidays, Bernie? Hey, you don't need to cut your hair. You have none.
Yeah.
What? Huh? He had in his mind what he wanted to say, and he would just wait to speak and then say it. It didn't matter what you said prior to that.
We were cracking up.
I was thinking about a moment, speaking of stories yesterday, and I forget what the context is, so you guys are going to have to fill me in a bit, but there was a moment in time with Jose where he says, first of all, I'm not going to tell you that answer. Or something like that.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I'm not going to say any. I'm not
going to answer your question.
I'm not going to answer your question. What was, do you remember what the context was, Case?
It was a direct question, and it was a pretty easy one, almost like, so how have you been? I mean, it was like straight ahead as that, and he just goes, first of all, I am not going to answer your question.
like a practice, like a lawyer or something. Yeah, that is not germane to the topic.
And Kathy, when he did it, my facial expression, I was just like,
what?
I was like looking around like, did he just say that?
First of all,
I plead the fifth.
So anyway, but Bob Kelly, well, congratulations, man. I hope you create more stories.
Did finally get to retire?
Yes. Did you ever? Have you ever met from the athletic realm someone who blew you away in person, who you looked up to or anything? I mean, I've never had that moment. I think, Nick, you met Dr. J, right? Or
I met Dr. J when I was 9, and that was like literally larger than life and figuratively. I mean, like it was a hero, and I was a 9-year-old kid, Steve. So seeing him on a plane and then shaking his hand, and you share the story where anybody that's ever met Dr. J and you shake his hand, your hand disappears into his because it's just massive. I mean, professionally, meeting Eddie Vedder was just unbelievable. It was a hero growing up and still is. And so to be able to sit down and have some time with him, that was pretty damn cool.
I mean, there are legends that I have yet to meet, but they're also, because of what we do for a living, have been put in situations where, like, I cannot believe that this is happening right now. And I played golf. And it was in Barkhan's outing, and Mike Schmidt was in the foursome behind me. So I spent the afternoon essentially with Mike Schmidt. I got to chat with him from time to time. Like, the best part was that the guy that I was playing golf with, I was like, dude, Mike Schmidt's in the foursome behind us. And so he goes and starts talking to a dude with a mustache who was not Mike Schmidt, thinking that it was Mike Schmidt because Mike doesn't have a mustache anymore. And it was actually the original drummer for Bruce Springsteen's band.
Oh, okay.
I wish I could remember. But he played drums on Rosalita and stuff like that. That guy, whoever that guy was. But I'm like, he thinks that's Mike Schmidt, and that's not Mike Schmidt.
What was it like in the bigs? What?
What?
No, but for people to meet Bob Kelly, I'm sure is really special throughout the years, which is cool. So I wanted to pass that along. Something completely, totally different, though. Steve sent me over this article that I thought you guys might get a kick out of. And it has to do with couples and trying to find that spark in their life. And regular couples are apparently, according to this article, taking ethical non-monogamy to the next level by entering the adult industry as part of an X-rated experiment to enhance their marriages. A group of husbands have teamed up with adult website Wifey so that their wives can have sex with professional male porn stars on camera as part of a new trend called Hotwifing.
Oh, yeah.
Hotwifing.
Hotwifing, not hot pockets, Nick.
It's
hotwifing.
It's a modern take on cuckolding.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, which is when men let their attractive wives have sex with other men as they watch. So this sounds like the same thing.
It sounds like exactly the same thing. The one thing I didn't realize was that the end result is that your wife will be with an established porn star.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah. So one couple, Sienna and Logan, who have been hotwifing the past 2 years, they compare it to test driving a car, Steve.
No, I've test driven cars.
Logan said it's kind of like letting your friend test drive your car. He gets to see how well it rides. He's got to give it back, but it creates a sense of pride. You get a little taste of what my life is like, he said.
Wow.
It's not like letting Mario Andretti test drive your car.
Oh, that's true. If you're letting like a porn star.
Yeah. And then you
yes.
Then you finish on the back of the car. Yeah.
Well, I don't know about that. Sienna said it'll be really cool for him to see me with two hot guys just living my best life.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
So cool.
yeah, right?
That's
Kat,
just
I know
great.
you guys have tried
It's
this
just
out.
great, yeah. Oh, go, honey, go. That's amazing.
Yeah.
That's Miguel.
Another husband, Alex, said that he'd never done anything kinky until he met his wife, Rebecca.
Does any iteration of that at any level, any geometric progression have any interest? None, right?
To me, no.
And I don't. If that's your thing, that's fine. If you're happy, you're consenting, everyone's cool.
Yeah.
I don't get it.
Yeah, I agreed. Listen, there are all kinds of people in this world.
Yeah.
And to some,
there's a lot of cucks in the sea.
This is not only what they're into. This is like what they really, really like.
Yeah.
So Rebecca and Alex said that they eventually got into the world of hotwifing so that Alex could live out his fantasies of seeing one woman with two different men at the same time. Rebecca said, I think what this dynamic has brought to our relationship is just a whole other level of comfort and security.
Yeah, well, it's like Nick watching Cheers. He gets comforted by that.
Right. For some people, it's this. For some people, it's classic sitcoms.
I don't mind watching this type of thing if it's people I don't know at all.
No, it's fine.
Not my wife.
Yeah, exactly.
Is that my wife?
So she said there's
special guest, your wife.
She said there's really nothing.
I've seen people I know.
It's like the Love Boat, Steve.
Special guest star, your wife.
We've all seen people we know do this.
Yeah.
Have we?
We sure have.
Okay. Well, yeah, that's right. I did watch a video of her. Yeah. So Nick's pulling up pictures.
But that's
on
not
this
my
monitor.
wife.
Yeah.
Right. But it's somebody we know, I guess, is my point.
Yeah.
So she says there's really nothing like being able to share that experience with someone you love and knowing that it doesn't diminish what we have. It actually made me a lot stronger, and it's weird to say, but I actually love him so much more because of it. So she loves her husband so much more because he's letting her have sex with two really
keeps his mouth shut and watches.
well-hung guys.
What it statistically is the other way, where do women? I don't read a lot.
Want to watch guys?
Their husbands get it on with other women?
You know that exists.
I'm sure it happens.
Yeah, absolutely.
Percentage-wise, I wonder
I don't know.
Well, remember
if that breaks even or if it's,
who
a lot one way or the other.
who the comedian Nikki
Glaser?
Nikki Glaser, when she was here, remember she told us that she
Yeah.
would let her boyfriend be with other women and she wanted to hear about the experience.
Hear about it.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
She didn't
She
want
wanna
to
be
see
there.
it.
Right.
But she did want to hear about it, and it turned her on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Would you be okay with it if you didn't have to watch it and it was reenacted using hand puppets?
I'm having a hard time wrapping my mind around that, so let me get back to you on that.
It could hurt. It could hurt.
Which, by the way, if this is your thing and you want to talk about it, you can text the word Zoom
No
to
judging.
610-660-9333 and tell us a little bit about it if you like. By the way, Alex, I think, was that her name? She said sex and love are two completely different things.
If it's done right.
Another couple, Danielle and Richard, are pushing the envelope even further by having Danielle sleep with 5 men, all while wearing her actual wedding dress, Kathy.
Richard.
Okay.
Yeah. Now, to me, that's the real pushing of the envelope is renting a hall.
Well, yes.
And catering it.
Boy, and getting the dress cleaned.
We can't get this out.
So
why did you go with taffeta?
Listen to his quote in this, though. Listen to this. And he uses this word. He says, I'm going to see her defiled in a way that I've never seen her defiled before. In her wedding dress to add to the defilement.
See, he's really stressing defile.
Yeah, the word
and
defile
is not a word I would apply to someone I loved.
Word is defile is
it's debasing. It's debasing. It's negative.
Yeah.
You defiled that.
Should be doing this willingly, and you know what I mean?
And she might be, but his fantasy is that he's witnessing her being defiled. You defile a toilet after a taco dinner.
This is
right, yeah.
That's the word you would use to describe that.
Yeah.
I defiled it.
Have you guys ever done like a deep dive on random kinks and kink shaming?
Random kinks? No.
To me, this is
Not
a random
deep dive. No.
To me, this is a random kink. This is one that I'm learning about as you're talking about it, right?
Yeah.
But I really find the human psychology behind it fascinating, and I've tried in my life as I've gotten older to not kink shame. If this is something that turns somebody on, even if the word defiling is involved, which is not for me. But it is for them, and like the separation of sex and love is also a fascinating one. It is. A lot of people are able to do it. Some people's emotions get wrapped up in it, which is also understandable.
It's fascinating because it's tough for a lot of people to wrap their mind around.
Absolutely.
And therefore, it's like how there are a lot of things that are fascinating in that sense.
If you're consenting and it makes you happy, and that's what you do, and you're
nobody's getting
adults
hurt,
and no one's getting hurt. Yeah. And I can access it for a subscription fee. Then I am totally down with it.
Yeah, so the word defile kind of it muddies things up a little bit because, Nick, to answer your question, if I sense that somebody is an unwilling participant, then I'm not down with that at all, right?
No, should you be?
And I don't, but so when you use the word defile, it makes it seem like somebody is unwilling.
Well, it depends on how you use it. You could say, put these papers in defile cabinet.
Dude,
then I'm down with that.
Are you serious?
Yeah. Defile cabinet.
Right? Then you're using it safely.
But, Casey, there may be, like willing participants may say the words like, treat me like the bitch that I am.
Yes.
And stuff like
I
that.
say that all the time.
And they want to be treated that way.
I don't kink shame that, but I can't, I'm not down with it.
I hear you.
Yeah.
Don't kink-splain.
Yeah. I'm not kink
Don't kink-splain, kink
Stick
shame.
that in defile cabinet and we'll talk about it later.
Gotta ask Denise and DeNephew about it.
So anyhow, he had said, I just love the pristine wedding dress. Beautiful girl. My own wife just destroyed.
So, wow. Let me ask you.
Destroyed.
And part of the deal is this. Isn't it sometimes a case where you hold on to your wedding dress for your...
Oh, for your child?
Right.
Possibly.
Sweetie, I'm going to give this to you. I'm going to say some of those stains are going to be a bitch.
Oh, my
Wow.
God.
He said, he continued on, said, so every time we do this hotwifing situation, it's just a building block of love and trust.
Wow.
It keeps getting stronger and stronger and stronger. He said, so we're going to strengthen our relationship, and I'm going to get some entertainment and adrenaline from the defilement. There he goes again.
Man.
So when you are a cuck and you are sitting in the room and you're watching, can you have movie concession snacks? Or is that considered inappropriate? Would you sit there with a box of snow caps and some popcorn?
Yeah, I think that really just depends on who's in the room.
Okay.
Yeah.
And maybe she enjoys that. I don't know. Watching you
Eat
get your
those,
snack
eat those
on.
snow caps, bitch. I always think of Hulk Hogan and the and that whole thing. And that was a cuck situation, wasn't that?
Oh, yeah.
It was Bubba the Love Sponge, right? And that was
his wife.
but Hulk did not know that he was being
filmed.
That's my recollection, but that was what was happening.
Yeah.
I try not to think about that one. I try to move on in my life.
Remember the
We
audio?
had the full audio of it, which was crazy.
And he had just eaten?
He had just eaten because he kept going on. He's like, oh, I feel like such a pig. I think he was using that as an excuse just to get the hell out of there.
Oh.
I honestly think he was ready.
uncomfortable.
I think he wanted to. I think he got his deed done and he wanted to get the hell out of there. And I think he was using. I got to take crap right now. Rips off his shirt. Rips off his pants and takes a dump.
Right here. Brother.
So one of the most notable participants who take part in Wifey's experiment is former Colorado Sheriff's Deputy Shannon Laughlin. Shannon was forced to resign from her position of 21 years in law enforcement after her side hustle as an adult star was discovered. Now performing professionally under the stage name Lorraine, and that Rain is spelled R-E-I-G-N, L-O-R-R-E-I-G-N.
Very clever.
The ex-deputy is having sex with adult star Jax Slayer.
Jax, Dragon Slayer.
While her husband of 12 years, Anthony, watches and records all the action on an iPhone.
What was her job, did you say?
She was a cop.
Oh, all right.
I remember this story.
She was a sheriff's deputy.
Yeah.
She said, we hope that we are able to provide insight into the hot wife lifestyle and show that a couple can remain deeply in love and play stronger together even when there are experiences with other partners.
So we have a picture of Jax Slayer.
Yeah.
He has an IMDb.
Dude,
apparently he was in
up.
Yeah.
Wow.
He was in Monster Truck Press.
He was in Monster Truck?
I didn't know that.
So she said it's all about trust, communication, and shared experiences. We're just like any other couple.
Except we go through a lot more drop cloths.
We simply decided to embrace this part of our relationship.
What job could you maintain? Teachers probably out. Cop, I'm guessing out. But like if you were
Youth counselor.
an administrative assistant or
Publicly known
accountant. I don't even like.
How about Flyers ambassador?
If you got, what job would you be deserved to be fired for? Like, I could see how an administration would have an issue if a teacher were to do this on the side. It would make sense to me. But if you were just doing this in your private life away from work, should you be able to keep a job?
I think you should. If this is your private thing and you're doing this is what you do. There was the story of the woman who was, by all accounts, involved in the PTA and was visible. She was just simply had an OnlyFans.
OnlyFans, and she advertised it on her car.
Right.
And so when she would come to pick up the kids, there were parents that had an issue with that.
I think otherwise, if it had not been for that bumper sticker, no one would have known.
Probably,
except for the principal.
Yeah, so that's a good question, Nick. I don't know. I mean, somebody working at Wawa is probably okay.
Yeah, right?
Yeah.
What about somebody down the hall here? What if it's Matt Cowper?
Who is it?
Oh, my God.
Probably.
I'm going to defy you. This is going to be so sick. By the way, there's got some gift coupons for you here. I'm going to pay in trade.
Get ready to shoot.
I'm going to shoot all over you. I mean, not technically, but because I'm kind of sick.
Matt Cowper.
Oh, Cowper's in
Porn
shape.
star. He is in great shape.
He's a family man.
good-looking guy.
He's a good man.
He's a good-looking dude, too.
Yeah.
He could get away with
He
it.
absolutely could.
You think so?
I think so.
He's not a bad man.
See, Pacino agrees.
I'm not finished.
And we know Matt knows he's up to the task should he have
Sure.
to
Yeah.
dive into that world.
He'll tell you all about it.
I'm sure.
All night, every night. Now you sound like a
Charlie
fucking
Sheen.
Sick. I want you to meet my friend Matt. It's a pleasure to meet you.
Mercury
you guys into
surfboard.
some hot wifing?
But I mean, listen, that term "hot wifing," this is already it's already
cuckolding.
cuckold. That's
It's
already
cuckold.
what
That's
it is.
exactly what it is.
So there's a new label that comes up all the time to rebrand stuff like this, and
Why not call it Doritos?
get you talking about it? So,
But
that's
usually
what it
it's all on an amateur level, like when you're researching.
So there is a subsection.
Yeah.
Nick, you talk about how there's all these aspects, kinks.
Yeah.
Humiliation cuck, which is where you are where the word defile is probably used a lot more.
Well, humiliation, wherein the woman is having sex with another man and the whole time is looking and saying to him what a joke he
We need
is, how
eggs.
ridiculous this is. I got to pick up eggs on the way home. No, but just talking about what an embarrassment you are.
Yeah.
And some, for whatever reason, these guys enjoy that type of humiliation.
I was watching an interview with a psychologist, and she was talking about, a psychiatrist, I don't know, men who have a lot of power.
Yes.
Yeah.
Like to
especially, yes, like to be dominated upon.
Like to be
submissive.
So in their normal daily travails are exerting all this power and influence.
Yeah, they're
and
dominant.
they like to be subordinate.
Yeah, in their real life, they're dominant.
Yeah.
And so therefore to almost adjust or to compensate, they want to be subordinate
right.
in this secret life.
Do you know anybody who's into the, not do you know anybody who's into the baby thing, the infantilism?
No.
Yeah.
No.
What about anyone here?
don't know
anyone at
anyone.
work here? You ever see show up in a diaper?
And Antes is into it.
Jim Antes.
Stop. Don't do that.
God damn, this safety pin caught my side.
I only say that because Jim has a great sense of humor.
Jim does have a good sense of humor.
And I never say that about him in real life.
Hell of a Yoda impression.
Jim pretends to be Yoda, a baby Yoda. He's Grogu.
Wipe my ass, you will.
My butt does.
Powder my ass, you will. So infantilism and Yoda.
Yodaism.
Listen, is it Rule 39? Is that what it is?
I think so, yeah.
If you can think of it, there is a kink.
So, in fact, the kink was actually the first part. The original script of Field of Dreams, if you build it, they will come, had a wholly other connotation.
Totally different.
Yeah.
34, Rule 34.
Rule 34.
Yeah.
Sorry about that. 39's
These are 5 more.
Totally different. All right. Anyhow, I just thought it was interesting, worth sharing this morning. All right, we should take ourselves a break. When we return, if that wasn't weird enough, we'll get to some bizarre file stories. How about that? And we do have some guests on the program. I'll bring you up to speed on all of it in a little bit. But we'll be back in just a second, so you stay right there.
Preston and Steve.
Like, where are you going with this one?
All right. Well, that sounds like it was fun for the recipient, Kathy.
Yeah, that was super fun.
that took place.
Well, maybe you'll see them in some sort of professional function, you know.
Much, Kathy. Well, if you guys didn't know, Kathy had the Rona. She got past it, but there are some lingering effects, and a lot of people have dealt with this lack of taste thing.
Would it be safe to say that it licked her ass?
I think it licked her ass. Now, if you don't know about that, she had texted someone that it kicked her ass and accidentally typed in licked her ass. And this wasn't a close personal friend either. It was
Not
more
really.
of a casual relationship. And
I love it.
took it to another level. But so your sense of taste, at what point? Because listen, when you get a cold, when you get the flu, it's standard that happens, but it doesn't linger afterwards. So did this happen at the onset of symptoms, or did this happen later on?
No, so I was like a few days into having COVID, and I started. I had congestion too. So sometimes, like you said, like if you have congestion, you have a cold or whatever, like taste won't be there. So that's what I kept telling myself. I was like, no, I think it's that, because there was like a little bit still there. So I'm like, maybe it's just the congestion, like normal, and I'm not really losing my taste. No, and then flash forward, now we're a few weeks in, and my taste is, I would say my taste is like 0 to 10%. I don't know. Maybe today I'll see. I thought maybe at one point it was coming back. I had yellow mustard. I told you guys this, but I don't know if it was like whatever. I don't know. Whatever.
You don't know if it was like the spices in the mustard,
right,
that,
exactly.
as opposed to its actual flavor.
Yeah.
It's like, it's nothing you would be able to compare it to in life. I mean, it's such
So
a unique
weird.
thing to have happen.
Yeah.
And so for the most part, people have what they call the long Rona, still even they eventually get their taste back, but it can be a while.
God,
I've seen stories of people that have gone like a year without having taste. My grandmother, this was a long time ago, went years a loss of taste.
Is that right? What
and
caused
then
it?
it just came back.
Right.
I don't know. We never found out.
And now she's a food critic.
No, she's dead.
Oh, okay.
But anyway, she couldn't taste anything. And then it just came back around one day.
What's weird here, and not to like sound too alarming here, but there is something cerebral going on there, which is like a little bit scary, don't you think?
So I heard a doctor talk about it and why, and it all stems from the nose and like the blood vessels that are in the nose.
The nose.
And again, I just watched like a quick video, so hopefully that's accurate. But that's what he was saying, and like my sense of smell, I think I have a little bit of it. Like I would say maybe like 25%.
Like if I stick my nose in something, I might be able to identify.
Well, they go
it.
hand in hand.
Yeah.
I mean, so your olfactory senses inform your taste to some degree. I don't know what the percentage is.
Hey, if you were going to lick someone's ass, now is the
Yeah.
time to do it.
No,
This is the time to
want
do it.
We can give away mixed martial arts
do
tickets.
it.
All right, so what we've decided to do, and actually it was Kathy's idea, we're going to do a taste test this morning of some various things and see if she can identify. Now they have various consistencies to them, so that might be a clue into what you might be tasting. But nonetheless, we want to see if you can identify. And some of these things are very strong flavors. You know, we're not throwing anything.
All right.
You're not going to taste anything effed up. We're
Yeah,
not
like
doing
toilet water.
Yeah, we're not doing it.
You wouldn't
It's
know what
all
that tastes
legit.
like anyway.
It's all edible, and
Or
you'll
like,
be fine.
Is there a
foot
chance?
shavings?
Yeah,
None
foot
of
shavings.
that.
No,
Is
nothing
there a
gross.
chance that this might, because of the wide variety to her palate, is it possible this might kickstart your taste back up?
Ooh.
Possibly?
Listen, I also read a lot about that. People trying to do that using like pepper, and there was another thing where if you like burn an
burnt orange.
peel,
Carter told me about it yesterday. He's like, "Ooh, there's this thing," and I saw it, and I was like, "Really?" And he goes, "He goes, hang on." He looks at me, and goes, "Oh, it's not real. Never mind."
Not real.
Yeah,
like people were trying it, but there's no scientific evidence that it works.
All right.
hang on. Let me go to Steve real quick. Steve lost his taste. Hey, Steve, how you doing?
Hey, how you guys doing?
All right, buddy. So, did you have Corona?
Yes, last year.
Okay, and how long has it been since you've been able to taste anything?
Over 400 days.
400 days.
Now, Steve, let me ask you a question because you're not necessarily eating for taste anymore. Have you lost?
I am anger eating.
Yep.
Yeah,
Anger eating.
All right,
I
so
get
have you lost any weight as a result, or nothing's changed?
You know what? Everybody says, "Oh, you must have lost so much weight." I lost some in the beginning. In the beginning, I lost a lot. But as time goes on, I'm just anger eating. I'll buy Reese's cups and I'll be like, damn it, I'm going to taste these Reese's cups. And I don't.
Steve, do you feel, and you're like constantly searching for it, right? Like you constantly, you're like, okay, let me try this. Maybe there'll be a little bit there.
Yeah, and the only thing is I have had twinges of, like if somebody has like a lemon cookie or a lemon cupcake, I might get like the taste of lemon with the first bite, and then everything it's gone. Like there's just nothing.
Steve, so this would not affect though your hunger, right? Hunger is.
Oh no, of course not.
Yeah,
of course not.
Yeah,
that's the best part of the whole thing. Yeah. You still have to eat. You just have no joy in any of it. I always say it's like Captain Barbossa in Pirates of the Caribbean. They just want to watch Keira Knightley eat because they have no joy.
Right. They can't experience. Well, but look. I mean, statistically, it you should get a return, and there's no guarantee it's going to be anytime soon. But man, my heart goes out to you.
I've tried the other things. Like my wife has been getting me to try this smell therapy where you smell coffee grinds, you smell oranges, you smell.
But they say that takes like years to actually kick in and work because it's supposed to be like based on your memory.
Yeah, it's really weird. And then I eat things because like pizza. I know what pizza tastes like,
right?
So I eat it. But like now I'm more concerned with like texture. So I'll eat things that like I always want nachos because nachos have crunch, they have sauce, they have But December 9th, 2020 was my my last day.
All right, man. Steve, were you vaccinated?
Yeah, and boosted.
Okay.
Yeah, but that was all after. I mean,
I know there's connections to any of this stuff. All right.
Yeah.
Dude, I feel for you. Hang in there. Hopefully it'll come back around.
Preston, what about you, man?
If I lost my sense of taste,
forget it.
I would be so upset.
It's so weird.
I find so much joy in eating. But I mean, I guess you. Wouldn't you switch to a healthier eating habit if you don't
I'm pretty healthy. You're pretty healthy too.
Yeah.
So it's not like you're going crazy.
Right.
But like,
so
why
I
eat
eat
ice
very
cream?
healthy. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Because of the texture.
The little treats.
Yeah, but it's the texture. Like Steve said, you're constantly searching for something. So like, you could sit there and eat healthy, but it's like you like. So for me, melted cheese, that texture.
Does that give you pleasure?
Yes.
Okay.
So
right now,
it's like-
because I can't taste anything.
Like zero sugar ice cream. And stuff like
can't you
that,
find something that like is
approximate it
that
the
approximates
texture.
the texture and that is not
Putty?
loaded
Yeah,
with
Case, you could.
yeah.
Those are great putty.
Amy said she did the orange chicken at work.
All right.
Oh, well, if this is the case, then we need to do this after the contest.
Yeah, we'll try.
Get an orange.
I would love to go to these calls, but listen, I want to go through this and see if she can identify these things or not. So let's give this a try. We're going to be drinking things, by the way. We're not going to be eating.
Oh my God, she's lost her sense of
dead.
balance.
She can't stand up. You okay?
Tripped over her own headphones.
I had to move, and I tripped over my headphones.
Okay.
Oh, the headphones.
So we have all grabbed some things from our cabinets and refrigerators and brought them in. And oh yeah, I have the sheet here. Don't look over here.
Yeah, don't look.
She's not wearing her glasses.
She's getting blindfolded. She's blind and no taste.
And Marissa, are we putting the mask on her or no?
We're putting because
it covers up her nose.
Exactly.
So we have a
But
full.
I do want to try to smell it afterwards. If I
mask.
can't taste it.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah, we'll figure this out.
This is a legitimate. Should we be wearing goggles and lab coats?
So here's what we'll do. Marissa has put all these in numbered cups, little shot glasses, and Kathy's going to sip it, and we'll just have her guess. And I've got the list here, and then I'll reveal what it is, and we'll see if she gets anywhere near it.
The password is.
Yeah.
So do you want me to put these goggles on?
Do you want to eliminate the smell as well fully?
I mean, listen, I can sip it. If you hand it to me, I can sip it without smelling it.
All right.
Because I want to see if my sense of smell is there or not afterwards.
All right, let's leave him off as long as it doesn't tip you off. So, Marissa, give her number one. We'll start with us. We can go in order. This is a good
Marissa, I don't know where you are.
order that we have, and she'll
Okay.
she'll put it in your hand. Okay.
and I can smell it.
Do you know where your mouth is?
Shut up. All right, are you guys ready?
Yeah, take a sip.
Don't smell.
All right.
And see
I'm
what
not
you
going to
think.
smell.
You can shoot the whole thing.
Don't smell.
Probably don't drink the whole thing. You need to save some room. Okay, so you getting any sensation?
Something. It's like, yeah, it's not water.
Okay, not water.
It's I want to say like a I want to say sauce, but it's not that thick, so
Okay.
it's not a sauce. But that's what I'm getting. Like I would something like a pasta sauce or something.
Pasta sauce. So she's guessing pasta sauce.
Okay, and what is it, Preston?
It's a sauce.
Wait. Let me smell it. Hold on.
Okay.
Oh, she just spilled it on her sweater. She just spilled it on the carpet.
Mackle farts.
You picked the wrong one to spill, too.
Yeah, you did. That's going to stain.
All right, get her sweater quickly. Kathy, take your top off quickly.
I'm sorry.
No, it's not your fault. You're legitimately handicapped.
Guys, I have to touch the boob.
Marissa, let me clean her.
By the way, go on YouTube now if you ever wanted to see Marissa feel up Kathy.
Oh, my God, dude. Now go a little slowly.
I almost have it out. There we go.
Oh my God.
Preston, can you smell it on that side of the console?
No, not from where I'm sitting now.
Because I absolutely can, and the smell is very distinct.
Can I guess now?
Yeah, what is it?
Smell Is it hot sauce?
No, it is not. Kathy, that is soy sauce.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so that's way off. Not
Yeah.
even clear.
And by the way, she took a sip. Like most people would go, "Whoa!"
Yeah, it's soy sauce is very strong. It's very, very salty.
All right, wait.
And you could only handle a little bit of that straight, but she shot quite a bit of it. Yes.
All right, I can't see, so I don't want to spill it again. Marissa, where's my water?
A little bit.
All right, here we go.
Oh my God!
I need a sip of water.
Helen Keller had it
Okay.
together.
Let's go with number two. Don't spill this one either.
You can do it.
There's the microphone is right in front of you, so don't hit it. All right.
Don't tip it or tilt it.
Take a sip of this and see what you think. All right. So, by the way, Kathy's lost her sense of taste. Let's see. We're testing this out on her, and if you're just tuning in, that's what we're doing.
Right.
A little thicker, isn't it?
Thicker and sweet.
Okay.
Oh, so sweet you could determine.
Yeah.
Maybe.
I honestly don't know what it is. I know it's sweet, and by the texture, I'm gonna say maybe like you put it. What the hell is it called?
Chick Jill?
The chocolate that you put on ice cream, like a
Hershey's?
Like a chocolate syrup?
yeah, like a chocolate syrup.
She got it right.
Whoa!
Kathy, lucky you that one of the things you can taste is chocolate syrup.
Honestly, if you're going to lose anything, and keep one thing, keep your ability to taste chocolate.
Did the texture help with that?
Yeah, I think. Well, that's why I think I was able to get it.
But you definitely picked up on sweet. And you know why you probably could? Because you just had really, really salty before that.
Right before it.
Okay, let's go with number 3 and try this one out. A shot of this one. Yep.
Jinx.
All right. We'll sip of this one. Oh, wow.
Oh.
Like this one. Strong reaction from this.
Oh what the hell is that?
Wow. So a big reaction.
Like it definitely triggered something.
Like prom night?
No, like some sort of taste buds in my mouth, but I have no idea.
Just describe. So
What it is.
sweet, savory. What is the reaction?
No, like vinegar maybe.
She's right.
But here's the thing,
It doesn't taste
3 WMMR.
By the way, and I hope I'm not sharing too much, you mentioned that naloxone, the spot you just did there, Kathy. I went home the other day, and there was a box of it sitting on our counter at home, and I'm like, why do we have Narcan in the house?
Why not?
And, well, no, it was because Rochelle was prescribed something with an
opioid?
An opioid in it. And they wanted to have it I was like, oh my God, really?
Preston, I just had this conversation with a friend of mine on Friday night, and same thing. She had surgery on her foot, and I got some pain pills to take home after the surgery, and they gave her Narcan.
Yeah.
I was like, and sometimes her stories are like fabricated, so I was like, really? But it's so funny.
All
things
right,
saying this
all
now.
right, I'm a junkie.
No, but it was I'm like, naloxone is Narcan, right? Like I saw it, and those two things, hit in my head. I'm like, why do what is there something you want to tell me?
But it's also great on steak.
But it's not a bad idea for people to have. In fact, my daughter was going to college, we weren't worried about her needing it for her, but to have it just in case somebody on her floor.
And it's not, is it relatively inexpensive, correct?
Don't know. Not really sure. All right. All right. So anyhow, side note there.
Enough
just
of
wanted to touch on
Narcan.
that. Two quick things before we get into the bizarre file. Number one, after the bizarre file, we have a quick guest on to promote an event that's coming up where we need talented high school musicians, right, Kathy?
Yeah, kids.
Okay, kids. And so if you are in that realm, stay with us through the bizarre file because this might be a really cool thing for you. And I told you I need to catch up on shout outs because I was running behind. So let me get these quickies here.
Good.
This one is from Michael. His last name is spelled Wogton.
Smith.
No. Walton, I guess the J is silent, or it might be Wajton. I'm not really sure. But anyhow, says, hey, President Steve Gang, if you could take a moment, I'd love to ask for a shout out for my daughter, Allie, whose birthday is on March 30th. She listens every day and turned us into full-time listeners.
Nice.
And she made us go to the Thanksgiving Day parade last year, despite the crappy weather, just to see you guys.
Oh, we're honored.
Thanks from Mike and Linda. So here's the shout out for you.
That's so cool.
And let's see. Then I have one that says, hey, President, I'm hoping you can give my brother Matthew Summers a big shout out for his 50th birthday, March 29th. Big fan. Listen to your show daily when he lived in Philadelphia. Now he continues to stream you guys every morning in Columbus, Ohio. And I wanted to do something extra special to celebrate. And I think a happy birthday from you will make his day. That is from Amy Harter. So here's the shout out. And happy birthday to you, Mr. Matthew Summers. And thanks for continuing to listen to us in Columbus. And then the last shout out, and then we'll move along. It says, Dearest Preston, please send my MFer husband a big, juicy 3 years overdue shout out for his birthday on March 29th. There it is. Be new. You happy? Okay, so I guess that's to him.
It's a code for hotwifing.
And it says his loving wife, Leslie. Oh. So here's the shout out for you. All right, now we can get to some bizarre file stories, folks. Here we go.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Bizarre File this morning brought to you by Sequoia Outback. You can stop in for their annual Spring into Sequoia sale, which is going on now, Route 309 in Hatfield, or at decksupplies.com. You can experience the ultimate in outdoor living at Sequoia Outback. An Arab American fashion CEO has filed a lawsuit against American Airlines after allegedly being forced to endure a harrowing in-flight ordeal during which a male passenger pleasured himself beside her for nearly an hour while crew members allegedly failed to intervene.
So where are you going?
So Neil Esharif, a prominent New York-based businesswoman and founder of a luxury vegan leather brand, Mela, was traveling in premium economy on the transatlantic flight from JFK to Milan. And the airline, according to her, failed to take appropriate action when she reported the incident instead of offering to relocate her to economy.
Come on.
El Sheriff said, recognized as one of Forbes 30 under 30, alleges that The male passenger, referred to as John Doe in court filings, began acting inappropriately after consuming several glasses of champagne. She noticed him grabbing his groin area and rubbing his genitals through his pants shortly after the cabin lights dimmed.
Come on.
The fashion entrepreneur said she froze in her seat and began to panic. Her complaint states the man continued for approximately 60 minutes.
An hour?
Without a
spanking it?
single crew member walking through for the premium economy section.
I think at a point you'd chafe up.
After the man finally ceased, El Sharif said she left her seat and approached a flight attendant, only to be met with indifference. A staff member allegedly told her, "There's nothing I can do," and proposed she move to a seat in economy class.
Were you to do that anywhere, you'd be arrested for doing that in public.
Even more disturbingly, the flight attendant is said to have remarked, men just do stuff like that.
What? Why didn't you help out?
Adding that her own husband also engaged in such behavior.
My husband pleasures himself on commercial flights all the time.
A statement which, according to the suit, deeply shocked and offended her. The airline staff allegedly failed to speak to the man in question or file a report about the sexual misconduct. The lawsuit claims the crew's response made El Sharif feel as though she was expected to endure such grotesque misconduct, perpetuating the dangerous notion that women should tolerate male predation as part of everyday life.
Tell you what, I'll give you a dildo and you guys can have a fight.
So she is obviously suing them, and we'll see where that goes.
How do you... That's why it's in the bizarre file.
Yep. A Wisconsin man faces felony charges after he was caught on camera pouring super glue into his coworker's can of Coke at their place of work.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
Super glue.
Joseph R. Ross was taken into custody after the coworker he reportedly targeted had spoke to police. On March 20th, a colleague identified as J.H. approached Wisconsin State Fair Park police officers patrolling the park's exhibition center and requested a private conversation. J.H. told the officers that roughly 2 to 3 weeks ago, she began to suspect that beverages on her desk were being contaminated by a chemical substance. J.H. was made aware of the contamination due to the strong chemical smell and taste and stated that upon consumption of those beverages, she became ill.
What would be the end result of drinking super glue dissolved in soda?
Can't be good, dude.
Yeah.
Moreover, she did not consent to anyone placing anything in her drink. Unsettled by those events, she set up a camera at her desk to record whether anyone was putting anything in her drinks and captured 34-year-old gentleman named Joseph Ross, putting a foreign substance into her soft drink.
When you walk away from your desk here, or would you listen? I know everyone. I'm comfortable where I work, but I'll hide the cup, or I'll put something over it, or I'm
no, not me, dude.
Yeah.
I leave this cup of coffee sitting out all the time, half
with
full.
coffee in it. And you'll drink it again.
I'll sip at it through throughout the day. Yeah, right. So they captured Ross putting the drink, the stuff in the drink. Footage literally showed him holding a brown and orange tube with a white nozzle and squeezing a liquid substance into a can of Coke. And Ross was also seen wearing clear latex gloves on both hands as he poured the substance into the can. Officers executed a search warrant at his office, and after searching a trash bag, they discovered a set of clear protective gloves wadded up into a ball. When they pulled the gloves apart, they found each contained an item. One glove contained a blue plastic cap. The other had a Gorilla Super Glue container.
Oh, man.
While officers interviewed Ross, he admitted to placing a supplement in the drink. And did not reveal a motive for his actions. He was charged with one felony count of placing foreign objects in edibles, which carries a maximum penalty of 3 years and 6 months in jail. Or a $10,000 fine if he is convicted. Yeah, you cannot do that. In Louisiana, an unusual visitor at Lawtell Elementary on Tuesday afternoon led school administrators to call the Wildlife and Fisheries Department during a PE class. Students and Coach Jordan Jason spotted a bobcat inside the gymnasium.
Really?
By the time we saw it, it was near the sports table, and then it ran upstairs through the door. Officials initially thought it was
Where's
a house
cafeteria?
They thought it was a house cat, but Principal Alcinda James initially didn't think much of the sighting. However, the Louisiana Department of Wildlife and Fisheries later confirmed that it was a bobcat.
Bobcats can get to be a decent size.
Yeah, once the sighting was reported, school officials quickly evacuated students from the gym, and no one was hurt. They searched the school, but They never found the bobcat.
Wow.
To aid in the search, the school has been in contact with 2 professional animal trappers who will set tuna baited traps inside the athletic room.
I know how to get this. I'll put out tuna.
Where the bobcat was last seen.
We're coming for you, bobcat.
The gym will remain closed until the bobcat is captured, and they will have PE in the multi-purpose room. All right, and then we will wrap up with one more quick story. Wilson Munoz Suarez, known to patients as Dr. Wilson Munoz, prominently advertised cosmetic surgery procedures and medical supplements on social media and his website, and was pictured smiling in medical scrubs, touting his more than 25 years of transforming lives. Well done! He worked at a surgical center in the heart of Miami's Little Havana neighborhood, but deputies said that he had no right to perform any procedures in Florida. He wasn't a licensed doctor.
Had he had any doctor schooling at all?
His arrest report lists his occupation as surgical assistant. Munoz was arrested at his home on Wednesday, but there's more to the story. Not before deputies said he tried to use his mother as a human shield. So an Orlando woman contacted Munoz in September after seeing him online, drove to Doral for a consultation. She underwent a cosmetic procedure a month later and recovered at a private home. Deputies said she tried to contact him in December about her procedure. After multiple failed attempts, she tried again to make the hours-long drive to confront him. And upon confronting him, she began to explain her concerns about her results and again physically examined the victim alone. An investigator wrote, when asked if someone else did the surgery, he admitted to performing the surgical procedure. And the meeting was captured on video recorded by the victim. Deputies said they confirmed that Munoz was not licensed in the state. Deputies went to arrest him, but they said of his subsequent actions would add a second felony and 3 misdemeanors. When they asked Munoz to step outside, he tried to close the door on them, leading a deputy to grab him. He said he proceeded to tense up and pull away. And then he put his elderly mother in a chokehold as he tried to use her as a shield.
So the only way out of this, I think, is if he gets her a gold rose from Mother's Day.
They said that he then grabbed his arms and stopped. They grabbed his arms and stopped him from harming her. And,
Sorry, Ma.
Deputies were eventually able to take him into custody.
You know I love you, right?
That is what I have in the bizarre file for you this morning. All right, we have a guest who we're going to talk to via Zoom. And Kathy, you got this set up, right?
Yeah, so Jace used to take like piano, drum, guitar lessons before COVID with Mike.
All right, so he is with Philly Sound Exchange and has a really cool opportunity to tell you about. So we're going to welcome Mike Schaller to the program this morning. Hey, Mike, how you doing, man?
Hey, guys, I'm good. How are you?
Good. Nice to see you. All right, so Philly Sound Exchange, can you tell us what that is exactly for those who may not know?
Yeah, so Philly Sound Exchange is a program where we bring kids from city schools and suburban schools together for music projects.
All right.
And kind of the idea was I had been working at a high school in West Philly and then teaching music camps and lessons and things. This is where I met Kathy out of my house in Glenside, and was kind of like, these kids are really the same while they're making music. They have the same frustrations when they're trying to come up with musical ideas, same excitement when they perform, but they're just in these separate spaces. And what would happen if we brought them together and made music together? So that's kind of where it came from. Kids are like setting up next to each other at science fairs or playing against each other in sports, but rarely have the opportunity to collaborate in this way.
I love that. So you're taking people from different cultures, different lifestyles, bringing them together with the common language of music and working together. That's a really cool thing, man.
Yeah, thank you.
And so,
oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, I'm going to say, so you guys, there are some events or an event coming up that you want to get people involved in.
Yeah, exactly. So over the last 3 years, we've been writing this musical, and writing a musical is really hard. It took Lin-Manuel 8 years to write Hamilton. And so we're kind of at the point now where we have this episode 1 that we're planning to take around to schools next year. We got an incredible director. I couldn't believe she said yes. Amina Robinson, who's a professor at Temple, is actually the first Black woman to win a Barrymore Award for Best Director of a Musical. Wow. So she's directing. And so we're casting right now. We're looking for kids age 14 to 21 to audition. They can send in a 1-minute video of them singing or rapping or dancing to either connect at phillysoundexchange.com or to our Instagram is probably the easiest, at PHL Sound Exchange. Just send a video in. We're going to be doing callbacks May 3rd at Temple University. So yeah, if you're a kid listening, if you're a parent listening, definitely hit us up on Instagram. It's probably the easiest way to get in touch and learn more about the project.
All right, so Mike, you're specifically looking for singers and dancers. Do they need to be able to do both, or are there other musicians that can qualify for this too?
Yeah, singers, dancers, rappers. We are going to have a live band too. So if you play an instrument, really rhythm section, horn section is what we're looking for. We have a bunch of that filled, but yeah, if you're a talented guitarist, bass player, keyboard player, drummer. We're also doing some master classes. So we have Trey Lambert, who is like Meek Mill's drummer, Lil Durk's drummer, Future's drummer, doing a session on Monday, April 7th. So if you want to come see what we're all about, that could be an opportunity to check it out.
So you kind of indicated that this is part one. Is this part of a planned trilogy?
Yeah, exactly. So the kids got together and they've written like 25 songs, but then they keep graduating every year, which is the problem with working with high school kids.
Yeah.
So we kind of put together this Act 1 as a way to be able to go into schools. The schools probably aren't going to be able to have us come in and do a 2-hour full musical. So we were like, let's make it into an hour. It's going to be an interactive performance where there's like talkbacks with the characters in character, having conversations with the audience. And then, so we're trying to recruit new kids to kind of write Act 2 after we go through this first round of school performances.
So you're saying it took 3 years to do this, and Hamilton took 8. What a loser Lin-Manuel Miranda is.
You know what I'm saying?
What's the time frame to have a full production ready to go?
So we're doing an intensive summer program. So August, we should be ready to start putting it on stages. We're booking for the fall right now. So we've been talking to a bunch of different schools, a bunch of different venues, and it's looking pretty good for the fall.
So we'll eventually do some kind of a small tour in the area?
Exactly, yeah.
Okay, that's
so if you're a school administrator and you're looking to have us come to your school and perform, we'd also love for you to reach out.
Okay.
On a second note, do you ever lead a safari through your living room? Because behind you, that is a lot of vegetation behind you.
I love my plants, man.
Nice. All right. So for those, should people look at Philly Sound Exchange on Instagram? That's what you're saying is the best way to reach out?
Yep. Yeah. PHL Sound Exchange on Instagram.
PHL Sound Exchange. Okay. Well, we will put the word out for you, sir. And it sounds like a great project. And it sounds like you're going to give some people a really cool experience, man.
Yeah. Really appreciate you guys helping me amplify it.
Our pleasure. All right, thanks, Mike. Best of luck, Philly Sound Exchange, and there's tons of talented kids in this area.
Yeah, and you
So
look for
really
that
cool.
break, your first experience. It's so cool.
Mike's, pretty talented himself. Obviously, he teaches these young kids, and that's how I met him. He did this really cool thing, and I actually am so sad that he doesn't do it anymore, but he did something called Garage Band. So Jace wanted to get into playing an instrument. It was, his first insight to it. And Mike would teach them current music, and he would have them all, basically he had his garage set up as a studio, and then at the end of the session, the kids would perform in his garage, and he called it Garage Band. It was awesome. COVID hit, it kind of went away, and then Mike started working on this project, and he does this, mainly now. So I'm kind of bummed that it doesn't exist, but he's really talented, and he's got some good ideas.
I like that idea of learning, or instead of sitting down and learning, how to read music, everyone learn how to play a song and build like project. You've talked about this.
Yeah.
Project-based learning. Yeah, that's the only way I really learned.
Rock band at Souderton Area High School. That's what they've been doing for the past several years. It's a unique and interesting way to introduce kids into music, as opposed to the just sitting down and learning how to read and write and music. That's a great way to go too, but there are other opportunities out there.
In 3 years, you'll play a song.
All right, we're going to take a quick break. We'll come back in a moment. A little later on, if you watch the show Bosch Legacy, we will have Titus Welliver as well as writer Michael Connolly joining us. We'll be back in a moment. Stay put.
Preston and Steve.
It's
the guess is the way
So,
it made me feel.
You probably got a little tangy, sensation like you would
Yeah.
on your tongue, like mouth watering a little bit from.
Yeah, absolutely. But here's the thing: I'm smelling it, and I can't smell it either.
It was white wine vinegar.
But I could. Where's that? Is the hot sauce still? I mean, the FUD, the
chocolate sauce.
The FUD.
What about? I think she was gonna say fudge.
Like
The FUD.
so that I can smell. I can
Okay.
smell the hot sauce, but I can't smell that vinegar.
That's not hot sauce. It's chocolate sauce.
Sorry,
It's like,
chocolate sauce.
that's
Dear
what you would
God.
put on a chocolate FUD sundae.
Let's do the next one. We got to move through these. All right. So number 4, Marissa, if you would please. So she's gotten 2 out of 3 so far.
That's not
But
bad.
it was kind of guessing.
Well,
and not going, yeah, that is this.
You're right. It's a combination of cues that are helping her get to the answer.
All right, Kathy. This is another one.
All right.
This one's kind of thick too.
Pondering.
I don't want any more of it, whatever it is.
Okay. Yeah, that sounds about right.
Does it?
Yeah.
I think so.
You don't.
Okay, I have no idea what it is.
Do you ever watch Dr. Pimple Popper? No.
Oh my God! Stop it, Steve! Don't do that to me. Can I smell it?
Yeah.
Try it that
Yeah.
way?
Okay. So you don't have a guess.
Oh, no,
But
I-
smelling it?
No smell.
Nothing?
Nothing.
Okay. It's ranch dressing.
Oh.
Yeah, that's Hidden Valley ranch dressing. The goat of ranch dressing.
Yeah.
And by the way, you guys know my sense of smell and taste. Like
Incredibly acute.
normally, I would have
Yep.
been. I could do this in 2 seconds. All of it.
You were able to discern between water.
Yeah.
Types of
Different
water.
water. Seriously.
All right, next sample. This is number 5. Go ahead whenever you're ready. And this one this is very identifiable.
Okay. There's a little sweetness to this again.
Okay.
Maybe like I want to say a juice.
A juice.
Like apple juice.
Like apple juice.
She got it right.
Well, might.
And here's the thing: I'm smelling it too. I can smell the apple juice. I mean, is it safe to say that I can the sweet stuff? I
You're
can
picking up
taste
on
a little
sweet
bit.
You're
more
rocking
so
sweet.
than
Yeah.
anything else. Yes. And you know what? A text came in and says sweet is the last taste to be lost, even with aging. Like that's the one that we hang on to the most.
Okay.
Don't know if there's any validity to that or not.
Well,
but
this has nothing to do with aging. This
That's why
is
old people
only-
love pudding.
Yeah. All right. Here's the next one. This is mystery drink number 6.
Mystery drink number 6.
She's grimacing.
I know this one.
What is it?
I can taste it. Is it pickle juice?
You got it.
Wow. Kathy, so that is not sweet, unless it is sweet pickles.
No, I don't know.
And you don't like pickles, do you?
No, I love pickles.
All right.
Well,
so,
good for you.
So,
See, we're finding things that you'll be able to eat and
Yeah, yeah.
taste. That's
Kathy,
great.
that's awesome.
Yeah,
So
yeah, yeah,
chocolate
yeah.
and pickles.
We're curing her. You're pregnant. No, we're Preston, you're legitimately curing her.
We're getting somewhere.
We should set up an institute.
If you've had the taste issue, you should do this type of thing at home as well. You might find 1 or 2 things that stands out.
By the way, Kathy, though you can't see it, I'm wearing protective goggles.
Hey,
I had to take mine off.
you know what? And also the caller that we had earlier, though, Kathy had said that he could taste lemon for a moment.
Yes.
And then as he continued to eat, it would go away. So this is something you'll have to test with.
Why don't you forget the moose?
Oh, for a moment.
For a moment.
I got it.
Yeah, that
with
happened.
pickles.
That happened to my mom. She lost her taste for a really long time, and the same thing. She said it came back. She would eat, and she'd get it at the beginning of the meal, and then by like mid-meal, she couldn't taste anything.
Here's
so eat quickly.
Here's the next one for you. Let's try this. This is number 7. We have 15 of these, by the way.
All right. Not a clue.
Looks like she doesn't really like the way it tastes. Or are you just
I'm not
perplexed
like a
by
huge fan. I think it's might be on the sweeter side, but it's not as sweet as that chocolate sauce.
it? Okay.
Like a pudding?
Pudding. No, it is not a pudding.
Let me smell it. Hold on.
Okay.
What kind of pudding are you drinking?
Puddings.
I smell something, but I can't. I would say pudding again.
No, it is maple syrup.
Which would be something very sweet.
Mrs. Butterworth.
Not like pudding.
No.
Is it Miss or Mrs.? She married?
I think it's Mrs. Butterworth.
Yeah.
All right, good.
She's spoken for.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right.
Mr. Butterworth is an accountant.
Here's the next one. This is number 8. We're at the pretty much the halfway point now. Let's see if you can identify this. No reaction facially. I thought for sure I would see a facial reaction from this one.
Well, I mean, you should.
I'm going in again.
All right, this
drink
is
all of it.
It's a popular paint remover.
She shouldn't be able to say, I'm going to go again on this. No, I don't think so. Wow.
What do you think?
Wow.
I like it.
Okay.
I don't know.
I don't know.
Okay, wait,
Preston, so we don't know. Preston has the answers.
All right, she doesn't know, so you can take a sniff and now guess after smelling it. What is it?
Is it lemon?
It is lemon juice. It's straight up lemon juice. Normally, if one is drinking straight squeezed lemon juice, you'd be puckering up and going,
Kathy, you didn't do any of that.
Not even a win.
So that can't, Preston.
So she got that wrong. She could smell it, but she couldn't taste it.
That raises the question, that reflex.
Yes.
What causes that reflex?
It's a good question.
Well, let me ask. I'm going to show you guys. I'm going to try something. We're going to do a scientific experiment here. I'm going to drink this lemon juice, but I'm going to hold my nose.
Now, we've never met.
We've
right?
never. Well, we have met many times.
All right.
Many times. But I'm going to hold my nose so that way the smell part does it.
That's the way to do it.
It's still sour.
Like you made the face?
But your taste is intact.
Yeah, but I wasn't sure if like any of that stuff was.
Kathy drank it, and there was no puckering, no pursing whatsoever.
Like even with her drinking that, and I knowing what it is, caused my mouth to salivate a little bit.
Yes.
Because that's what
I'm a little engorged.
Your mouth will do. Well, that's great. All right, so here's. Okay, this will be interesting.
Oh boy.
This is our only solid of the day.
Oh God.
All right, Kathy, go ahead.
So wait, do I have to like?
Yeah, just stick your tongue in there.
Yeah.
Stick your tongue in there.
Stick it in.
Stick it deep in there.
Ew. What? I don't like that.
I'll give you a hint. It's not sand.
Yeah, like that. It's gristly.
Yeah.
Move your tongue around.
I have no friggin' idea.
No idea. Smell it.
I feel like it's probably a spice or something, but I have no idea.
But it should be very recognizable by taste, no question. Nothing when you smell it?
I'm trying.
She's not getting it. She would, and she's inhaling deeply.
You would know this in a
It's
heartbeat.
cinnamon.
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 Oh,
It's just
God.
straight up cinnamon.
No.
Yeah. Nothing. Even after you know, it doesn't you don't recognize it.
Not that one.
Okay.
The more you know.
If you're tuning in, Kathy lost her taste, and we're testing her on that. Let's do number 10, if you will, please. We're back to liquids now.
Okay.
Let's have a little sip-a-rooney and see what you get from that.
Is it alcohol?
Like rubbing alcohol, yeah.
No. That's all I
She's
get.
saying
It
alcohol.
doesn't taste anything, but I feel like maybe
Like vodka?
Like a vodka
Yeah.
or something like that.
Do you get a burn from it, or
Yeah, like a little burn.
Down your throat?
Yeah.
Okay, then that's why, because it's alcohol. It's vodka.
Oh.
So she can taste that it's alcohol, and I get that because as you, outside of the taste in your mouth, once it goes down your throat, you get this warmness, this heat.
Right.
So,
Marissa, can I taste that one just to?
Hey, Kath, a question for you then, because I know you like to drink wine and you're pretty particular about your wines. Will you just go buy the cheapest ones possible now?
Well, no. What's funny is because they'll probably give me a headache.
Yeah.
I was at my brother's house, and he knows what I like to drink, and he didn't have it, and I go, "What is this?" He goes, "It doesn't matter. Just drink it. You'll be fine."
Thunderbird.
Thunderbird. When friends drop by who can't taste anything, give them the cheapest crap you've got in the house. That's why I reach for the Thunderbird.
James Mason approved. All right, here's the next one. This is number 11. You should get something from this.
11!
Let's see. Ooh,
There's a reaction.
Kind of reeled
scowl.
back.
She actually did De Niro there for a second.
Yeah.
You talking to me?
Whatever it is, I'm not a fan.
Not so much.
Interesting that there are bad tastes that work through.
Nick, it's not a bad taste. It's like that vinegar feeling again. Like if you were-
Okay.
So I have no idea.
That makes sense for this. Do you want to smell it?
Smell
I
it.
smell it.
You can smell it.
Smell it.
Do you smell
okay.
something?
Yeah.
Okay.
She's doing De Niro again.
I don't like this. I don't know what it is. I don't like it.
It's Worcestershire sauce.
And you know what? I don't put that on anything. So
Okay. Not even in Bloody Marys? Well, it's already in Bloody Marys.
no,
usually,
I'm
so.
not a Bloody Mary fan.
Okay, all right. So no dice on Worcestershire. We've got 4 more to go.
4 more.
Here is number 12.
You've had a pretty decent degree of success, Kathy. At least your ability.
Well, the vodka one, I'm kind of only half giving to her because she couldn't identify it. You should be able to tell that it was vodka.
All right, a big scowl on this one. We don't. Preston's the only one who knows what this is. Preston and Marissa. So we're guessing along.
This gave the puckering again. I don't know what it is, but again, it's like triggering something in my mouth.
Take a smell. Take a sniff. You don't know. You can't taste it.
Vinegar.
Okay.
Wow.
But it's a very specific kind of vinegar.
Yeah, the kind that smells like feet.
Okay. It is apple cider vinegar.
It'll cure everything.
A shot of that every day, right?
That's what they say.
I should get my taste back after that.
Yes.
Right. All right, we have 3 more. This is mystery taste number 13. And let's see how you do on this one.
My stomach's going to be great after this.
I know, right? Fortunately, you're just taking little baby sips. So
you're going to be farting clouds.
All right.
Spending, get a reaction.
Spending some time with this one.
Okay. Not as much as a scowl from the Worcestershire. All right, so she's feeling it.
There's like something in it, some peppers or something.
Would you say Thunderbird?
It was like
93.3 WMMR.
Before we dive into any conversation, I'm now going to refer this past Saturday as last summer.
Oh my God!
Oh my God! It was gorgeous.
Wasn't last summer great?
Yeah.
The 24 hours of summer that we got.
I literally just sat outside.
Dude, that's what Rochelle and I did.
I just sat outside.
Like with no music, nothing. Just sat outside, and we just like 5 or 6 times said to each other, "We're like, this is so great.
Yeah,
this is just so great."
At any point, you go, yep.
You know what's funny is I had basically 2 different Saturdays because I spent the first half of my Saturday up in the Scranton area. It was a little bit cooler up there.
Oh.
And then when we got home, it was 85 degrees.
What were you
and
doing in Scranton?
Well, that's what we're going to talk about here. Yeah. It was my son's accepted student day at University of Scranton, so we went up there to tour the campus. Now, Seamus and I went up there in the summer to do a tour, but my wife hadn't been there. So, we wanted to go up for accepted students day. We didn't accept anything yet, but we spent the afternoon up there.
So just to clarify, when you say accepted,
actually morning, I should say.
They have been accepted by the school, and now you are going to go tour and determine whether you want to go there.
Yes.
Okay.
And so, for instance,
your son.
My son, yeah. So when we did this last year with my daughter at Michigan State, at the end of the tour day, we went into the gymnasium and she signed her letter of intent, and we left a deposit, and that day we guaranteed that that's where she was going to go. And we had that option to do that on Saturday as well. But there's still a few other schools that are, he's got a top 3. And
it's so funny because like my school was not, do you have the money? Yeah. Okay. You go.
Yeah.
There was no letter of intent. Nope. There was no, just standard stuff. So, but it's an elaborate process, it seems to be.
It really is. But what's really funny is, so my sister texted and she was like, "Hey, how was the accepted students day?" And I'm texting her back, and I'm like, "This is so funny that this is my meter of how the day went." I go, "Well, it was a good day. He wasn't miserable."
And no excitement.
No, and so he had a friend with him, and actually there were 2 friends, so he was kind of like self-contained. But I've done a few different college tours with this kid, and I don't want to say that he's miserable because he really is a great kid, but I will say that I am a walking embarrassment. You know what I mean? And I can't do anything right. It's like, why are you asking that? Why are you talking to that person? Why are you doing this? And Nick, I don't know if you had the same sort of thing when you were walking around and doing college tours with Ben.
Was he embarrassed of me?
Not embarrassed of you, but like...
No, I know what you're saying. I mean, like sometimes
disinterested.
Disinterested, yes.
Yeah, sometimes there's distance. Sometimes there's disinterest. When it's the opposite, you absolutely feel it, and you know when he's excited about something, and Sometimes I was surprised when he was excited about certain schools, and then I was also surprised when he was turned off by certain schools. So I know exactly what you're talking about. When you get that connection and there is that spark, you're like, holy crap.
Yeah.
And then when it's not there, you're like, yeah, that's pretty much par for the course.
So at one point, it was at the end of the day. My son wants to play rugby, so we went to go drive past where the rugby kids live, right? And there's a section of the, I guess, off campus that's called the Hill. So we were riding up the hill, and it was a beautiful Saturday afternoon. Preston, was last summer, and as we're driving up the hill, people were outside playing beer pong. At one point, I look up on a roof, and there's a kid just sitting on a lounge chair on the roof. I was like, yes.
That's it.
I'm like, that was, but I was driving slow so that my son could see everything. You know, I didn't want to race down the street. And he was like, Dad, what are you doing? He's like, you look like a cop. And I was like,
he said that?
Yes. He goes, you look like I was like,
oh, you've turned into the narc dad.
Right?
So that's the embarrassment.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm like, and when I think I'm a pretty cool dad. You know what I mean?
You're not. It's not you. It's just you're the dad. And you can never separate the fact from, like, you can be the coolest dad on the planet. You're still the dad. And there's always going to be that separation between what's cool and what's dad.
Yeah.
You're a liability until payment time.
Yeah. But I thought, like, I'm like, cool dad. I'm like, hey, let's drive slow down the coolest part of the tour.
Dad.
Dad.
Did you have your fancy pants on?
I
Fancy sweatpants?
I was wearing shorts. It was the shorts day.
Okay.
What are we looking at here? Pictures of
Sorry, I brought up University of Scranton.
All right. I was like, what is that? So I don't know. Do you get the same thing from your kids? Or
the coolness, because we're not doing the college tour thing, so I don't have that as a reference. But I'm always, listen, we had last night, my youngest, Caleb, had the final musical of the year. And so we had the pleasure of having the rap party at my house last night. And by the way, there's like 120 kids in this.
And you found out about it 7 minutes before.
I found out earlier this week that it was going on because the person initially who was going to have the party was going to do an all completely outdoor one. And then they were starting to call for some rain during the week. My youngest says, well, maybe my parents will let us do it. So,
and of course, you're like,
they talked to Rochelle, and there you go. So, but it ended up being a blast. So, yeah, we had like 75 kids come over to the house last night. It was actually a lot of fun. But I'm staying out of the way because I'm the dad, and
There's that point, right? And I don't have kids, but I know that is a standard thing, and it's not out of lack of love, but Modern Family did a great episode about it where, the Julie Bowen's running around with her daughter all day, and they're having a good time, and then she sees her friends, and she wants to, Mom, sink down in the seat, and she's like, I just spent like getting stuff. And so she goes, sweetie, it's okay. We'll go training bra shopping later.
Yes.
Well, this is a little bit different, but when I went skiing with Jace, I wore that purple metallic one piece that we got from Tipsy Elves. And I put it on, I showed it to him before we did Cardboard Classic. And he was like, you're wearing that? And I said, yeah. So then when we went skiing, I had it with me and I pulled it out of my backpack and started to put it on. And he was like, you are wearing that today? I go, you
it looks
bet
awesome.
I am. I go, this is amazing. He's like, you are so embarrassing. He's like, I don't want to go up the lift with you. Like, he was so embarrassed by the outfit. And I can't tell you how many people stopped me and said something. They were like, well,
that probably made it worse.
Probably. One guy was like, well, we're not going to lose you. Another guy was like, if I had my camera on me, I'd be taking pictures of you. Yeah, he was like mortified by the outfit.
So, Kathy, I saw you and Dennis and Jace on Thursday night. We had that Leonard Dickerson thing at the Daisy Tavern in Conchi. When you balanced the I'm the mom wearing the outfit on the ski slope with I get to introduce my son to an active Philadelphia Eagle, does that earn you any cool points?
Oh, no, not at all. Like when we got home, he gave me attitude and I was like, you're welcome for taking you to do something fun.
Yeah. That's a shame.
Last night, we were talking briefly and I said, you need to make sure that this goes into your lorded over you account because
the party?
Yeah. because you begin to realize gratitude sometimes is in short order.
Yeah.
And so, and so remember it so you can pull it out. But I mean, really, isn't that since time began, that's the dynamic? Were you that way with your parents?
No.
Preston? embarrassed
Yeah,
of them?
probably. I think
At
I was
some
a little,
point, maybe. Yeah.
There was only one time where I had an embarrassment with my dad. Otherwise, my dad was the cool dad. My friends wanted to come hang. My mom, wonderful, always taking care. And I hung with my parents quite a lot because that was good. But we were at we were waiting to go to see it was back in theaters. It's a mad world on a Saturday, and it's at the elementary school, and we're all out there, and it's the middle of the winter, and we're waiting for the bus to come. And my dad had a habit, I've mentioned this before, of wearing shorts, but wearing like an overcoat. And he also would wear like work boots occasionally. That was his casual outfit going out and about. He looked like the classic flasher.
Right?
I mean, absolutely. And he came up to me, I forget what it was, and everyone's looking like, what? And that's the one time I felt, holy Christ, Dad.
Yeah.
Dad, why that outfit now?
So I listen, and this is probably a genetic thing, but because I know my sister is guilty of it too, but like I talk to strangers, you know what I mean? And that's embarrassing to my kids is when I just strike up a regular conversation with a regular human being, whether they be the person, checking me out at a store, like a cashier, or just somebody walking down the street.
I thought you meant somebody watching you,
somebody
like checking you out.
Yeah. So do they sink down? Do they walk away? What do they do?
Well, all of it.
Do they jump out of a moving car?
Sometimes I get called out on it in real time. Like, how are you doing? And I'm like, I don't know. This is what I do.
Any of them exhibit that trait?
Probably Casey.
Okay.
But it's like one of those genes that doesn't kick in until you're like over 21 or 22 years old or something along those lines.
Do you ever try to reel it in a little bit?
All the time.
Okay.
All the time. Listen.
I want to talk to this. I want to talk to this guy so bad. I want to talk to this guy so bad.
And I do that. Like, I'm like, you guys be so proud of me.
Like when you're telling a dad joke.
Yeah, I was going to say something to that guy about his cool pants, but I didn't. Aren't you proud of me?
About his cool pants. Do you see somebody with cool pants there?
No. But Kathy and I,
see anybody with cool pants.
We were sitting in the lobby of the hotel in Clearwater, the dude with the cool pants.
Yeah,
and I was like,
cool pants. I tried to find them for you.
It was so hard for me to not say something because I'm like,
I think you
where'd you
should.
get your cool
That
pants?
sounds like the worst spy novel ever. The dude with the cool pants.
I don't know. At press, I struck up a conversation with our server at the Boxer, and
and
you were like, dude, just let her go. I was like, I don't know. I was like,
we're all hungry here,
Yeah.
and would like to, get some food, maybe something like that.
Well, when
Casey was like literally going down the life story of this.
Oh, the
person.
Keys, the Florida Keys lady.
Yes.
Yeah.
Or when we have signing events a lot of times, and you know this.
Oh,
and
yeah.
they're Preston, we're looking, and suddenly it's like the dam has gone up, and so
Yes.
there's nobody, and then we look down, and from Casey on is the Mecca that Moses led.
In my defense, that's not my fault. Because I know full
Everyone's
well,
wearing cool pants these days.
I know full well that that we're trying to like cycle people through.
Yeah.
That there's people in line or whatever. So if there ever is a logjam in a situation like that, that is on the listener. That is not on me. I am just I am ears at that point. I am not a mouth at that point.
No, but Casey's a people person.
That's a wonderful attribute,
right? But it's not a wonderful attribute when you're walking through a college campus with your son. And like they're not going to ask questions. So at this age, you sort of need to be an advocate for them, right?
Now I can see that, yes, because you're there for a reason. You have driven X amount of minutes or hours to get to wherever you are. Let's get something out of this. Let's ask the questions that we want to know the answers to. But, I mean, you're talking about a kid who's 17, 18 years old, something like that, who is just going to go, they're going to do what they're going to do. If they're not crazy passionate already about, their future and their line of work potentially, then it's just going to be like, it looks like a pretty good place.
I mean, what 17-year-old really knows what questions to ask, what they want to do for the rest of their lives?
Were you asking education questions? Or were you going, hey, fellas, where are the gals at?
No, but it was more embarrassing and more Casey-like than anything else. Because we walked past the hall, I was like, oh, it's Casey Hall. And then I'm like, oh, Casey Hall. That's my name,
I know a Casey.
I know a Casey.
I am a Casey.
I know a Casey.
How about that?
So did you guys
really love that one?
Did you guys have a tour guide?
At some point we did. There was a lot of go and check out things on your own, and then there were guided tours as well.
So my buddy's daughter, very outgoing. She's going to be an incredibly successful executive someday. This is predetermined. I'm certain of it. She went to James Madison, and she took the tour, and loved it. Went to school there. The next year, she's the person giving the tour.
Oh, that's really?
Great. So there are some people that are way into it and do want to know, but there's so many different personalities and,
Years ago, schools used to hire me to come in and give fake orientation and tours.
Get out.
Yeah. Like I would go
like comedy-wise?
Yes. Like I was introduced as a member of the faculty.
Oh my God.
And it was the thing, a show I used to do with my agent. And so I'd come up and the students would be there. People ask, what is the difference between high school and college? Well, that's a difficult thing to explain. It'd be like asking someone, it'd be like asking me, what's the difference between a county jail and a federal prison? And then they're like, what? And I go through the whole, and these different things that are saying, and then sometimes if they went a little further, they would give me some landmarks to go around and take a few groups with. And it was always a blast. It always went over.
Who used to give tours at Ursinus College was Matt Cowper.
Really?
Yeah,
Serious?
He was a tour guide,
You're going to get thick here.
Dining hall's just thick. You guys are going to love it.
Thick.
Yeah.
Fruit Loops whenever you want them.
If you're not feeling good, where should you go?
Thick Bay. No, it's funny because I never had that experience. I kind of, again, I went to like a commuter school.
Yeah.
So it's like.
I never toured a campus when I was my
Not
brother.
at Ursinus?
No,
Really?
my brother and sister went there.
Oh.
I had already known.
He's a legacy.
Yeah.
They had to accept him. So, question.
Usually.
If you did, you had a tour guide at one point.
Yeah.
Were you with other potential
I'm done talking now.
Were you with other potential students? So a group.
Yeah, so there was a group of us.
Were the other kids as disinterested as Seamus was?
All of them.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you think it's really the manifestation though of the general nerves? These are things, and you forget about it when the world sort of looks to you and goes, okay, now you're starting life.
Yeah.
Make your decisions. And it can be a little foreboding,
Yeah, no doubt.
We got a tour. I took Ben to see Columbia University in New York last summer, and we got a tour, and the kid that gave the tour was fantastic. He actually worked at the radio station at Columbia.
Oh, that's cool.
And, yeah, it was really cool. And Steve, he was so enthusiastic about it that I think initially, and Ben was interested in that school anyway, but it really helped sell him on the place. Because the kid was really proud of where he went, loved talking about it. He wasn't from New York. He was from Chicago or someplace in the Midwest. And so he was psyched about showing this school off to other kids. And that made the tour much more engaging.
It has to benefit schools to have someone who's charismatic leading those things.
Yeah.
You can't have a dead fish doing it.
Casey, here's an interesting text. Not sure who this is from. It says, Casey, don't worry. I'm in my young 30s, and I do that too. I tell my kids we could be making the difference between someone having a good day or an awful day, especially when speaking to a checkout person, meaning talking to a stranger.
Right.
But then they followed this up with and said, also, don't be afraid to take them aside and say, hey, can I talk to you real quick? And then you say, I get that I'm the dad and you're the teen, but I don't deserve to be spoken to how you're talking to me. Mm-hmm. And I'm kind to you and I deserve that back. I drive up here for you, not for me.
That's good.
That is good.
That is good.
I just can't think of stuff like that when you're supposed to say stuff like that.
You goddamn.
Do you understand?
The reason I'm calling you at all hours is because I love you and can't stop thinking about you.
I think it's to me it's a little. I had a commercial parody. There was a commercial series for a while, and the guys go, "Getting up, come on, Cupcake, get up! It's 5 o'clock. I'm gonna take you to practice." And this dad is like squiring the kids at all hours, and even in the commercial, the kid seems like, I was like, you get the goddamn, you better get up. And this guy's busting his balls for you.
Here's another text says, looking back, my parents had my best interest in mind when we went to college visits, but everything they did, I thought was embarrassing.
Yeah.
And they said, looking back, though, it was just fine. But at the time, for whatever reason.
So, for instance, Scranton's colors are purple and what, I guess? I have the most beautiful royal purple pants. I did not wear them. I wore just regular
Sometimes
shorts.
it's not what you do, it's what you don't do.
Did you notice which pants I didn't wear today?
I have very cool pants I could have worn. You don't understand what it's like to hold this beast back.
You have no idea what it's like to. I honestly, there's so.
You know what you are, and this is a wonderful thing. If guys are throwing a football around, you're like, over here. That's you.
That's me.
Yeah.
1,000%. That is me. That is the. I cannot walk past the piano without hitting a key.
Yeah.
I have to do it.
Or if two guys are throwing a piano back and forth. Over here.
There is a scene in Who Framed Roger Rabbit where they want to try and find a tune in this bar or whatever, and they just he walks around
Shaving a haircut.
He just da. And Roger Rabbit cannot contain himself, and he goes 2 bits.
Yeah, and then
That's me.
He gets caught by the judge.
Yes.
Yeah.
I love when they show him when they show him and he's just going, his teeth are rattling, his eyes are spinning in circles. He just can't contain himself. That's Casey.
That's me. I'm 2 bits.
Casey, when does Seamus have to make his decision?
Well, right now, it's a bidding process, right? Because we listen, we have a top 3, and there's a top 3 that we're very, very comfortable with.
It's good to be in that situation.
Yeah, no, I agree with you.
Yeah.
I agree. I mean, that's where I'm going to leave it at that.
Are you trying to exert influence one way or another?
No. I mean, I definitely know where I want him to go.
Think about the school where he felt least embarrassed by you and pick that one.
That was probably the one that I never went to, you know?
Wow. Do you have more visits to make?
No. That's it.
That's it?
Yeah, we went to all the schools, and ultimately right now it comes down to. Well, I mean, it doesn't just come down to dollars, but that has a huge influence in where we go.
Well, if he goes to Scranton, he'll be right there for a Cardboard Classic.
I know.
Which would be really, really cool.
Then he can come out and see, I mean, don't they listen to the show? Is there a little bit of pride that the dad's
on the radio?
Oh, Seamus?
Yeah.
Yeah, he listens to the show now.
Yeah.
Okay. When he drives in with his little friends.
Right.
Give a shout out to him.
I give him a shout out.
His little friends.
Buddies playing with their Play-Doh.
Well, right now he's in school, so I can't. So he's not going to hear it. But he said that Thanos wants a shout out as well. Because he and I were having
one of his little friends?
No. Seamus and I were having a football catch yesterday, and I texted him this morning, hey, man, I just wanted to let you know I had a great time having a football catch last night. He goes, me too. Not so much the tackling, because at one point he's like, I don't think you could tackle me, Dad.
Oh, no. Okay.
And I said, all right, well, out of how many times, And so he's like, 10 out of 10, there's no way. And I was like, okay, let's do it. And so he embarrassed me.
He thought 10 out of 10 times he would get away from you.
Yeah.
Okay.
On the 5th try, I made him fumble. And that was lucky by me, but he basically said that him playing against me was like Thanos and Gamora. Like I didn't have a chance. And
wow.
And
that's a little bit of an insult. Though Gamora is pretty amazing.
First, in my defense, I was wearing Uggs on the first attempt, and he literally juked me out of my shoes. That sounds gross.
Dad, you're going to remember this forever. Dad, you'll never forget this day.
So then I took my shoes off, and then he embarrassed me 3 more times, and then the 4th time I ended up making him fumble. But anyway, he said,
Dad, can I talk to you for a minute?
He said, so he wanted a shout out to Thanos. So he's not listening, but it doesn't matter. But
okay.
Here you go. See? We weren't embarrassed by that.
I'm done talking.
All right. Casey's done talking now. We have to take a break because our guests are going to be joining us in just a moment. We are going to be joined by Titus Welliver. If you watch Bosch or Bosch Legacy, he's Bosch.
And he's fantastic.
So he will be joining us. And writer Michael Connolly, who, Nick, you said has ties to the area.
He's from Philly.
Is going to be on the program,
They both have Philly ties.
Yeah.
So we'll take a quick break and we'll come back with those guys. Stay with us, please.
Preston and Steve. To it, there's particles in there.
Particles.
I don't know what it is, but it's making my mouth burn a little bit. It has a little kick to it.
Burn a little bit. All right, but you don't know.
Can I smell it?
Sure.
Can I?
What do you think, Ed?
Can
I don't know. I want to say like
good.
Pickled something again.
Pickled something.
It's hot sauce.
Straight up hot sauce.
Yeah,
What's the title of it?
Mr. Deck's hot sauce.
This is I'm the marketing director of this company.
Yeah, the name this particular flavor is called Butt Blaster.
Oh, really?
They're out of
Seriously?
they're out of Newport Beach, California.
I like that.
So
All
it's
right.
very, it's a like a
Powerful.
very hot.
Yeah.
Who brought that?
I did. I'm seriously the marketing director of this company.
Are you really?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I brought it in.
Did you come up with the name Butt Blaster?
It was a collaborative effort, so yes.
Who's Mr. Dex?
A college friend, and this is a side project. And this is as far as I've gotten as marketing director.
How do you like the taste?
I love it. I put it on.
Did you put that S on it?
But I put it on pizza. I put it on eggs.
By the way, this particular heat rating is 2.5 out of 5.
Yeah, it's not that hot.
So not crazy hot, but enough to give you some sensation.
Yeah,
All right,
definitely.
2 more. This is another solid. I didn't know we had another solid. This is the only other solid in our list. So do the tongue thing. Stick your tongue in.
Yeah, stick it
Do
in
that
there.
tongue thing.
Stick it in there. Okay. I love it. Stick it down in there.
Come on, man.
She's like an inquisitive look.
This I get absolutely nothing.
Really?
Absolutely nothing from
Okay,
this.
so that's a nothing, and you should be able to taste it. Smell it and see if you can come up with something there.
Nothing, huh?
Like a, I don't know, maybe there's pepper in it? No, because I didn't feel that on my tongue at all.
No. It's garlic powder.
Oh.
Garlic
You would
powder.
absolutely know,
I'll give you a
right?
piece of gum later.
Yeah.
Thanks.
All right, we have one final taste in our test for you, and let's see how you do with this one.
This one,
Yes.
I also get absolutely nothing. Like it could be water to me.
Okay.
Like it could, that's the consistency.
All right. Take a little bit more. This is the last one. Finish it all off.
Put your tongue in it.
Go ahead.
No, is it going to make my stomach hurt?
No, not at all. Not at all.
Oh, yeah.
Nothing.
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 Wow.
I get absolutely nothing.
Take a sniff and see if you can tell from that.
Not really. I want to say, is it another alcohol?
Sauvignon Blanc.
Ah.
It is wine.
Oh,
Vino
your
this
favorite
morning.
brand as well. It's Nobilo.
Oh, and-
Wow.
oh,
I
you
get
poor
nothing.
thing.
Nothing.
That's a shame.
Sucks.
Oh, man.
Give me
So, Kat, let me ask you then.
Give me that bar.
Wait, are we done? Can I take the?
Yeah, that's it.
The
That's it.
you know, people will often describe water as not having a taste, but it does have a taste, and so
Kathy can tell those taste
and
differences.
you can tell those taste differences. So water for you, like legit, has no taste.
What?
He's saying that a lot of people describe water as having no taste.
Right.
You were able, I think I am as well, slightly able to discern between tap and bottled water.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, so it
so
has
you
a
can,
taste.
but
right now,
Oh, yeah.
it
yeah.
has zero taste.
Yeah, probably not. I can't believe I couldn't taste the Nobilo.
Oh, that's a bummer.
that's
So
crazy.
to review, she got correct and guessed correct and wasn't definitive though, but said, well, is it chocolate syrup? You know, so you
Yeah.
kind of knew what it was, but you really didn't say, oh, that's it.
No, none of them I knew 100%.
Yeah. All of these were semi. So chocolate syrup, vinegar, apple juice. So the sweets you
Yeah.
could get. And one that you could definitely, that I think you got the best was pickle juice.
Yeah, that
And
was.
so
yes.
maybe if
Have
you
some
really
pickles.
want to taste something
Yeah.
Put pickles on it.
flavor-wise, you could have pickles.
Yeah.
And the other one was vodka. Or I put in alcohol because you didn't quite get the vodka right. So out of 15, you were able to identify really 4, and that's it.
Marissa, was the I'll just say it, the honey was that usable? By the way, I just grabbed these things out of the
Oh, you know what? I just stopped at 15. We brought so
No,
many
no problem.
things,
There-
so.
it
You wanna
has
see if you can smell it.
the
Kathy?
honey has a taste to it.
Does that like spice habanero or
There's
something?
another taste, and I'd be curious if she'd be able to taste. Don't show her the label if you can avoid
Oh,
it.
what? Like it's a.
It's
Flavored
a
honey.
certain
It's got
honey?
another fruit in it,
Oh,
and I
right,
would be
okay.
curious if with the sweet stuff you could do it. All right.
I won't look. I guess I can.
You can look at it.
Oh,
Yeah.
geez,
All
sorry.
right. Yeah.
All right.
All right.
Rub it on your sweater.
Stick your tongue in it. Yeah, it's going to be kind of hard. Oh, yeah. Did you get it?
No.
Nothing?
Can you taste the sweet of the honey?
A little bit.
Okay.
Yeah, I can taste the sweet of the honey.
Nothing else.
No.
Because it's blueberry honey.
Blueberry honey. Okay.
I'm gonna try that.
No, and I'm having even the smell with this one is a little tough.
Huh.
All right. Wow. Well, that sucks, man. You know, hopefully this is going to be quick.
Just
acting
400 days.
And yeah.
I know that poor guy.
I know.
I
400
I really hope it doesn't.
He said he was rage eating. Just eating out of anger. Even though he can't taste it, he's still going to eat something that he knows his body likes.
I'll tell you what, though, I'm not. I mean, I'm still eating meals because yes, you still get hungry,
Yeah.
but
Yeah.
I'm not really snacking because what's the point? Like, I don't feel like anything because I know I'm not going to be able to taste it.
Yeah, a lot of times snacking is just you want some flavor.
What about
You
so
know?
hot drinks or things like that, like coffee? Nothing.
Not really. I mean, I know
people have said coffee is a big inciter.
Well, and you know what, Steve? When it first happened, I was not leaving the house, obviously.
Right.
So I wasn't going to get my coffee. I could make it at the house, but I was kind of skipping it because I couldn't taste it, and I was getting the headache.
Do you think
And
you'll
I'm
try?
like, oh my God, wait, that's like the caffeine headache. You need it.
Do you think you're going to try that orange thing?
Listen, I'll try anything. Let's.
Might as well, right? I mean,
try
if it doesn't work, it doesn't work.
Yeah.
And if for some reason it does, then you're good to go. Okay. All right, this has been the Kathy Romano taste
yeah.
test. And, you know,
we cured her.
She did. We 100% cured her now. All right. Drinkenstein, yes.
And they call him
Style. All right, listen, let's take a break and come back in a second. Why? Because the Geeter's coming on next with
Yeah.
Jerry Blavitt. And then right after that, we're going to have comedian Ben Glebe, who's going to be at Helium Comedy Club for a special Thursday night show tomorrow night. We'll be back in a moment. Stay with us. So maybe we'll kind of reinvigorate this thing. But we have decided to return with Battle of the Self-Proclaimed Experts this morning.
Yes.
And when I tell you that the passion was high for people to that have sent in requests to be a part of this, it's an understatement. It was just fanatical.
It is a global phenomenon.
Yes.
Has been for a long time. People have been raised in this Harry Potter realm, and so we knew we were going to get some staunch competitors.
I read a lot of the submissions that were sent in. I read all the submissions that were sent in, and I read several of them. I was on the plane the other day flying out west, and I was brought to tears by some of these submissions because this world means so much to so many people, and the way that they articulated it was really moving to me, and I'm just impressed. It was so difficult to narrow it down to two final contestants.
I mean, put it in perspective. A tick came into the studio to watch.
That's right. That's how popular
That's how
this is.
popular.
I am currently reading the Harry Potter books.
Are you?
I'm on the Sorcerer's, or no, I'm sorry, I'm on the Chamber of Secrets right now, so I've just gotten started.
Reading or Audible?
Audible.
And who's doing it? Who's doing the
I've forgotten the actor's name.
Jim something or other.
He's excellent.
Hey, that might be a question coming up.
Okay.
So I'm about 3/4 of the way through the second book.
Awesome.
So I'm underway. I'm starting to learn. I've seen all the movies and I found them entertaining, but I wanted to know, because there's so many people that you talk to about this story. There's so much more underneath when you dive into the canon of it all. When you get into the all the details about it, and I want to know that. I mean, I want to I think it's a kind of a club that you're in.
So all of my nieces and nephews, like I remember when the movie started coming out, and I was like, "Oh, that's friggin' awesome! I loved it."
Yeah.
They were like, "But they left out, and there's so much stuff that so they were able to enjoy them, but they were a little deflated because the books, they devoured. They were ravenous for them. So I think you're entering a cool realm here, Preston.
By the way, Nick McElwain wearing his Gryffindor attire this morning.
Yes, sir.
He has pajamas.
Yes.
That look like a robe.
It's the closest thing I have to a robe, but they are officially licensed Harry Potter pajamas, and so I am a Gryffindor, and that's why I'm wearing
Mr. Potter, what happened to your head?
You have taken the online quiz to find out which house you belong in?
Yes. I'm a Gryffindor.
Oh, you did? Okay, yeah.
Pottermore was a great website. I don't think it actually exists anymore, which is too bad. But I mean, I've been in the Harry Potter universe for a really long time. I think I got into it maybe when the third book came out. And Steve, I love the movies as well, but the books really do add layers and levels and these just the intricacies to this universe, and it's why people keep coming back to it, because there's so much to read, there's so much to rediscover, and maybe you didn't even notice it the first time around.
And not only has Nick worn his pajamas, but he brought in his wand, and so did Steve.
Yes, I did.
And you guys both got those at Universal Studios?
This was a gift for me from Universal Studios, yeah. So my friend that went and knew how much I loved Harry Potter and brought it back for me.
And you haven't been there?
I have not yet, no.
Oh, my God!
I know.
You've got to go. It's incredible.
I did a couple of the tours in London, which were amazing. But yes, I absolutely have to get to Universal.
That's the only thing I know about Harry Potter is that the rides were fun at Universal.
Right.
Literally.
Kathy, it is a whole world. I went to Ollivanders. You did as well, Preston. On your recommendation.
My daughter got a wand fitting there.
And and when you go around the town, the wand activates certain things in
that's
town,
cool,
which is awesome.
Yeah.
I've been to both. I've been in the one in California and in Orlando, and they are outstanding.
I gotta go.
You won't, if you're a fan,
it's real.
You're gonna cry.
That
It's
world
real.
is real.
All right.
Some of the people that sent in submissions said that when they got there, then they saw the Hogwarts castle, it brought them to tears.
I believe
that's how moving it is, yeah.
All right, and by the way, Harry Potter fans are adorable. Look at these guys here this morning. We're going to meet our contestants.
Preston and Steve present Battle of the Self-Proclaimed Experts.
As Nick had said, we had loads and loads and loads of entries, but going through, we've got to narrow it down to two. And I'm sure that there are people that are incredibly well-versed, but we only have room for two people in our studio. And so that's how we're doing it, to have these two competitors battle it out. Mano a mano. All right, so let's meet our contestants, and we'll read the emails that we got from them. We're going to start with this one. It says, dude, I grew up with HP and obsessed. I was born in 89, so I was right out of the same age as Harry, right around the same age as Harry and his compadres, or his comrades, it says, as the books were released and they made their way through Hogwarts, ultimately not returning for education in year 7 as the Dark Lord has by that point been
3 WMMR.
Thank you, Kathy. All right, so I'm being told we have one guest on via Zoom right now. We're waiting for the second one to join, and so we need to wait for both of them to get on board before we dive in. Do we have what?
No, I think.
Oh, then you say go right ahead and do. I don't know what you guys are talking about. Figure it out, please, and let me know. Marissa, what's going on?
Sorry, full transparent. Oh, we have our one guest just joined right now, so give me a few moments and I'll have him on.
Got it. Because Casey had told me that we had one guest and not two, but now we have. I don't know.
Yeah, my apologies. I was saying that we have one guest. We can talk to Titus without Michael, and then if Michael decides to join us, then he can join us.
Okay. All right. That sounds about right to me. Yeah. All right. And looks like, yes, we are all set to go. All right. So, Bosch Legacy. By the way, I love the fact that they do 2 episodes a week. 2, not 1 episode a week. The one episode, I like kind of parsing things out a little bit, but 1 episode a week, come on, man.
Well, and in this show, I will say, and I immersed heartily as a fan of the series, it's addictive, and you'd mainline the entire season if you could.
Yep, and we're excited to have him on. He's got ties to Philadelphia as well. Please welcome actor Titus Welliver to our program from Bosch Legacy. How you doing, Titus?
I'm well. What's going on over there by the Schuylkill?
Yeah, very good. And you said over there, too. I like that. You got the full...
Oh yeah, I had an aunt who had she was from my parents were from Philly, and everything was going over. I'm going over to store. I'm going over town, and I thought that she had a pilot's license or something when I was a kid. That she literally was
flying over. Yeah.
Hey, by the way, Titus, with your connections to Philly, just reading up a little bit, your dad was the dean of Penn at one point.
Yeah, for 25 years, he was not the dean of Penn. He was the dean of the Graduate School of Fine Arts.
Oh,
but both he and my mother went to PCA, which was then known as the Philadelphia Museum School.
Huh.
And then my mother went to Girls High. She was a West Philly girl.
Yeah.
My dad was from northern Pennsylvania, Millville, and my mother's most of her family were from the Wissahickon Creek area.
Okay.
So your bona fides are top notch here. Yeah, you're a son, even though you're West Coast now. And the thing about Bosch that is so great, and especially Bosch Legacy, is it's in the vein of the great Raymond Chandler. You know, L.A. is sort of a character as part of it. It's got that whole element to it. I mean, but you always keep your Philadelphia roots at some level, correct?
Yeah. I mean, they're deeply ingrained in me. I mean, I go back now and again. I'm actually going to go there at some point in May because a friend of mine has 3 rock bands, and
what?
They're doing the Sasanta tour, and so my friend Maynard, he's the lead singer for Tool, Perfect Circle, and Pussifer.
Okay.
And so Pussifer and Perfect Circle are touring with Primus, doing the Sasanta tour. So I'm going to try to shoot down to Philly for that.
Oh, we know them well. Yeah, we play them. So that's very cool. So you. By the way, I have to tell you, I'm a huge Sideshow collectibles guy as well. I know you are collecting.
Oh
mania.
no!
I envy your.
Man.
I know. I envy your collection. You've actually done videos for Sideshow. I'm watching him. My wife's looking at me like I'm an idiot. I said, "You don't understand." He gets it. Titus gets it.
Titus and all the stuff that he can't fit in his house, he brings here and puts in our office.
That's exactly. Or now my eldest son has gotten bitten by it, and he went, It really is a bit of an addiction, isn't it? No, yeah. I don't want to talk about it. I refer to Sideshow when I go to their headquarters, where which I do with some frequency. I call it the crack house because you go in there and you start to shake.
Yes. Well, I have a question then, because
paradise.
I noticed you got some ink. What's more addictive, tattoos or your collectibles?
Well, if I had as much ink as I have collectibles, then I would literally have to leave this business and join the circus.
No, it is impressive, and I bow down to your collection. It's formidable. So, but on the note of Bosch Legacy, which you want to get people watching.
On Prime, by the way, I need to make sure I mention that. Yeah.
Yes, on Prime, which is... so I started watching the series years ago and loved it. And as is the nature of streaming shows, you're never quite sure when a new season is coming on. So I detached and watching last night, I kid you not, Titus, 4 episodes. It's as crisp as great. And I love the conceit of Bosch now being a private detective and that whole element. I think in a way that is a major step forward for the character and realizing all the attributes he has in the best way. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, I completely, I get it. And that happens in the books as well. And then eventually he in the books, he finds his way. He does the PI thing, sort of juggles it, and then becomes a volunteer cold case homicide detective for San Fernando Police Department. But I think that, Michael and Tom Bernardo and Eric Overmeyer found a great way, and when we spun off and started Legacy, to kind of keep him active enough doing his private eye stuff and also having Maddie being a cop, that those things really blended well. So
that's his daughter.
You also,
yeah.
There's the sense though of him, a bit of the fantasy regret. He's asked, do you miss the job? And of course he always says, I miss the work, not the politics, which is what we know about Harry, and anything that involves that, as he says, it's above his pay grade.
Yeah. So many of these, listen, he to me is one, I would consider the character of Bosch, and especially the way that you portray him as a classic anti-hero, the classic there for the little guy, doesn't like it's like a dirty justice. Like, you have to do some stuff to get the right stuff done, which is, I think, what establishes Bosch as such a unique character, such a hero.
He's the quintessential anti-hero, and he does things like what he refers to as a workaround, but he never does things that are necessary. I mean, they skirt to the edge of being unlawful, but he's not corrupt. Bosch would never beat a confession out of someone or plant evidence on somebody. He's just relentless, which makes him kind of even more formidable, particularly as he, working as a private eye. He doesn't have the same accessibility to the tools when he would be working regular cases.
Let me ask you, this is a cherished series, so many books, and a long time with the series. At the beginning of it all, you take on something like this, I assume you have the weight of the fan base that exists for the books looming over you. Was that ever an issue?
For about a nanosecond, and then I thought, also having Michael Connelly there, it was not your typical situation where the writer is never present. Michael and I worked directly together for 10 years, wrote a couple of episodes together. So you just have to kind of move past that daunting task. Not everyone is going to necessarily come on board, but I found the show has been, obviously very well received. So I think that hurdle kind of naturally just worked itself out.
Over the years,
sure, yeah. You think about it for a second,
of course, yeah.
Reading Moby Dick, I'm sure people saw the movie and went, "Oh, I don't think Gregory Peck is. That's not who I'd cast as Ahab."
Right.
You can't please everyone.
Nah. So over the years, Ian Fleming admitted after a while, as he wrote 1 or 2 Bond movies after knowing Connery, he was not a fan of Connery at the beginning, and then started to give Bond Scottish heritage and so on and so forth. Have you influenced the way the books have been written? Has Michael incorporated both ways, vis-a-vis, you adopting attributes of the character, and the character in the books adopting your performance and who you are as Bosch?
I I don't know so much my performance influencing the character, but Michael has said that when he writes that he can hear my voice when he's writing Harry's, when Harry's speaking in the books, he will hear my voice. So I suppose that's as much influence as, but I'll take anything. I'll take anything. And I love doing the audiobooks. They're a lot of fun.
That's so cool.
Well, you've got a really cool resonant tone, and I love listening to audiobooks regularly. So I've got to check out some of the work that you've done. But one piece of work that you've done, and I was not aware of, was being the voice of Rorschach in the animated Watchmen, which is phenomenal. Thank you very much. And that is a cool character to take on, especially. With as breathy and as gravelly as Rorschach is known to be. Does that affect your voice? Do you have to go tenderly into those sessions when you do Rorschach, or when you did that?
Yeah, I could only record for about 2.5 hours at the most, because I would blow out my voice. I mean, regardless of voice training and all of that, that's a lot of wear and tear. So we'd record until even the engineers would say, it's starting to go. So we'd back off it. But that was a lot of fun. And of course, being an avid comic collector and fan, the privilege to play Rorschach of all the characters in that. And I thought it was a great realization of it, because they really took it panel. It looked like it was lifted directly. It
was true to the source material, which is great. And this is a side note, but Steve and I we're friends with Zack Snyder. He comes on our show regularly. He's got Philly ties as well. And we loved his interpretation of The Watchmen. I think it was one of the best comic films ever made. And as a fellow nerd, did you enjoy his interpretation of it?
Oh yeah, I loved it. I mean, I was excited because for years they kept talking. It was being it was going to be this director was going to do it, and then that, and then it just it was bouncing around, and I love Zack Snyder's stuff. So when I finally heard that he was doing it, I was like, okay, that's in really, really good hands. The film is fantastic.
Yeah, and however it comes out, Alan Moore was not going to like it. So sure. It was all right. But I mean, I don't know how much closer you could get than that. I mean, literally, as you say, panel by panel was represented in the movie, and that's so. Let me ask you with this, and we're talking Bosch Legacy, but in a perfect world, what geeky character would you love to play? What Star Wars character? What superhero? Who would you like to play? Who's on your bucket list?
Well, I played a commander in the Empire on an episode of The Mandalorian. But of course, I think my dream thing in the Star Wars world would either be a Sith Lord or playing a Jedi, something like that. The character I always loved from the Marvel universe was Kraven the Hunter.
Yeah.
And they finally made a film of it, but it was a different version of the Kraven that I knew. He was kind of a good guy. And Kraven was always a favorite because he didn't have any superpowers. He was just incredibly strong and formidable. I mean, he used to wail on Spider-Man.
Yeah.
But I loved the Ditko, the early Ditko drawings and
very cool.
And all those guys and Romita and of course Gil Kane, all the guys who drew Spidey.
Well, you're playing a formidable character in Bosch and Bosch Legacy, obviously. And every Thursday, there's 2 new episodes. It'll wrap on April 17th. So you want to get in and get these while the getting is good. But we'd love to have you, if you come back to Philly and you got time, love to have you here at WMMR, man. It'd be great to sit down for a longer conversation.
I would love to be there in person and share a butterscotch crimpet.
By the way, cannot endorse this enough. You have to watch Bosch Legacy. It is top-level television. I love it.
Excellent. All right, Titus, take care of yourself. We'll talk to you soon, okay, man?
You too. Thanks for having me, guys. Have a
Anytime.
great day.
Titus Welliver, guys. Bosch and Bosch Legacy. I got to go back and watch the whole thing.
Do you know what it is? It's and I was talking last week about Raymond Chandler and the script for like the Maltese Falcon and Double Indemnity and these where every sub character is written really well, and William Devane is in the series, Preston, and a lot of great performances, and everything makes sense. There's no moment where you're going, that seems.
Remind me who William Devane is.
He played Kennedy in the.
Oh,
13,
I know. Yeah. Great actor.
Sells gold on.
Tons of stuff.
Yeah.
Oh,
he's and then who else? The cast is tremendous.
Every time I ever go over to my parents' house or my son goes over to my parents' house, we are called upon to be tech support. And one of the main goals is to make sure that the DVD player is operating properly and streaming functions. The number one request every single time we go over there is, am I going to be able to watch Bosch? And my dad loves the show. It's Bosch and The Sopranos on repeat. And so my dad is super excited to have another season of Bosch Legacy coming out.
By the way, he's got this house, Bosch does, in this series, Preston, that is one of those on stilts, classic L.A. homes with the most magnificent view.
Oh, like on a cliff?
Yeah. In fact, in the second episode, there's an earthquake, and he gets red carded. Basically, so they're saying this is not safe until you get an inspector to come out. But it's amazing.
Wow, that looks like the house that Mel Gibson pulled out with the truck in Lethal Weapon 2.
Yes, you're right. You're right. Hey, so we got some time, right, to chat about stuff. And there was, now, Phil's have opening home opener today. Did you guys see this thing about the torpedo bats?
No.
Oh, yeah, with the Yankees.
With the Yankees.
Yeah.
So there are these new bats that they're using, and they are regulation. They meet specifications, but they had a 9 home run game.
Yeah, most in franchise history.
Yeah, and some people are wondering if it's because of these new bats that they're using that they call torpedo bats.
Is it the shape?
Yeah, they're a different shape and they're a different consistency.
Is there an actual live torpedo in each bat?
There is not a live torpedo in each bat, but they are made of, I believe, ash. Hang on a second here. Made of birch wood, which is an ounce lighter, and then the maple that's usually used, and the barrel is a little bit of a different size, and the weight is distributed a little bit differently. And some of these guys are just banging home runs off of it.
They get so persnickety about this stuff. I'm surprised this cleared.
Well, this will be banned in no time.
No, it meets the standards.
It meets the standards. Major League Baseball approved it. And listen, if the Yankees are using it, everybody else can use it. So,
But I bet you if this continues to happen, they'll ban it.
But the Yankees put up 4 runs in the first game. They put up 20 runs in their second game, and then yesterday they put up 12 runs. So they're the bat is definitely meeting the ball.
Yeah.
You can give all the credit to the bat, or what do they say? Don't blame the.
A good craftsman never blames his tools.
That's right.
Ah.
Yeah.
So, that's like, listen, you can go out and you can spend $1,000 on a driver for golf. Doesn't mean you can hit the thing.
So, to your point, they were showing, it may have been germane to this bat issue that you're talking about now that I was unaware of, but they had a guy out showing different cost bats, cheap bat, mid-level bat, expensive bat, and he was blasting them all out.
All of them?
Yeah.
Okay.
So there seemed to be, could it be that, but in a game with people who know how to really swing, listen, if they're having success with it, then the Phil should have it then as well.
So Cody Bellinger estimated that 4 or 5 Yankees are using the new torpedo bats. And they had switched, a few of them switched before opening day. This is according to Bellinger. He said, I tried 4 or 5 different models this spring, including my own, who he first tried the torpedo bat during one batting practice session last summer with the Cubs. He recalled the Cubs thinking, what is that thing? It was so unique, but it never considered it for a major league game since his brand didn't yet make the torpedo model. So that changed over the winter. Louisville Slugger sent him some sample bats. The torpedo bats were made of birch, like I said, an ounce lighter than the maple, and he found one that felt comfortable. He said, the weight is closer to my hands. That was the biggest benefit. And with the larger barrel, the bigger the sweet spot, the greater margin of error.
You know who I'd like to hear talk about this? Charlie Manuel.
Yeah, right.
He's such a student of batting. He knows the mechanics so well. I'd like to see what he says about this.
So, by the way, former Yankees analytics supervisor Aaron Lienhart, an MIT physicist now with the Miami Marlins, is credited for innovating the torpedo trend last year.
One thing that I thought I read was that they studied each player's swing and where their tendency on the barrel of the bat they would hit the ball. And that's where...
How they determine this design?
Yeah, well, but I don't know if all torpedo bats look the same, or let's say I'm closer to hitting the ball closer to my hand. So is that torpedo a little bit low? Like, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know if they all look the same.
Right, and if Bryce Harper determines at some point that using a torpedo bat will allow him to hit more home runs, he'll pick up a torpedo bat.
Right. So
this was the same company that had the failure with the landmine bases.
Yeah, it's a bad idea.
It was a horrible idea.
It's a good defensive idea, but when you're on offense, you don't want that.
It's a fun promotional night when they did that.
Everyone caught a piece of player.
Landmine bases.
Landmine night here at Shea Stadium.
Wow.
It was a bad idea.
So, and there'd be a different kind of landmine in each ballpark, like Claymores at one, and
change it up,
bouncing Betties at another, and
Why aren't you getting off the base? No, if I do, it'll click.
If it's apparently the torpedo bat is consistent with Major League Baseball rules about barrels being no more than 2.61 inches around. So the Yankees feel that it's just another advance in sports equipment, like golf clubs.
Do you remember the difference? I remember when aluminum bats were all the rage. That's when I was playing hardball, and that's all I used.
Yeah.
I mean, it was to me, I could easily tell the difference.
College ball uses aluminum bats, and there are some proponents of people. There are some proponents, Steve, who want to have aluminum bats in the bigs. I don't think it'll ever happen, but I never thought that the National League was going to have a designated hitter. Aluminum bats just naturally hit the ball farther. So if you go and hear a college game, you don't hear the sound of the ball hitting a wooden bat. You hear blink, blink, blink over and over again.
I prefer the crack.
I do too.
Over the tink.
Well, then play it over the system.
Yeah, you can do that.
Just have someone hit the button.
Timing it out.
But when I was coming up playing baseball, like nobody owned their own bat. There was a bag of bats that belonged to the whole team, and that's what you played with. But now everybody has their own bat. And when my son was playing, I bought him a bat, let's say in 6th grade, and then in 7th grade, that bat was banned. So the however much money I spent on that bat that I wanted to last for a couple of years, I had to go get him a new one.
What is a good, so for a high school, or what is a good average?
$300-400.
Yeah,
really?
$200
for a bat.
Oh my God,
a baseball bat.
You goddamn kidding? Really?
Next
Wow.
time you're in Dick's Sporting Goods, wander over to the baseball bat section and check it. I mean, it's like,
good God.
Well, how much do you spend on golf clubs?
Well, more than that, but I mean, those are going to last me several years, and baseball. I just never think of a baseball bat as being hundreds of dollars worth of technology.
Gloves, dude.
Oh God, I bought one. I think it was like it was $250 maybe, and Jace decided not to play baseball this year.
You little son of a bitch.
That was fun.
We're looking at a Louisville Slugger for $349.
You get 2 more seasons minimum. Do you hear me?
You're playing, and you're going to love it.
And forget the hockey equipment. It's just
I know
I'm
that.
looking into loans.
Do you play it against sports for any of those for hockey, Kath?
Oh, what's that?
So basically, it's gently used equipment.
I'm sorry. No, thank you. On hockey equipment, I'm not taking anything gently used. It is disgusting as it is. I'm not going to smell someone else's sweat in my car every day.
Man, my brother used so much play it against sports stuff because of how expensive it is. And look, it's already going to be gross and sweaty and smelly. So who cares?
You assume they clean the stuff, don't they?
In theory, but I mean, like ultimately,
Steve,
it doesn't
no.
matter.
No,
it wouldn't
the
work,
answer is no. We used some used stuff when he started to make sure he wanted to play, but some of it was so nasty that I wouldn't. It's ridiculous the price, but I'm not putting somebody else's sweaty stuff
Literally
on him.
stinking on ice.
It's so bad.
Yeah, we would take like old soccer equipment, cleats, and whatever else. We'd always take it back to Play It Against Sports because Ben was an only child for a long time. So when he was done with shin guards or soccer cleats, take it to Play It Again. You get a few bucks out of it or whatever. But mostly you're just putting it back into the system so somebody else can use it. It's a good way to recycle.
I guess that's your theory.
Preston,
all right.
I'm in the same boat with you. I had no idea they were that
No
expensive.
idea. None.
I don't. I mean, I would have thought maybe $80 or.
I was thinking even less than that, like $50 tops.
I mean, you can spend that, but if you want good equipment, you got to spend more.
Yeah, I mean, you're kind of keeping up with the Joneses at a certain point.
My kids didn't stick with it until after. Yeah, I mean, they made it to 5th or 6th grade tops.
Yeah, I'm not spending that kind of money on a 6th grade baseball bat. You know, the same thing with the baseball glove because, listen, you can get a baseball glove for $50, but they also have like $300 baseball gloves.
Right. Well, and also once you get to high school, you're considering, all right, maybe this
could be a
help with
career.
college or, or a career. Yeah. So
my mother used to make when I was in elementary school, my mother would make my gloves out of paper bags, like she would book covers. It really hurt.
I remember book covers out of your grocery bags.
Paper bags, absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
I never had a textbook that didn't have some name of a supermarket on it.
Mm-hmm. All right. Well, anyhow, I was not familiar with torpedo bats, and
I know.
I'm curious if those. They probably haven't made it into stores yet. I don't think.
Well, I'm a little alarmed. Not alarmed, but I would say if this is the great game changer, then we need to get on it.
Yeah. Speaking of game changers, there was another completely different article. Steve sent this to me. I found this quite interesting. Ford Motor Company has just filed a patent to bring back a classic driving experience, but only 18% of Americans would know how to use it. The automaker has submitted paperwork to bring stick shifts to electric vehicles. Now, they're not needed at all. Manual transmissions have all but vanished from the American new car market. Last year, less than 1% of new vehicles sold in the U.S. had manual gearboxes. In 1990, that figure sat between 25 and 30%, so 1% now. The patent application outlines a system designed to replicate the tactile experience of shifting through gears, even though there are no actual gears to shift.
Well, the research found that the one issue, and people who love electric cars and enjoy driving them, the one issue that was the issue is they felt less connected to the driving experience.
Yeah, so it says in this article, the Ford Mustang Mach-E, for example, can sprint from 0 to 60 in 3.3 seconds. So these cars are really quick off the line. In case you've driven like electric golf carts.
Yep.
Like the first time you ever get in one of those, as opposed to the gas ones, you hit the gas, there's a slight pause, and then you start moving forward. Electric one, you touch it, and boom.
Yeah.
You just take off immediately. Same thing with the cars. So these can take off so quickly. Like that Mustang Mach-E is faster than some Porsche 911s as far as their off the line speed. But once cruising at higher speeds, it says many EVs settle into a near silent and even delivery of power that can feel monotonous on the highways. And so Ford's simulated manual system aims to break that up.
You know what? I kind of like the idea.
I love it.
When I sent it to you, I'm like, if this is so dumb, why do I kind of like it?
I like it. Number one, I do miss driving sometimes a stick. There were other times where it was just, oh, you got to be kidding me. And bumper to bumper traffic.
Yeah.
It was a real pain in the ass. But and for the last few cars I've owned have had paddle shifters where you can manually change the gears if you want to. I hate those things.
I've never used them.
I can't stand them.
Yeah.
Because, and I'll tell you why, and the reason I like this idea is because where the paddle shifters are on the steering wheel, when you rotate the wheel around,
it F's it up.
You don't know where that pedal is. Even and we had the chance years and years and years ago, Steve. We had a pseudo advertiser who gave us these exotic cars, and I got a Lamborghini for the day, and I got to use it. It had paddle shifters, but they weren't on the steering wheel; they were on the column, so they didn't move.
Yeah.
But even that didn't work too well because your hands are moving around in this area. If you have a stick shift planted in one spot that does not impede your left hand on the steering wheel, you get a real feel of driving that car.
So it's been decades.
You get control.
Since I drove a Standard, yet even now at this point, I have the shift on the center console, and I find myself periodically, muscle memory, just like jostling a little. As if
I
it were
always keep
a
my
Standard.
hand there.
Yeah.
Yeah. What I liked about driving stick was that I could tell you how fast I was going without even looking at the odometer. You know what I mean? Just based on
Shifting.
what gear I was in and how much resistance maybe I'm getting on the accelerator.
From the engine.
Shift! Yeah, but I know that if I'm in third gear and I feel that those RPMs, I'm like, yeah, I'm going 30 miles per hour right now. You know, and even when you're in fifth gear and you're just cruising on a highway, like you can feel how fast you're going.
Dude, the first time I ever drove, my parents were away, and we had this Mazda that had a standard, stick shift. Like, I'm gonna get out. I'll drive around the block. I'm like, oh my God, what?
I remember one time it was something went bad with the clutch on my buddy Chet's car, and we could only drive it in first gear.
Oh yeah.
You're going 10 miles an hour.
Because I had the clutch cable snap on me one time.
Oh, my God.
And I wasn't in gear, so I was stuck. If I was in gear, because you can actually shift without using the clutch.
Yeah, it's horrible for the gears, obviously, but
I think now, I mean, listen, also, with this electric configuration, Preston, you can probably flick a switch and it doesn't matter. If you want to engage and use this stick shift, you can engage it, you hit a button, and it's regular driving. That's my assumption. Because
I assume so.
It's all performative.
It says fewer drivers in the U.S. know how to operate stick shifts at all. 18% of Americans today know how to operate a clutch. But there's been renewed interest in manual style controls for EVs for a little bit.
I love driving. I love the feel of being connected to the vehicle. That's why the whole idea of the autonomous driving, maybe there's some aspects that might be kind of cool, but I find it therapeutic. Nick, you mentioned going out to drive when we're talking about, food delivery services. So sometimes I'll go to the location that's further because I want to drive.
Yeah, absolutely. There's freedom in it. The American road underneath your tires. My mom taught me how to drive stick, and for me, that's a really fond memory. And I was terrible, as most people are when we start. Preston, I drove from Villanova to Route 30 to Paoli.
Okay,
the length of Route 30 in second gear because I could not figure out how to get to the third gear.
Wow.
And my friend Meg McDonald's Honda Prelude. And Meg, if you're listening, I'm sorry for what I did to your car.
I like driving too. Steve, you drive. I know that when you and Claire are together, you always drive.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah.
So, but Rochelle and I split our duties. We'll be like, you want me to drive? I'll drive and you drive. So we go back and forth on that. There's something to be said for being a passenger too. Being a passenger is pretty awesome because I'll drive a route regularly all the time where it's just me. And then on occasion, if it happens to be Rochelle driving, I'll be like, well, I never saw that before. There's that house over there.
Do you want to hear something weird? If that's the case, I prefer to be in the back seat.
Okay.
You
get a better view of sorts, kind of looking out.
In the passenger seat, I'm more like in driver adjacent.
Yeah.
And my reflex, I can't chill. In the back, I can chill more and do exactly what you're saying, which is
just ride. Just look.
So, yeah.
But when you're in the back too, Steve, that's your driver up front.
That's
you have yourself a driver.
I'll get you to the Piggly Wiggly store.
Right. So I think this is. I think there might be a market for this, Steve. Not a huge one, but I think people might buy it based on having that as an option. It's not your only choice, but it's an option that you have.
See, all right, this is something completely different, but one thing I would love to see car manufacturers do is offer up brand new retro-looking cars. So we were off air. We were talking about how we love the '68 Camaro.
Mm-hmm.
Wouldn't it be so great if they had a '68 Camaro that's brand new?
Yep.
You know what I mean?
What they do, unfortunately, is again, it took Tesla and some other companies to start to make sexy looking vehicles.
Mm-hmm.
So and those like the particular Ford that's mentioned in this ad is a sexy looking Ford. It's an EV. But I mean, I would love that. What was it? The Charger, Preston, that actually had a faux combustion engine sound generator in it.
Yeah.
So I mean, at a certain point, if you like it, driving it for that, do it.
Casey, if you could have the exterior look just like a fastback '68 Mustang or something like that, and the interior and the mechanisms are all modern and up to current standards.
Yeah.
That'd be pretty awesome.
It's pretty awesome, right?
Because I do love a good-looking classic car. But what I'm not is a gearhead.
Yeah.
And you are in for a world of repairs if you're using it as your day-to-day car. You know what I mean?
Let me ask you, like he had an old Mustang or whatever. I mean, like I love my bucket seat. I love those amenities. So you do something that's a hybrid, somewhere between both. But
everything
I agree,
on the interior, the engine would all be up to date, like modern stuff. But just the body itself would look.
So if it's an EV, the engine is actually a latte machine.
Oh,
right.
Oh,
all right.
There you go.
That'd be nice. By the way, I think Mustang might have a 68 fastback. I'm not 100% sure. Some car nerd will correct me quickly on that. I'm certain of it. But it's a pretty interesting idea. And they have apparently applied for a patent, but there's no official word if that's actually going to happen.
You know what? For the EVs, have a crank up front. Like really old style. Right?
All right, stand back. Got to start this up.
I was mentioning the Simeon, the Automotive Museum, which is a great place if you've never been. I mean, it has some of the most legendary vehicles there, and they had Ford versus Ferrari. That whole socket is represented there. Yeah. But they had a number of hand crank, automobiles.
Yeah. For those who are too young, before keys, there was a crank that was on the grill of the car, and you would go and you would turn it. It's almost like kickstarting a motorcycle.
Yeah.
And so that's how you would start it. And an interesting thing about that is if you've ever ridden motorcycles and you kickstart those, on occasion there's a kickback that happens. So the engine will force it back at you, and it kind of jams your leg up. And the same thing apparently used to happen with cranks, and like people have broken their arms trying to start a car because you'd be turning it this way and it would kick it back the other way. And it could actually be dangerous.
Do you know what blew my mind? And you forget it until you're standing in front of one. They have a Stutz Bearcat there, like a beautiful, at the museum. Those wheels on that thing, Preston, are like wagon wheels.
Really?
Like, they are huge mother effing wheels.
What was it?
The Stutz Bearcat, classic, older vehicle.
I don't know if I'd have to see a picture of it.
Yeah, if we could call up a picture of what is Stutz, right? The manufacturer Bearcat.
Okay.
And it's a beautiful car.
Yeah, like like an old race, old race car.
Well, it's like Chitty Chitty Bang Bang.
Yeah,
a lot like that. Okay.
But I mean,
that's awesome.
The wheels are huge.
Wow. All right. Well, anyhow, maybe we'll have fake stick shifts in the near future that you actually do get to use, but are not really necessary.
Do you know what they should do? Also install so that when you're just sitting there idling, fake breeze.
Fake breeze.
Everything
like a
is
fan.
Completely artificial.
Okay. All right, one other quick story here, and then we'll take a break. But this was I know from time to time we talk about baby names, but I'd never. And there are articles that come out regularly on most popular baby names, least popular baby names, blah, 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 so on and so forth, and trends. There's a woman named Colleen Slagan, who's been obsessed with baby names for her life, and she made lists and stuff like that, and she would keep up with baby trends. Well, in 2022, she turned that passion into a full-time job. She left her career as a nurse practitioner to become a professional baby name consultant.
What?
And she is known as Naming BB. That's to her 100,000 social media followers. And she gets between $300 and $400 per session from parents who want to help naming their kids.
Suddenly that baseball bat doesn't seem so expensive.
All right. So Slagan says, thanks to her lifelong hobby, she developed a kind of repository in her brain where she keeps track of unspoken patterns and aesthetics that make her so good at what she does.
We use the service. This is our daughter Flurb.
Some clients have a very specific type of baby name in mind. She said people would be like, I want an Ivy League name. And so she says, picture a pro golfer. We are country club people. So she explains, she gives them a list that sound like people who would go to an Ivy League. And then she gives some examples. So these are her Ivy League
These are Ivy League names.
Baker, Cooper, Merritt, and Kensington.
And Cheddar.
Yeah, Kensington doesn't work here.
No, not here.
It might work in other areas.
My name is Kensington. These are my track marks. I would say that Cooper, certainly.
Definitely.
Cooper.
I like Merritt.
Merritt?
That's an interesting.
Bring the Stutz Bearcat around.
I just heard that. Somebody just named
Merritt?
their baby that.
Merritt.
Isn't Merritt also a cigarette?
think it was.
It was, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. My uncle used to smoke.
Either
parents.
Ivy League or a cigarette.
A micro trend for parents expecting baby boys right now are cool cowboy names.
Cool cowboy names.
Yeah. What comes to mind?
Hop along Fonzie.
When I say cowboy names
Chet.
to you guys.
I was thinking
Chet.
Trip.
Okay. Trip, yep.
Oh, I was thinking Cole.
Cole.
Yep.
From like Cole Hauser, right?
Well, he was Rip, but yeah, I guess.
Pud.
See, I think what would help here is knowing the last name, right?
Yeah.
If you wanted a cool cowboy name and you told me your last name was
Hop along Abramowitz.
Yeah. Abramowitz, it might be a little bit harder to come up with a cool cowboy name. But if your last name is Cassidy,
Trey.
So Wyatt is on the list.
Wyatt's a great name.
Wyatt
Earp, yeah.
What about Doc?
Doc is a great name.
Like Doc Holliday.
Absolutely.
You know?
If you had two boys that
Wyatt and Doc.
Why not?
Dude.
Yeah.
All right,
and
so
just
here-
get one addicted to laudanum.
Here's the ones that she mentioned. So Wyatt, Rhett is another one. Dutton.
Dutton.
That's Yellowstone.
Right out of Yellowstone. Coulter, which is like Cole, Kathy.
Yeah.
Ace and Bridger.
Ace?
Yeah.
For a cowboy name?
Yeah.
Huh. Yeah, maybe. What was the Lone Ranger's actual name?
Oh, wow.
Wasn't Lone.
No.
It wasn't Lone?
Moore was the actor's name.
Right. The actor who played it, but in
That's a good question.
the stories.
John Reed.
John Reed.
John Reed, yeah. Yeah, you want single syllable,
Right.
strong sounding names. With baby girls, the micro trend of the moment is romantic and feminine.
Romantic.
With a strong classic vibe.
Okay. What are some of those?
So she says Olivia.
Olivia. So, my niece is Olivia.
What about Grace?
Grace could be a good one. We have Grace here, works as our intern.
And she's wonderful.
Or she's intern plus.
I would say assistant producer.
Yeah.
Then we have Charlotte, Emma, and Amelia.
Charlotte's always been a wonderful name, also because of Charlotte's Web.
Yeah.
And it says here, so people want something. So it says there are a lot of girls with those names already. So people want something similar but less common, like Margot, Eloise, Georgia, and Vivian.
So my
I like Vivian.
younger brother Tom's daughter is Lily, and my older brother Gene's daughter is Olivia.
Mm-hmm.
And I think both those names are lyrical.
Yes, very much so. Lily's a classic for sure.
Lily.
Lily legs, Lily.
Lily legs, Lily.
Grace!
There's Grace.
Yeah.
What is that from?
That's Ferris Bueller. Grace! When
he yells for her in the other room.
He's
the
talking
principal.
to Cameron's, or no, was it Cameron's dad or?
He's on the phone with Cameron, but he thinks that it's Ferris's girlfriend's dad.
It's the best.
Right. Sloan Peterson.
That reaction.
Grace!
Sloan, come along, darling.
Oh, so that's how.
Gender neutral names for girls are also trendy, but within that category, Slagan suggests names that she refers to as my best friend's dad names, like Stevie, Andy, and Scotty.
Love Stevie.
Andy!
Stevie, Andy, and Scotty for gender neutral names for girls.
What about Daryl?
Daryl's a good one.
Yeah.
I like that.
Are there gender neutral cowboy names?
I don't know.
Rhett.
Along Rhett.
Rhett is like Rhett Butler. That's a lady.
Yes, and yes, and yeah.
Okay.
I'm going to say yes again.
Okay.
Vintage names are becoming trendier. So we've said many times that there are names that come in and out of fashion, and some become antiquated over time, and so they drop off, but they circle back around. So now we're heading into vintage names like Evelyn for girls. Evelyn, Hazel, and Violet.
Huh.
Hazel is that one's been
my
gone
mother-in-law's name
for a long time.
Hazel, yeah, I love that name. I love the color hazel, and I think it's a beautiful name.
Now for boys, Harvey, Archie, and Oscar.
So Archie's
my friend
big.
has Archie.
Really?
Is Archie short for Archibald?
It is.
Okay.
His name is Archibald.
That's a tough one.
Wait, one of the Royals is named Archie, right?
Yeah.
Okay, Harry's kid.
Yeah. All All right, and then finally, pop culture has a huge influence on baby names. Once a celebrity uses a name, it becomes more popular. It happened with Luna after Chrissy Teigen used it. And Shiloh, Knox, and Vivienne surged in popularity after Angelina Jolie gave the kids names.
Is Tiger King on the list?
Tiger King is not on the list. But Slagan encourages more parents to consider Sasha, Kit, Nell, Shay,
Kong Kong.
Kong Kong. I'm sorry, what did your daughter say? She said Kong Kong.
Kong Kong.
But not
Shay
Silent Kong.
and Simon for their babies as well.
How do they spell Shay?
Shay.
Okay, so not like the stadium.
No. Casey, can you pull up the Nell rap? We were playing around with that the other day, and that was off air. I wouldn't mind playing that on the air again.
It's
real quick,
pretty.
if you wouldn't mind. She had no idea she had this hidden talent.
I'd love to see her like in a, like a Snoop convertible with the pneumatic.
Bouncing up and down. Nell speaking her native language.
Kong Kong.
Kong Kong.
Kong Kong. Yeah, just driving along. Instead of sipping gin and juice, eating roadkill.
Steve, tell the story of a guy that drove by and recognized you one time.
Oh, yeah. I'm out doing decorations in front of the house. And truck pulls up, a working guy, window rolls down, Silent Kong Kong! And I started laughing, and it was great.
Did you go, now be tie-tie?
Now be tie-tie.
Yeah.
Should have.
Yeah.
Kong Kong.
All right, we do need to take a break, so thank you, Nell. We appreciate you jumping in here real quick. We will come back with some bizarre file stories. We shall regale you with the weirdness of their tales. Be right where you are, because we will be right back.
Preston and Steve.
Obviously. I have lightly reread parts of the books since childhood, but made it my goal to reread all 7 books once I finished grad school, Master of Public Administration at Penn State. Woot woot. My husband bought me a Gryffindor blanket, a book of spells as a grad gift as well, and I graduated in December 2020 and finished the books last month. Literally, the best books I've ever read, and I have no idea how to move on from them. It's really just a story about friendship and the power of love.
True.
I was brought to tears in books 5, 6, 7, and would say that my favorite books are 3 and 6. 7 is also just absolutely epic. My next goal is to rewatch the full versions of the movies. I went to Universal Studios California back in 2017 and wore a Harry Potter costume to Hogwarts. For the above reasons, I would say I am the Harry Potter expert. It's about both knowledge and sheer passion for the story, the most epic tale ever told. Please welcome Steph Rosenbluth to the show. Hi, Steph. How you doing? Oh, wait. Your microphone is not working. Let me try that again. Go ahead.
I am so happy to be here.
Yay. Steph, where are you from?
I'm from central New Jersey, Hopewell Township, right across the river from Bucks County.
It does exist.
Okay, so is that north-south Jersey or south-north Jersey?
It's right in the armpit of the Delaware River.
There you go.
All right, I want to ask you, Steph, because Steph is wearing a shirt that's got all 4 houses on it, but it says Hogwarts on it. She's also wearing a robe. She brought her owl. Is that Hedwig?
It's Hedwig.
Nice. And tell me about your glasses.
They are round glasses.
Are they prescription?
They are not prescription.
Okay.
They are just merely for this competition. Yeah.
They look great.
And social events.
Nice. So you recently reread all the books.
I did, yes. It was my goal, and I still don't know how to move on. Interestingly, while rereading the books, I was also rewatching Lord of the Rings extended version. So I was in quite the wizarding world.
Well, there's the amount of minutia, the amount of stuff to keep track of. But I mean, that's the books, the extended movie versions of the original Harry Potter, of the movies, and a lot of times they're tacking on an additional half hour, 40 minutes.
Yeah. Which character do you identify with the best?
Wow, which
most?
character? Probably Luna Lovegood.
Okay.
She says whatever's on her mind. People kind of think she's weird, but once they get to know her, they realize she has a heart of gold, and she's actually very important to the story and to Harry's success in defeating Voldemort.
I love that. Great answer. All right, that's Steph. Our next contestant writes, I was hooked on the series the first time I read Sorcerer's Stone and bawled my eyes out the day after my 11th birthday when I didn't get my invitation to attend Hogwarts for the upcoming school year. I read the series countless times as a child and still reread my favorites every year. I read the series countless times. Nope, I read that part already. Let me go back to this. And I reread the story every year, every Christmas, to get in the holiday spirit. Growing up, my family and I went to the premiere screening of the latest movie, and what started as my obsession turned into full-out family affair as I got the rest of my family hooked on the magic of the Harry Potter universe. We traveled to Universal Studios' Wizarding World of Harry Potter when I was 19, and I remember seeing the top of the Hogwarts castle and instantly burst into tears. I can definitely recite every movie from start to finish, and I'm always the go-to person when someone has a question about their Harry Potter timeline or whether or not Snape really was a good guy. For years, my friends and I would watch the full 8 movies in a marathon event. We would bake snitch cake pops, craft sorting hat cupcakes, and brew our very own butterbeer, all while playing Harry Potter trivia and discussing our favorite moments from the series. There really is something special about the magic that J.K. created, and I would love to put my knowledge to the test. Gang, welcome Lauren DiStefano. Love it. Hi, Lauren. How you doing?
I'm good.
All right, so tell us a little bit about you. Where are you from?
I'm from Downingtown, Pennsylvania.
From Downingtown, Pennsylvania. What do you do?
I work at a law office now.
Oh, really?
There you go.
Okay, nice.
You can employ spells in changing a witness's testimony. You bring up something that I thought was really cool, and I think of it this the same way. For some reason, I perceive Harry Potter, the movies, as Christmas time fare.
Every single movie has a Christmas scene.
Right. And so it's always applicable. Yeah, no.
And so, Lauren, how long have you been listening to the Preston and Steve show?
Probably my whole life. My parents are Y100 listeners, and we had
nice.
like the CDs, and I was like, oh, that's the only station is Preston and Steve. So I just didn't know.
We were our own station, the Preston and Steve station.
So you're wearing a Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry shirt this morning, and you're wearing some funky-looking glasses.
Yes,
what are
they
those?
Luna Lovegood's glasses.
Those are Luna Lovegood's glasses.
Oh, wow. So she can see everything.
Okay, that's beautiful. And would I'd asked Steph who she identified with, and she said Lovegood. What about you?
I think, my favorite character is Sirius. I love him so much. I love his arc of being the villain to the good guy, but never getting the redemption of it. But everyone who loves and knows him knows he was the good guy.
You mean Severus?
No, Sirius.
Oh, Sirius. Oh, Sirius Black. I'm sorry. Okay,
out
right.
of prison, and everybody's like, and then he finally at the very end, they're like, oh yeah, he was a good guy all along.
Okay.
Wow.
I just loved him.
Oh, you guys are the real deal.
Well, we're going to put you to the test, guys. All right. Are you ready to get this underway?
Ready.
All right.
Ready.
Let's test your. Now we have. You guys are going to be buzzing, and I'm going to explain the rules. But let's just test your bells and see how it sounds. Steph. That's Steph's bell, and this is Lauren's bell. So a little bit of a different tone to each, so we can tell the difference, and we should be able to hear that. Okay. All right. Let's get this underway and tell you guys how we're going to be rolling this out for Battle of the So-Called Experts. There are 3 rounds, and they increase in difficulty. We will begin with the easiest questions, and they will be worth 1 point each. There are 4 questions per round. Okay. Second round, the questions are worth 2 points, and the third round, the questions are worth 5 points. So even if you're behind going into the third round, it can really change, and you can end up winning because of the difficulty level. Now, I will ask you a question. You have to buzz in to answer. If you get that question correct, you get points. Now, here's what I want you to keep in mind. If you buzz in while I'm asking the question, and I haven't finished the question yet, I will stop, and you will have to answer based only on what I've said so far. If you're incorrect, your opponent will get to hear the rest of the clue and also answer that question. And they get a benefit because they'll hear your incorrect answer. They'll hear the rest of the clue and might have a better shot at getting that. So keep that in mind as I ask the questions, whether or not you're ready to buzz in. And by the way, we will have a tiebreaker if necessary. If we have a tie at the end of the game, we'll have a tiebreaker question that is ready to go. And the winner gets our porcelain Tri-Wizards Cup here this morning. Gorgeous. It's actually a bi-Wizards Cup because we only have 2 Wizards in the studio this morning. But that is from our friend Eva, who created this. She is the ceramic studio manager at the Wayne Art Center.
She's so talented. She's so incredible. She recently had an art opening out in Westchester at Westchester University. Eva's a great artist and a really cool person. She actually submitted to be in this contest because she loves Harry Potter so much. But when she wasn't selected, she made this trophy for us instead.
That was very cool. And you can check out our Instagram account. We'll make sure we post that. It's at arts.by.eva. If you want to take a look. So thank you, Eva Josinez. Is that how you say her last name? Josinez.
Yeah,
All
she's
right,
awesome.
So thank you, Eva. All right, we are ready to get the battle underway.
Oh, boy.
Let's begin. All right. Let's get Steph and Lauren in place. Hands by your buzzers, by your bells, I should say.
Are we doing practice questions first, or are we just getting right to it?
You know what? All right, I'll do a practice question just so you know what it's like to buzz in. I will. And by the way, the questions are difficult. I'm currently reading, and I've seen all the movies. I didn't get any one of these correct. All right. So, but that's, hey, I'm a neophyte compared to you guys. So let's try a very, very simple question and buzz in if you know the answer. What street do the Dursleys live on? Okay. So then we would go to Lauren for that answer.
Privet Drive.
That is absolutely correct. So that's just a test. And that is how it's going to work. So we can clearly hear the bells.
Yes.
We know who's in.
All right.
And we can decide who gets to answer the question. All right, here we go.
Did you say where their hands need to go?
They can hover.
Okay.
Hands can hover.
We covered that off air. So, all right, first question, stand by. Here we go. And these are the easy questions for 1 point. In Prisoner of Azkaban, Snape commands his students to turn to... All right.
394.
That is correct, Lauren. To which page? 394. 1 point for Lauren.
I'm keeping score, right?
That was excellent. Yes. All right. Next question. After Dumbledore's passing, he gifts Harry the very first snitch that he ever caught. All right, we're going to go to Steph for that answer.
I open at the close.
She is correct. The rest of the question was, what was the sentence that appeared on the golden sphere?
Wow.
I open at the close.
These guys are good.
1 point each. Next question. What are the full names of the 4 Hogwarts house? All right, we're going to go to Lauren. Lauren.
Salazar Slytherin. Godric Gryffindor. Rowena Ravenclaw. And Helga Hufflepuff.
That is correct. Wow. Those are the full names of the 4 Hogwarts house founders. So far, all my questions asked have been buzzed in early on.
Yes, they have.
They're extremely confident. Now, these are the easiest of the questions. Final question in the first round. Harry Potter's birthday is July 31st. Which character was born one day? Let's go to Lauren.
Neville Longbottom.
That is correct. Born one day before him.
Oh, my God.
And the total so far in round 1, Nick.
Lauren with 3, Steph with 1.
All right, 3-1.
3-1.
And these two are jumping in before every single... before I had a chance to finish every single question.
I mean, we have absolutely the best competitors you could possibly have.
Most definitely. All right, on to round 2. Right now, Lauren leads 3-1. Here's your next question. These are medium, and these are 2 points each. 2 points each. What is the name of Lavender Brown's rabbit?
Oh my God, that's literally the one pet I did not make a flashcard about.
Flashcard.
Steph was doing flashcards.
Everyone else is.
You did flashcards?
Lavender Brown.
What is the name of Lavender Brown's rabbit? I'll give you guys about 5 more seconds to think about it.
Like flashcards for this contest?
Yes.
Yes! That's what a competitor looks like, Kathy.
High level flashcard.
I played Trivial Pursuit last night.
There you go.
Running through the cards.
Yes! These guys are serious.
All right, Kathy interrupted. So your 5 seconds starts now. Hold on. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, they're not going to take a chance at it. It was Binky. Didn't know that? Doesn't even ring a bell, does it? Okay. Fair enough. Well, it's a good thing you didn't answer them.
Wow.
Next question.
Is there a deduction?
No.
No.
No, if you get it wrong, you're not penalized.
Yes. You're not penalized, but you do kind of give up a little bit of information to the other competitor. All right, next is, what is Hermione's boggart?
WMMR.
All right, let's do this thing. It's Bizarre File time.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
I'm going to start with two different stories out of the same airport to begin with. And this, they've had some problems at this airport. A Delta Airlines flight carrying 136 passengers narrowly avoided a collision with an Air Force jet Friday afternoon near the same Washington, D.C. airport where 67 people died in a midair crash just 2 months ago. Close call happened at Ronald Reagan Washington National Airport. Delta Flight 2983 was set to take off with 131 passengers and 5 crew members on board. At the same time, 4 Air Force T-38 Talon jets were heading for a scheduled flyover of Arlington National Cemetery. Cemetery was opening day, right? That's
There you go.
No, this was the cemetery. I'm sorry. It was a different event, but they've had some, flights like this around that area. As the Delta flight was cleared for takeoff, the pilots were warned by an onboard alert about another aircraft nearby. Air traffic controllers quickly stepped in and ordered both the Delta plane and the military jets change their flight paths to avoid the crash. Thanks to intervention of air traffic controllers, the flight changed course. No injuries reported. The FAA is investigating near miss into figuring out what went wrong. And
Just want to let everyone know we came very, very close to crashing, but we avoided it, and we hope you enjoy the rest of your flight.
And prevent similar incidents in the future. Now, fast forward to Saturday. A United plane made contact with a kite while attempting to land at Reagan National Airport.
What the hell's going on over there?
The pilot of United Airlines Flight 654 can be heard over air traffic radio giving details about the kite to an air traffic controller. The pilot, who apparently could see the kite from the cockpit, said it was over the park about 100 feet over the ground. It looked like it was right on the flight deck. Those guys were a little bit low, he said. Dylan Oakes, former flight attendant, was consulted, and apparently he watched this happen. He watched United Flight make contact with the kite. He said there was a kite that looked a little higher than it should be. He thought it might be a perspective thing from where we were standing. Lo and behold, the plane got a bit closer, and it came into contact with the kite.
You flown kites. You can get kites up pretty friggin' high.
Absolutely. The kite fell to the ground. The plane landed safely. Thankfully, everyone's okay, but it's just a little scary given the recent history at DCA. Gravelly Point is about 1,000 feet away from the runway. That's where they said this took place, at Reagan National Airport, and flying kites in the park is not allowed.
There you go. So listen, we talk about Fort Mifflin, right? I mean, if you were to fly a kite in the parking lot of Fort Mifflin, you could definitely hit a plane.
They would hit it. Airports Authority police responded to reports of kite flying at Gravelly Point. They warned some individuals about flying kites and briefly confiscated a kite. The kite was then returned to the owner shortly later, and no charges were filed. United Airlines responded to the incident Saturday, saying there was no damage to the plane and nobody on the flight had been hurt. But those are two close calls, man.
I've been to that park, and some of my favorite photos ever are me and Ben. He was like 5 years old, and I had him up on my shoulders, and you can watch the planes take off and land. So, like, it was really a fun experience for me being there. But obviously, you got to be careful with what you're doing there, too.
Yep. An Australian man is accused of breaking his country's nuclear non-proliferation laws for ordering a sample of plutonium online in a bid to collect all the elements in the periodic table.
Oops. You know what this guy's like.
24.
I'm almost done with all of them.
24-year-old Emmanuel Leiden was arrested at his parents' house in Sydney during a major operation that involved Australian Border Force officials.
Yeah, sorry about that, Mom.
Firefighters, police, and paramedics. He pleaded guilty to breaching nuclear non-proliferation laws by shipping plutonium into the country, a charge he carries a prison sentence of up to 10 years.
Yeah, I wasn't going to build a bomb.
But his lawyer is arguing that Leiden is not some maniac or mad scientist with a nefarious agenda, but rather a scientific nerd.
He's just an idiot, sir.
Who had made it his goal to collect all the elements in the periodic table, even radioactive ones.
And he's never kissed a girl.
Leiden is apparently an avid collector who owns an impressive number of stamps, banknotes, and coins, but prosecutors disagree that he is just a misguided, harmless collector, claiming that seeking illegal materials like plutonium create a market that might otherwise have not existed in Australia. Now, the 24-year-old man ordered the tiny plutonium sample from a U.S.-based science website and had it delivered to his parents' home. His lawyer claims that the package had his name and address on the box, which suggested he had no intention of using the material to do any harm.
This is right out of Big Bang Theory. The story is Sheldon as a kid ordered plutonium and the government came to check on him.
Since being charged for bringing plutonium into Australia, Leiden has been fired from his job as a train conductor and is currently earning a living flipping burgers at a fast food restaurant. But things could get even worse for him as the charges against him carry, like I said, a maximum sentence of 10 years behind bars. His sentence is due from a judge on April 11th. So hopefully.
It's pretty clear there was no malicious intent.
I would think so. All right. And then we'll do one more story. Yeah. It's a typical Florida story here for you. A man and a woman ran afoul of the law when they were caught having sex on a grave in a cemetery, which is listed on the National Register of Historic Places. A trooper with a K9 stopped to give the dog a rest break near the Wild Cow Prairie Cemetery.
Was the guy's husband with a husband watching on another tombstone?
I don't know if it was a
cemetery cuck
situation that was going on. The trooper spotted a white Nissan parked in front of the cemetery where the windows were down and no one in the immediate area. So other troopers who were present observed a white male and female at the rear of a cemetery engaged in sexual activity on top of unknown grave number 43. The troopers approached the couple who went back to their vehicle to obtain clothing. The search of the vehicle turned up a purse which belonged to the woman identified as Stephanie Wegman. Contained 2 pill bottles. One had 13 alprazolam, and the other had 20 oxycodone pills. Wegman, who has prior criminal history, did not have a prescription for the pills. She was arrested on several drug charges. And the man who had suffered a leg injury was transported to the hospital. I don't know how that happened.
Imagine going through life with the name Unknown 43.
The report indicated a warrant will be sought for his arrest. So maybe don't bang on the graves.
Absolutely.
And that is what I have in the bizarre file for you. All right, we'll take a quick break. We'll come back in a second, and we'll dive into lesson question, trash, and music news when we return. Okay, let's go to Steph.
It's Professor McGonagall telling her that she failed her exams.
She got it!
Nice!
So that's 2 points.
Yes.
And that means it's
all tied up.
It's 3-3.
Yeah.
All right, third question from the medium round, round 2. What animals represent each of the houses? All right, we're going to go to Lauren.
For Slytherin, it's a snake. Ravenclaw, it's an eagle. Hufflepuff is a badger, and Gryffindor is a lion.
That's correct. 2 points for Lauren.
I want to hang with these guys.
I'm telling you, man, they are so much fun. All right, and then the last question for the medium round, round 2, is how many staircases are... Okay, let's go to Lauren.
142.
That's correct. Staircases are at Hogwarts. Wow. All right, Nick. Totals.
After round 2, Lauren's still in the lead with 7, but Steph not far behind with 3.
All right, and it doesn't matter because going into this round, the points really jump up, and each question is worth 5 points each.
Wow.
As we go for the quest of the Tri-Wizards Cup. And Steph, look, everybody, these guys are bouncing up and down. They're all excited.
I'm worried if that lavender one. I'm like, I know. Do I know anything?
All right, Casey, here we go. Final round. The most difficult questions that we could come up with yet. And here, this is really going to find out what you know about the Harry Potter universe. Let's go with this one. Okay, now these scenes were filmed but later deleted and never released. All right, so here's the question. Which English actor / comedian played Peeves? I didn't think we'd get an answer on this one. This is a real deep, kind of beyond just watching the movies and reading the books. Which English actor or comedian played Peeves?
It wasn't the Mr. Bean guy.
Hey, you didn't buzz in.
Right. All right, time's up. All right. I didn't think you knew this. So Peeves is a character who's a poltergeist.
Yeah.
I do know that because I'm reading in the first two books. But he would have been played by actor and comedian Rick Mayall, who played Drop Dead Fred, and he's also Rick from The Young One. So that's a really, really hard question.
That predates you guys.
All right, here is the next one. In response to the treatment of house elves, Hermione... Oh, all right, we had Steph ring in first.
It's called SPEW, the Society for the Promotion of Elfish Welfare.
That is
Points! Wow! Those index cards paying off!
To finish it, Hermione founded an organization called SPEW. What does SPEW stand for? And she's correct. The Society for the Promotion of Elfish Welfare. Well done. What's the point total, Nick?
Wow, with that correct answer, Steph has moved into the lead. It's now 8-7.
Oh, my God.
Okay.
1 point lead. All right, 2 more questions to go. Here we go. Get your hands by your button, or by your bell, I should say. What is Nearly Headless Nick's real name? Okay, we're going to go to Lauren. Lauren.
Nicholas Demimsey Pompsey? Something like that. I don't think I got
That's
it.
incorrect.
Yeah.
No. Okay. All right. So that means that, Steph, you can take a free guess no matter what. Even if you get it wrong, it's no big deal.
I know it starts with Sir Nicholas the rest of it.
All right. You guys aren't going to get that right. Sir Nicholas Demimsey Porpington.
You guys were all around
It's that name that you're like, Sir Nicholas, moving on. You don't read the full name.
It's so
British.
so many syllables, and it's exactly.
That's a classic Harry Potter name, though.
This is the last question that we have here.
And it's anybody's game.
It's anybody's game right now. So this is in the past contests we've had runaways.
Yeah.
This time around, it's down to this last one. Here we go. Final question. On his 11th birthday, Dudley Dursley's parents take him and Harry to the zoo and also bring along Dudley's best friend. What is that friend's name?
You're looking at each other.
Lauren almost cursed right into the microphone.
It's a super minor character from the first book. I know that.
Repeat the question, Preston.
On his 11th birthday, Dudley Dursley's parents take him and Harry to the zoo and also bring along Dudley's best friend. What is that friend's name? They have this intense look. Steph looks like she has no idea. Lauren is kind of picking around in her brain.
Whoever he is, he's not a nice little boy.
Right. 5 seconds left.
I'm just
Okay,
gonna put a
might as
guess
well.
in.
Go ahead.
Albert.
Incorrect. I'm sorry. Nick, what does that mean?
That means with 8 points, Steph is our winner. Oh my God!
Is it the champion?
They are so evenly matched.
Oh my
Wait, what was it?
Yeah, who was it?
Piers Polkis.
Loser.
Please.
I mean, I don't. That was neck and neck.
All right, just for fun, we had more questions, and we're never going to use these for anything. And while we have Steph as the winner of the Tri-Wizards Cup here this morning, and the self-proclaimed expert of the Harry Potter universe, just for fun, let me try out a couple of other questions for you guys. Who was the freed female house elf who neither wanted? All right, let's go to Lauren.
Winky.
Winky is correct. How about this one? Okay, let's see what you know about the making of the films. Christopher Columbus directed the first 2 movies. David Yates directed the last 4. Who directed 3 and 4?
Alfonso Yates? I know it's Alfonso.
All right.
I know it's Alfonso.
There were 2 people. Prisoner of Azkaban and Goblet of Fire, respectively, was Alfonso Cuarón and Mike Newell.
Okay.
All right, and then one last one. Let's see. What'll be a good question? Oh, yeah, this one. Okay. What are Snape's very first words to Harry, and what is it believed they allude to? That's a hard one.
Snape's very first words to Harry.
You'll never get it because it's really intricate. So the first words were, "What would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood?" And apparently an asphodel is a member of the lily family, and wormwood can be defined as Sublime on 93.3 WMMR. A song that takes us back to last summer. Last Saturday. Man, it was nice.
Yes.
80 some odd degrees and we were in as the sun had set and things were leveling off temperature wise. Rochelle turned to me, she's like, I would take this every day for the rest of my life. It's a bold statement, but that's definitely how you feel coming out of winter into early spring, and then you get a flare-up day like that. It's like, yes, this makes me feel human again.
It's funny you did the same thing that I did, which is just I was listening to no music. I was just listening to the breeze, wind chimes. And I sat out there for like an hour and a half, 2 hours, and just enjoyed, soaking it all in.
We just sat there, and it was nice. Like you said, Steve, at some point you sit there and go, yep.
It's what you do.
By the way, for those of you who are watching on our YouTube channel right now, thank you very much, YouTubers. We love you. We've told you about our phones being an issue. Well, Steve bought me a phone.
Yes, it's our new system
that we can now use here to take your phone calls.
State of the art.
This is state of the art technology.
You got the instructions there, Preston?
Hello. Oh yeah, the instructions.
Yeah.
All right, hang on.
It's fascinating what they're doing these days.
I haven't read these yet, but this came with my phone. The new new request lines here at WMMR. It says, "Welcome to the world of telephone." Telephone, meaning literally far off voice or sound, is a revolutionary technology that will now allow you to talk to people across town or even at great distances. Below are the instructions you will need to begin exploring the world of your telephoning. Number 1, lifting the receiver.
You go through all the technical, but yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is this actual?
Those are the actual instructions on how to use that telephone.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
Wow. I thought you made this up.
No, the opening I did. I'm just pissed that the thing doesn't come out of the cradle.
Yeah, it's actually a little like statue. It's it's decorative.
Right. And the next one that actually allowed you to do it, Preston, is a riff on it, so it's an actual working phone. That was like $160.
Oh my God! Yeah,
this was like $25.
Need that just for fun, but they did make these for a while. I mean, after modern phones had been invented, though. But
I like that design.
My mom had a business for a short time, and I begged for them to get the old-timey phone.
Yeah.
And so we got it. So if you're not watching online, it's the 2-piece. It's where you actually take the earpiece and you hold it up to your ear, and then you have to hold the rest of the unit and speak into this speaker-like contraption. But we had one. And it was cute, and it was a conversation piece, and people loved to see it. But for conducting business,
not good.
It was the most inconvenient thing ever.
That's a candlestick design, by
candlestick
the way.
phone, yeah, thank you. Exactly. So anyhow, thank you, Steve.
No problem.
This is our new state-of-the-art technology here.
It's as good as what we have right now.
WMMR. All right. Yep, that's all we have.
That's it.
That's it.
All right, what are we doing? Oh, lesson question. So we are going to give away, let's see, a 4-pack of tickets for Body Worlds.
Oh, wow.
At the Franklin Institute.
That's very cool.
We had Derek Pitson not that long ago, and even though he's an astronomer, he was telling us about this exhibit at the Franklin Institute. So really, really cool thing. Question we're going to ask is as follows. When he was a guest surgeon at Penn Medicine, which part of the anatomy was Bob Kelly allowed to remove? Steve had mentioned this earlier this morning. Bob Kelly retired, the Hound, from the Flyers Ambassador Program, but he was a guest surgeon at Penn Medicine, and what part of the anatomy was he allowed to remove? According to Steve, if you know the answer to this, don't call us on our new phone. It's not up and running yet. But what you can do is text the word Zoom to 610-660-9333, and then we'll go amongst the people that send in those texts, and we'll grab one randomly, and we will see if that is indeed you, and you tell us what it was that Bob Kelly was allowed to remove when he was a guest surgeon at Penn Medicine. While you're doing that, we'll do this.
The trash business is a gold mine.
93.3 WMMR with Preston and Steve's Hollywood Trash.
All right, we'll get some stories while we wait for your Zoom. What's going on this morning, Steve?
Well, Preston, a German recording artist is suing Kanye West for sampling some of his music, saying the reason he's doing it is because West is a Nazi supporter. West is vehemently denying the accusation, saying he is not a Nazi supporter and is actually a Nazi.
Oh my God.
Haley Welch, a.k.a. the Huck Tour Girl, has been cleared of any involvement involving a cryptocurrency scam. Welch thanked investigators for restoring her reputation as the girl who spits on boners.
Oh, my God.
Hey!
And finally, Britney Spears posting Instagram pics of herself in a tiny red thong on Friday. Spears explained it was her way of acknowledging the date of the first recorded case of the Spanish flu.
All right, we will find a Zoomer and see if we can get an answer to the question that we are posing as of now. Well, apparently we don't. Yeah. All right, so flip those case. We'll do music news and we will see if someone in that time. So it takes. Here's the deal, especially with the trash. It's a very quick segment.
Yeah,
and even getting the request line callers up quickly, like we would get it the last second.
Do you want to know?
Because there's a delay on our signal that goes out to you guys.
Do you want to use the new phone?
Hello. Hello.
Yeah, Maud.
All right, we'll start music news and we'll wait for an answer.
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
Well, look at this. Jane's Addiction guitarist Dave Navarro got married to actress and fashion designer Vanessa Dubasso on Saturday. And they did it at Dunsky Estate and Stranraer, Scotland.
Welcome to Dunsky Estate.
Dubasso, founder of Vanta Black Lamb, I guess is how you say that, wore a Victorian-inspired white gown with black details, including Marie Antoinette-style corset.
Don't you look lovely?
Featuring a cross emblem with freshwater pearl beading and black velvet lacing, paired with a flowing skirt and angel wings. Dave complimented her in an all-black suit from Generation Tux. He should have worn a kilt.
Look at this outfit.
Yeah.
Swear you can almost see her cooter.
Oh, my God.
Yep.
She's gorgeous, by the way.
Yeah, she is.
Yep. And so...
the last story that involved him was him being throttled by Perry Farrell on stage, right?
Yeah, yep. And that kind of put things on hold with Jane's Addiction for a little while. So the couple picked the estate featuring an Edwardian castle surrounded by woodlands and sea views for its moody, ethereal charm.
The way he looks in this picture is exactly how I looked at my wedding.
Wow. He's
Puerto Rico.
Yeah, very, very goth looking, as you would imagine. Dave and Vanessa met 8 years ago after Navarro saw a movie trailer featuring her and arranged a meeting through the director, a mutual friend.
Yeah, I guess you can do that when you're a rock star.
Now they are getting married, or have gotten married. Mumford & Sons have expanded their 2025 tour with 32 North American concerts announced on March 28th alongside the release of their fifth album, Rushmere. Marcus Mumford, Ben Lovett, and Ted Duane will perform across various cities, accompanied by several special guests, and tickets are available through several pre-sales. Agora pass holders Wednesday, the artist pre-sale on Thursday, and general public sales starting on Friday. Additionally, $1 from every ticket sold will support the charity War Child. And Rushmere, so please bring it on, Casey.
Back off, War Child, seriously.
I didn't even think of that.
Back off, War Child, seriously.
Rushmere.
So Bajmir supports Point Break.
Yes, and War Child. So Bajmir and War Child.
Back off, War Child, seriously. That would be a waste of time.
Rushmere symbolizes a new phase for the band linked to their creative roots in Wimbledon. They will be at the Wells Fargo Center on October 14th. And they've expanded that tour. And then one more story, and that is all. Linkin Park has released Up From the Bottom, their first new song since last year's From Zero album. The track will be featured on the upcoming deluxe edition of the album, set for release on May 16th, and the band wrote and recorded Up From the Bottom during their massive From Zero World Tour.
It's about it's a concept album about a proctologist.
The deluxe edition will include
Sorry.
The deluxe edition will include...
That's how it starts.
3 new songs and an expanded vinyl edition containing 5 live tracks captured during their live shows. Wait a minute, where is that, Casey?
Right here.
All right. No, I was going to do something.
Farts.
That's all right. Farts. So, in addition to Up From the Bottom, the edition will feature Unshatter and Let Your Fade. No, Let You Fade. What? Both previously unreleased tracks. All right, and then we have Emily, who's coming to our rescue because Emily may know the answer to the lesson question. Good morning to you, Emily.
Good morning.
All right, Emily, when he was a guest surgeon at Penn Medicine, what part of the anatomy was Bob Kelly allowed to remove?
I hope I'm right. Appendix?
Appendix. Yeah. That's correct. All right, Emily, hang tight. You win. We are going to set you up with a 4-pack of tickets for Body Worlds at the Franklin Institute. See 20 stunning full-body plastinates and over 150 real specimens, and you can explore the wonders of the human body like never before. Body Worlds at the Franklin Institute. Buy tickets at fi.edu. We have one more break to take, so we're going to do that and come back in a moment, and we will get our first letter for the word of the week, and we'll see what Pierre's got for you. Back in a moment.
Preston and Steve.
State or source of bitterness or grief, Snape is alluding to the death of Lily Potter, Harry's mother.
Wow.
So that's supposedly some of the lore, but that was like
Oh my God.
insanely hard.
That makes me want to cry, knowing that fact. I didn't know that.
That's in the first book, and then you know what you know about Snape much later on. But it's that's how layered and how intricate and how complicated the books are, and why it's so much fun to go back and rewatch the movies and reread the books.
It's poetic.
Every time I reread, I find something that I'm like, well, how did I not see that before? Like, it's a connection.
Well, you guys, I mean, you just put on a Harry Potter clinic. I mean, that's some amazing stuff, and you were neck and neck for the whole thing. It's just amazing.
Steph, I am now proud to bestow upon you the honor of the Preston and Steve Tri-Wizards Cup for your triumphant victory in Battle of the So-Called Experts.
Oh my God, it's beautiful.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Be careful when you hold it by the snake handles. They are a little bit sensitive, and we
when
don't
she
want that.
first grabbed it out there, she was like, it's not a port key, is it?
Yeah, I'm like, this will not lead to my death, will it?
No, you're safe.
You guys are awesome. Congratulations. Thanks for being here. We hope you had fun. All right, and there it is again, folks. We've done it. We'll have to come up with some of the... If you have any suggestions of some good topics for Battle of the Self-Proclaimed Experts, let us know. We'll certainly take those into consideration. There's loads of things that we can go to in the worlds of entertainment and sports and history and whatever it may be.
And some of these things are so voluminous, you could, at some point, you may have to, Steph, defend your classification as the champion of all champions.
Yeah, you never know.
It's so big. There's so much to hit upon.
Yeah.
I did mean to mention this earlier, but we're going to also award Steph and Lauren passes to the Harry Potter exhibition that's coming to the Franklin Institute next year. So they haven't announced the official dates for that yet, but it'll be at some point in 2022. It's the world premiere. It's going to happen right here in Philadelphia at the Franklin Institute. The Harry Potter the exhibition coming to Philly in early 2022.
Excellent, and thank you to Eva Josinez for the Tri-Wizard Cup that we had. She fired it in her own kiln, made it from scratch. It's beautiful, and now Steph is the proud owner of that. So nice, excellent, great work, everybody. We're going to take a break. We'll come back in just a moment. Make sure you stay with us. We will return shortly.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
And I'm sure that I've probably had this happen before, too. I don't know if I've fallen in a dumpster, but maybe come close. But they accidentally... that put something in the trash can, took the trash bag out and threw it in, and then later on realized, I accidentally threw my medication away.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
Yeah, we've all had that.
So you have to go get it.
Yeah.
You got to go get it.
Right.
So apparently she went, and she went to go get it, and it's hanging down low, and so there's like a side door on on their dumpster that you can open up. Okay, so she opens that up, I guess, and it's at the bottom and it's far down, and she's got to lean over and kind of bend halfway down to go. And as she leans forward, her body weight is too much over, and she goes tumbling in head first into the dumpster. Somehow or another broke her rib on the way in.
So as you imagine, as she's raking over the edge.
That's what I was thinking.
It must have just pulled a rib up and snapped it.
Probably what happened. And I was like, okay, are you just saying you have a broken rib, or did you actually go get it looked at and you have a broken rib? She says, yes, X-ray, it's a broken rib, or whatever. The doctor determined that it was a broken rib. Now, it's not one of those where you can have rib breaks that are debilitating, that are just you can't move. It's not that bad. So it was funny.
How
it was we were able to laugh at this. It was funny.
Yeah.
And I'm sure other people have fallen in dumpsters or had something just as stupid happen. So I figured, you know what, that might be worth bringing
Sure,
up.
absolutely.
215-263-WMMR if you want to share.
I think in my top 5 things of grossest things that I have ever encountered, it is dumpster and or trash juice. I can't.
Oh, my God.
Stand
What
it.
is that?
I don't know.
Dumpster juice and trash. So, Casey.
Oh, my God.
I used to work, and again, I hate to brag.
Oh, my God.
I used to work at Dunkin' Donuts. There's drinks and things, and all sorts of magical things that are that. But when that dumpster would turn, there'd be things that would come out like that just form because of the humidity or whatever it is.
Jesus.
And that was the most pungent, piercing smell came from the liquid.
And I don't think
it's like dumpster soup.
In Star Wars A New Hope, I don't think that scene where they're in the trash
Too
chute-
pleasant.
Right?
Too pleasant.
Yeah. Like,
you have an
nobody's like, oh
entire
my God,
Death Star full of people.
Right.
You don't know what half those species do and what they crap.
It's
So
all a
much
bunch
so
of,
that- yeah.
It's just a bunch of metal and stuff in there.
No, if
But
only.
there's juice.
If only.
But they're swimming in dumpster juice,
Yeah.
and nobody's like, "Oh my God, it stinks."
You know, would have been a perfect way for them to introduce what the future of tampons might look like.
Right.
Oh God, Preston, and that just that big dumpster and your poor sister.
Yes.
going
I didn't get a chance to ask her
into it.
how she got out of there, too. Did you guys ever live in an apartment that had a dumpster where you would have to go and throw your trash? And sometimes, they wouldn't come and pick it up, and it would just be stuff piling all over the place. But I remember, having to get root around in there before. I can't remember what specifically for, but
The one I think, when we were on Y100, I lived in and you remember, it was a Russian efficiency apartment. It was worse than a Russian efficiency apartment. And so the dumpster behind those apartments was so horrible and such a collection of rotting garbage that I used to, like, as if I was doing an Olympic hammer throw, I would swing it around and try to launch it in, because if you got anywhere near it, you would vomit.
Dude.
So it's always a no man land.
And if you ended up getting like part of the bag caught on that little weird handle thing and it would like rip it open. Yeah.
Yep. Mm-hmm. Yep. All right, hang on. I want to go to George. Not quite a dumpster, but I got to hear this. Hey, George, good morning. Oh, wait, hold on. Let me do that again. George, now we can hear you. Go ahead.
How's it going?
Hey, what's up, buddy?
Back when I was in high school, like 22 years ago, we used to kick the hacky sack around at lunchtime outside the lunchroom.
Right.
And one day we were doing that, and the hacky sack went up on the roof, and there was an outside school freezer by the lunchroom with a 55-gallon drum full of excess kitchen grease in it.
Oh, God.
With a lid on it. So I went to jump on top of the barrel to get up on top of the freezer to go on the roof, and the barrel gave out, and I went waist deep in the
Oh, God.
Into grease?
Kitchen grease, yeah.
Kitchen grease. Used kitchen grease.
God.
Yeah, in the middle of the school day, my principal came out and he goes, "There's a write-up for being in an unauthorized area, but I don't know about a write-up for smelling unsanitary."
Jeez. Nasty. So, okay, so you're a mess, dude. What did you do? How did you get cleaned off? Did you have to go to the locker room and get in the showers?
Actually, believe it or not, I live here in Glassboro, New Jersey, and so Glassboro High School is right next to Rowan University, and I lived on the other side, so my principal allowed me to walk home, so I had to walk home through the middle of the university.
So you kind of slithered home.
Wait a second. You're smelling like food, and you're walking around like, were you attacked by packs of wild dogs or what? I mean, you're out with this stink wafting off of you.
No, it was just rank, especially when my friend's girlfriend reached in her purse and started spraying me with a bunch of different perfumes.
Yeah. Hey, where'd George go? I don't know. Just follow the trail, and you'll be able to track him down later on.
Jesus.
Oh, my God. Yeah,
Man.
thanks, George. Steve,
I,
coming up on May 10th, we're just watching a little snippet of a video of an interview that Brent Porsche did with Dorothy. Excited to play the show again, of course.
She's great.
Yep, so we're looking forward to her set as well as the others. And if you want the information, WMMR.com is where you will find all of that. And there are ticket sale prices right now for packages if you want to, treat some people and have a party. And who wouldn't? So get those now. Imagine it's a little wishful thinking, but imagine a day like Saturday.
Oh, yeah.
At the MM Barbecue. And
not out of the realm of believability.
Yeah, how phenomenal that would be.
Man, I hope they get to play the Phils game today, though.
Yes, I was reading there may be some severe storms.
I know.
Really?
They're coming through the East Coast, and I don't know if it'll hit us directly or not, but yeah, there was some nasty stuff that made its way over the Midwest and is headed this way. So
I assume they're doing, in fact, they are doing a flyover, are they not? They always do.
Yeah, John said they're doing F-16s, man.
Yeah.
I mean, that's freaking cool. So hopefully that comes together. I want to mention a big freaking deal that's going on. It's the latest this week at WMMR.com, and it's with the Funplex in Mount Laurel, New Jersey. Years ago, we did one of our
Granny Grand
Prix there. Yeah.
Really
Great
cool.
place. So you can get 2 single-day wristbands for the price of 1. Wristbands offer unlimited access to indoor and outdoor rides, 1 hour of bowling, and select video games as well. So you can go to WMMR.com/deals.
I think that's where it started, Granny Grand Prix, wasn't it?
No. We'd moved it there. We moved around a couple different places,
times,
but no.
I thought it started there.
Yep.
That was a great location, though, and what I love about it, Kathy, lots of parking.
WMMR.com to get that info. All right, and thank you to the following people. We had Mike Schaller on the program with Philly Sound Exchange, and they've written this musical, and they need performers, singers and dancers, and even pit orchestra people who are between the ages of 17 and 21. There's going to be a summer-long...
14 and 21.
Oh, I'm sorry, 14 and 21. And this is going to be a summertime project. It's going to be rehearsals and everything. And then by the end of that, they should have this production ready to go. And this is just, if you've got a kid who's into the arts and wants a really juicy, cool project to get their hands on.
An outlet.
You need to take a look. PhillySoundExchange.com, or you can check them out at PHL Sound Exchange on Instagram and find the information there. And then we had Titus Welliver for the TV show Bosch Legacy. And it's the longest running franchise on Prime Video. They have 4 new episodes that came out on the 27th. 2 episodes every Thursday until its final bout on April 17th. But he was super nice, man.
Terrific, man. And this Legacy series is really good.
And he gets back here from time to time because he's originally from Philly and said he would love to stop by and hang out in the studio.
I love it. He said he's going to be here in a month or so because his friend's in a band. He's in a few bands. He's like, so, Maynard's going to be around.
My friend Maynard.
My friend Maynard.
Is in 3 bands, and which, of course, he is, Tool being one of them. And so he's going to be in town to see them. So that was kind of cool. Hi, Pierre.
Hi there. It was a great conversation. He really was nice. And I just love, I've read every Bosch book from the very beginning all the way through to watch the character grow. And then he is now teaming with this other detective, Renee Ballard, in the books.
Yeah.
And then
they have a spin-off series with her, with Maggie Q.
Series, coming.
Are you happy with the way the series is, or are you watching the series?
I've watched the original and I've watched Bosch Legacy, and it's really very well done.
You try to. I watched the first couple of seasons, and with the way streaming is, I said this on the show earlier. Is that is it back on? Is it? And so you lose track. But jumping back in for Legacy, the dialogue is just as crisp, just as Philip Marlowe, just as Raymond Chandler-esque, just as L.A. detective as you'd want it to be. It's great.
Well, and Michael Connelly, I guess was supposed to be on with you, but didn't he? I read an interview in the New York Times with him yesterday about L.A. is actually the star of the series, of the books, and of the TV show, because all these iconic spots. And when you read the books, having not, even though I'm from California, I wasn't as familiar with L.A. as I am now when I started reading the books. I took the 101 to the 10, and and I got off and had dinner at, Joey's Steakhouse. And and a lot of those places exist.
They really,
and it's pretty cool. So, it's really well done.
Nice.
Definitely check it out.
Yeah, I got to watch the show for sure.
I recommend it.
Letter of the day?
Yes.
Here we go.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter.
And the Preston and Steve show is brought to you today by The Letter.
H as in Harry.
All right, and we give away a $500 Minecraft Movie Family prize pack, and that includes it says features 2 admit to Fandango tickets, which means 4 seats, 4 official film posters, 2 Minecraft foam swords, 4 Minecraft sunglasses, and 2 Minecraft activity sheets. And a Minecraft movie is going to hit theaters on April 4th, mind you. So we will give it away on Friday. What's happening today, man?
I forgot. I have a little piece. You're debuting the telephone.
Yes.
Yes.
I found a little piece that oh my God.
There it is.
Where's that? What era is that?
Oh, God. That'd be like
I have
the,
no idea
the
what
40s.
years.
But this is
Even before that, probably. It's fake.
Yeah.
Right, it's fake. But
not real.
I found an ad, a TV ad, an early ad, which actually explains in visual form in front of a giant dial how to work a dial phone. And we have a little bit of it here. We don't have to play the whole thing, but here's a little bit of this nice lady explaining it.
Hello, everyone. I'm from your telephone company. And the message that we have for you is that we are changing your telephone service over to dial. There's been a lot of planning, preparation, and work in order to bring dial to town. You may have noticed that lots of work has been going on. Instead of hearing the operator's familiar number, please, you'll hear the dial tone.
She's
Not anymore.
No.
She's got a giant dial, though,
That means that the equipment is ready to handle your calls.
Oh, my God.
That's...
And she's standing in front of a 5-foot dial, rotary dial. And then she actually says, if you... And in the early days of phone numbers, they would have 2 letters.
Yeah.
So where I grew up, it was Porter. In 76, it was Porter, P.O., Porter 24333.
Yeah, it's like the old song, Pennsylvania 65000.
Right.
Yeah. That's you dialing the phone, essentially.
Right.
You told the operator, hey, operator, Pennsylvania 65000.
Right.
And then they would connect you.
My dialing game, even though I was a kid, was pretty good.
Yes.
So, and you would get good at it. The worst would be when you go through that whole process and your finger would slip and be like,
oh, yeah.
Just do it all over.
Do it all over again.
Yep.
Anyway, that's there for your, I don't know.
I love it.
On the program today, we have tickets for Garbage, and they're coming back on September 16th to the Electric Factory. Also, we have our final block on the last day of March, Women's History Month, of ladies, and we're going to do all of them from the MM Archives. So I believe Dorothy. No, was it Dorothy on your show, or it was
Dorothy was on the show.
Okay,
Yeah.
I don't know. Any one of the lovely ladies, Lizzie Hale.
Yeah.
Anyway, we're going to do songs that were recorded at MMR from current, down to Bonnie Raitt at the Sigma Sound Factory.
Nice.
So it really will come out cool. And we have AC/DC for Angus' birthday and a block of Bush.
Cool. All right, thank you. And I want to thank our sponsors. Preston and Steve Show has been brought to you today by A.D. Moyer, trusted expert since 1939. A.D. Moyer Lumber is your professional source for decks, windows, doors, kitchens, millwork, and more. You can visit them on the web at admoyer.com. Also brought to you by Dunkin'. Preston and Steve Show runs on Dunkin', and by Acme Markets, fresh foods, local flavors. But wait, there's more. Worldwide Stereo.
Whoa.
Don't miss the Take It Outside Spring Showcase on April 5th. WorldwideStereo.com. Rockin' backyard since 1979. Tomorrow on the program, a Tuesday, so we'll give away some free tattoos. And we will have Steven Weber joining us tomorrow.
We love him.
Always great conversation. We'll see what else we can get into. That's it. We're done. And rage on and have yourself a great day. And we'll see you tomorrow, friend. Bye-bye.
Mm-hmm.